Hey, Shalom David here. Welcome to Week in Review. Welcome to the show. So, God bless. Best wishes, everybody. Hope everyone had a good week. Had the big chess simul with Jessica Hyatt at the Detroit Institute of Art this Friday. Went very well. Been thinking a lot about education and talent and expertise, my main area of research. And God forbid the war in Israel. So hopefully I have a good show lined up. I have an article on anti-Semitism, and maybe you talk about Judaism as a social construct, and you maybe try to understand better, like, why am I so preoccupied with what's going on in Israel? Why are so and so? We'll get into that. Um, Also mention I had a power outage, so I was going to start my um, series this week on American pragmatism. Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, uh, George Herbert Mead, and Richard Rorty. Uh, some of the big names in American pragmatism. All people that we've talked about quite a bit on Week in Review, but do the deep dive. But God forbid the weather, there was a power outage, so I was all prepared. I was going to do it Thursday, and I was even thinking to do it Wednesday, but I didn't quite get ready. And then Wednesday afternoon, there was a power outage, and it lasted for a full 24 hours, God forbid. So hopefully this Tuesday, because Shavuos, the Jewish holiday, is coming up this Wednesday night. So pretty sure. No, Tuesday night. So sorry, Shavuos is Tuesday night. So Tuesday and Wednesday is Shavuos. So the big holiday coming up. So prepared to accept the Torah. So actually, I probably won't be able to do it this week. Then, if it's Tuesday night, I probably won't be able to do my American pragmatism stream unless I do it Monday tomorrow, and I probably won't. So that will probably have to be pushed off till next week. So with that, start week in review. I sent out to Richard Seeger if he wanted to come on. He was on before um, a few months ago talking about the Samantha Woll case. So let's jump right into screen share because I have a lot of articles and my viewership is like on all-time lows now. So I'm not sure if I'm just less interesting. Okay, yeah, Richard, you're here, so you're welcome to join. You could join right away, even, or if you want to get ready. But I sent you the link on Facebook. I'm going to pin the link, and there's a few things going on here in Metro Detroit. So Samantha Woll, the trial starts tomorrow. Very curious if what the evidence is going to be. Do they have any new evidence, circumstantial? What's going to be the case? I think me and Richard's hunch was that that he's innocent, and we'll talk about that if Richard comes on. But the case starts this week, and Yeshbutov to Judas also. So I believe the trial starts tomorrow, and I'm not sure if that means the prosecution is already going to be presenting their case literally tomorrow. So we'll update you next week, and if Richard wants to come on with updates. Also big in Metro Detroit. I think I saw Richard was posting about this also. I was going to talk about it with the Israel update, but and part of the reason I was going to talk about anti-Semitism is this graffiti at Goodman Acker's office right near my house about Free Palestine, who's on the board region of directors, And was it targeted against Judaism? Is just because of him? And the Wayne State encampment, God forbid, got raided. I think actually there's a protest. There's like Palestinian events maybe tomorrow. Maybe the students from Wayne State are appearing before the judge tomorrow. And oh, God forbid, Judas, the right wing opinion, God forbid, she was a wonderful woman, although I disagree with her politics, definitely. Um, so, got Richard here. Let me just share this real quick. Um, Jennifer shared this with me about OpenAI. So, this person, Leopold Aschenbrenner, wrote this not long, 160-page paper going over um, OpenAI in the direction of artificial intelligence. And I might actually go through that, but I have Richard here, so I will go straight to Richard. Appreciate you coming. Richard, how's it going? God bless. Good to see you.
I'm doing well. Yes.
Okay, so do you have any specific update or news about the Samantha Woll case? Do you know anything?
Nothing in particular. I only just see the court schedule, and that is the time. I'm uncertain if they've picked a jury yet. This might just be the actual um, choosing period.
So it's going to go tomorrow. Will schedule jury selection, or it could be postponed. I mean, the article looked like the prosecution, like it's ready tomorrow. Is the case is on, and it's been a while. Like, I mean, relatively, God forbid, like he was arrested in December. And then he was, so already at this point, I don't know why there'd be any delay. And but from my understanding, I mean, obviously, presumably it'd be a jury trial. I'm not sure if there's if that would be his choice not to have a jury trial, but yeah, I'd almost say it's definitely going to be a jury trial.
Yes, jury. So, and I believe all the defense motions were rejected. There was kind of a controversy over a phone call being intercepted, kind of just from the jail cell that they weren't aware was going to be recorded. And they were thinking, oh, with the prosecution learns of the defense strategy, there might be some kind of grounds for unfairness.
Yeah, I mentioned that when that came to be, and the motion, or whatever the case is, and it looked like one of the newspaper articles possibly was going to mention defense strategy that's going to claim that he saw her, God forbid, dead body, and that's how the blood got on his jacket. That maybe saw her and touched her to see if she was all right. Although they don't necessarily need to put him on the stand or give a strategy, and unless they have some sort of new evidence, I think it's going to be an upward case. Although the jury selection, and we'll see how much the media covers it, and it could be at this point that it won't be that big of a media spectacle, and also the people who you were friendly or cared about Samantha Woll um, may not also follow the case that much, because it's kind of a no-win situation for the friends of Samantha Woll to because it's unclear that the type of person would have been friends with her, um, how they would make this situation about say a black man in Detroit with minimal evidence, or circumstantial evidence, call it being prosecuted, and even if there was stronger evidence against him, and even if it was clearly that it was this guy, how would liberal friend Samantha Woll knew she cared so much about Black Lives Matter, not disregarding my so friend from California who has right-leaning views, who uh, apparently doesn't feel sorry for her at all. God forbid. Um, and then you could, maybe we'll talk about what's happening in Israel, or the Jordan Acker vandalism, if you were following that also, or anything else you're doing. Another case where, people don't necessarily feel sorry at all for people or victims or various cases, but my guess would be the people who are friendly with Sam Woll um, will have mixed feelings about this case of black man from Detroit being charged for a murder. Any thoughts on that, or you say you're not even following it? You don't plan to go to the case or report on it?
I'll see just simply what the media puts out, if there's any sort of live stream coverage as well, because there were a number of cameras just during the pre-trial.
I watched the whole thing in two speed, but I watched the whole televised hearing. I think you said you even went down to the court once or twice, right?
I didn't specifically.
Yeah, so I guess no need to speculate then. So we'll see what happens, and I'll be covering it at least just a week in review if there's any important update, and my guess is going to be that there's not going to be any new evidence against him, and it's going to be somewhat of a weak case. If there's media attention or the Jewish community or friends, I'm not sure. My guess also on that would be that people probably aren't going to talk about that much. It's probably not going to be huge media attention, maybe a story here and there. And the more likely people to bring it up are going to be right-wing people, right-wing Jews, or Fox News type that would more like to broadcast kind of the racial dynamics of a white woman in an urban area allegedly killed by a black man for the same reason that the Jewish community and the liberal media is likely to avoid the story. I don't know if you agree with that assessment.
Possible, given the dynamics.
Just the type audience coverage of type crimes that you've watched Fox News. Like they constantly cover cases of white women attacked by black men, and
Yes.
the liberal media usually the opposite. White police attacking black men. So if the liberal media were to cover this, and besides for the fact that it's Samantha Woll, it would probably be looking at it a case of abuse of police authority for kind of like pinning it on a black man with only circumstantial evidence, which considering there's Samantha Woll and people might will create difficulty for the Jewish community, and be hard for the Jewish community to demand to throw the book at this man, considering that somewhat goes against everything that Samantha Woll stood for. We think like Rabbi Alpert or something like that, and I'm sure Samantha knew Rabbi Alpert, and like I don't think they were necessarily close, but certainly they teamed up on activist causes like Black Lives Matters and even police reform and in various issues. So someone like Rabbi Alpert, I can't imagine how. I mean, certainly like okay, like if this guy killed her, he should be found the trial. But I couldn't imagine Rabbi Alpert. What stance is she going to take on this? You say that death penalty, throw the book at him. Like a dumb white liberal thinking that she could live in Detroit and do the liberal activism. So, but I'm independent, so that's why I like to remain independent, so I can just have the pure analysis of the issue and say, I also take a logical, rational actor theory that I think all actors are largely rational and have rational reasons behind their activities. So I saw you been following. I'm not sure if your report. Are you up to anything worthwhile noting these days, or journalism or politics, streaming
Not
media?
necessarily. You brought up the last week's incident at the Jordan Acker law firm.
Yeah, I checked your Twitter, your social media, because I was curious if your posting had any information on the Samantha Woll case, and when I saw that you were posting also, are you actually working for End Anti-Semitism now,
Um, no, I've just been volunteering with EndJewHatred, but I
or
certainly
End Jew
follow
Hatred?
all the different organizations.
End Jew Hatred is the one was created by um, was that the name slipping me, but the
Bert Goldstein?
Robert Kraft.
No, that the Kraft one is Stand Up to Jewish Hate.
Okay, sorry, yeah, sorry.
Very similar, yes.
But are they the ones doing those billboards or something like the Jew?
Yes, they're doing the billboards to my knowledge. And there's also Jew Belong that does billboards as well.
So how do you get involved with them, or what's your role with them?
Um, so far, mostly on advocating on different political issues. I mostly became aware via social media presence that there were activities going on in other states. And so this is in particular the Michigan chapter.
So I read last week, and I have another long article this week. Shaul Magid at Harvard Divinity School's article on Judeopessimism,
Mhm.
and talked about the history of anti-Semitism, even the concept of anti-Semitism, or the idea of there being a solution to anti-Semitism, as opposed to, like, historically from he's making a few points. One, the historical rabbinic biblical attitude is that you can't end anti-Semitism. It's a fact of the cosmos. When God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the other nations to hate us. It's just part of the equation, and say it's a tool of God to put us back on track. When we get off the path for a sin, or the Esau hates Jacob, but it's just the price of being the chosen people. So historically, till about 200 years ago, there's not much writing on anti-Semitism, from the extent certainly, like, of a solution to it. That it's just assumed that they hate us, and it's not them, that it's not, so to say, anti-Semites or non-Jews that hate us. It's um, it's something that is a natural reaction to God having chosen the Jewish people, given us the Torah, and if so to say that the reason why um, anti-Semites hate the Jews, if the phenomenon is because of God. And then you have 150 years ago, um, mostly coming through the emancipation in Germany, and the rise of Zionism, two different attempts of a solution to anti-Semitism, and one through Zionism and force, uh, and then the other through assimilation or political means. And then
Mhm.
so he's analyzing, uh, and also like his term Judeo-pessimism, from like Afro-pessimism, to say, well, the way that black scholars have looked at black racism, and say, well, there's this factor of anti-blackness that is founded into the creation of the West, structural racism, and black has become the other, and it's a construct of Western culture that's been there for 1,000 years. And then he questioned, is that the same thing about Judaism, where Western culture was built up on this construct of anti-Judaism? And then, so from that perspective, like, if you're looking, well, the only way to end anti-black hatred is to end Western culture. and then you say, and they might conspiracy, but the only way to end anti-Semitism is to end Western culture, because Western culture is based on this construct for thousands of years. And so it was an interesting article in just the different schools. So if you're looking, well, EndJewHatred, that's the organization, EndJewHatred.
Mm-hmm.
And that, what does that mean? Does that mean that and he makes the other point of that he claims that the theological position, just this like all pervading, always there, always the case, is a theological position. It's not like a social. There's this theological position historically that Jews have had, that they hate us because God chose us and God caused them to hate us, not of their own volition. And that a lot of the modern scholars of anti-Semitism, and he names Barry Weiss, Dara Horn, Deborah Lipstadt, the other name, the British guy, but it's basically they've intellectualized this theological claim that there's just this all-pervading anti-Semitism. They just hate us. It's always there. It's in all societies. It morphs and it changes. But he says it's not really intellectually founded like the scholars of anti-blackness. It's just kind of a modern intellectualization of the classical theological understanding. Well, they hate us because we're Jews, and it's a conspiracy theory. And they say, well, Judaism is a conspiracy theory. If like we talked last time about like the truth claims. So Judaism is a conspiracy theory by saying that God chose us. We're the chosen people out of all the nations. God chose us. It's a conspiracy theory, but it's true because God's in on it. And then, so anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory that's saying what? That God didn't choose the Jewish people, or there's some nefarious force. But so, I covered that last week, and I have another article this week I'm going to read through for some like scholarly background. But I mean, with that, if you're part of EndJewHatred, what does it mean to end Jew hatred? Is it even possible? You think, well, like a political solution? What does it mean to have a political solution, or like a mass education that that could conceivably change this phenomenon?
Well, yes, I certainly believe that by calling out instances of open anti Semitism, be that controversial statements or incidences of vandalism, that kind of works through political solutions through promoting education of the religion and of the history of the people, and also of strengthening laws to understand instances of hate crimes that have been recently targeting people who either are or are perceived to be Jewish.
So you think that the vandalism of Acker's office is clearly a case, or by definition of case, of anti-Semitism, or it's questionable? I mean, like the Steve Nealing article where he put it, and then I even mentioned, because I'd actually prayed at the synagogue next door. Like there's a Rabbi Yellen from Australia, Yagdil Torah, right next door to Goodman Acker. And I've been there like 50 times. And like I noticed he didn't have any rabbis there. I went to school in Oak Park, like the yeshiva. There's Yeshiva Beth Yehuda, the girls. There's a whole bunch of Jewish synagogues and schools. I didn't notice any rabbis standing together with them, and I was kind of leaning towards the Steve Nealing side that I'm not sure this is personal to him, because he got himself into conflict, and it's not an attack on Jews as a group. It's an attack on him in because of his action in his job against Palestinian students, and saying, okay, there might be some level of anti-Semitism, but saying, well, was it an attack on the Jewish community? And then he's saying, well, there was a synagogue right next door, and the message, okay, was about Palestine, was specific to him, and if they want, there was a synagogue right next door. Also, if they want, if they hit that, and then it was reasonable to say, okay, like this man Acker was a loud voice in having multiple people arrested and an attempt, you could argue, to ruin their lives. So you say, well,
Sure.
and you say, well, did he do that because he's a Jew? And you say, well, with his motivation to have the um, encampment dismantled, to call for the arrest or whatever of students to not, if their cases are still going down, they're still being prosecuted. Is that motivated by his Judaism? I'm saying is the reason is okay. There's Hubbard. There's other regions that are supporting that aren't Jewish. But so the question is Acker acting out of his Judaism? Is that the motivation for his position on the encampment? And then presumably that whoever presumably, I mean, I guess they didn't catch the people. They don't know who did it.
No,
But if it was, I mean, if it was pro-Palestinian activists or people related to the University of Michigan encampment, you say like, where you say, well, it's personal. Like they attacked him for good reason. And say it was a crime, vandalism. He might have defense to, say. Sorry, it was Richard had a phone call, but this case here of anti-Semitism and say, if you're from an organization, okay, so now you have a politician who is. I mean, these are difficult issues. So just this question and like, okay, so he has the news conference. And he says this is a clear case textbook example of anti-Semitism. What could more clearly be anti-Semitism than the Jewish Regent office being vandalized with, I think it was all about Palestine. Like there wasn't any specific anti-Semitic message other than free Gaza or Palestine or a personal attack on him. Anyway, so even if you say like, well, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, the attack on him, was it an anti-Zionist attack and therefore by definition anti-Semitic? But yeah, I tended to. I don't know Stephen Nealing and his opinion on that, but I was going to show the article, and if Richard's on the phone, I'll go back to this article here. But labeling pro-Palestinian graffiti as anti-Semitic at U of M Regent's office is disingenuous, activists say. Southfield police are investigating vandalism at Goodman's Acker's law office as a hate crime. Opponents of Israel's war in Gaza are increasingly being called anti-Semites. Jordan Acker, a Jewish member of the University of Michigan Board of Regents, quickly condemned the vandalism of his office early Monday as anti-Semitism because the graffiti messages criticized Israel's attack on Palestinians. Elected officials, along with CNN and other corporate media outlets, repeated the same claims. But is it anti-Semitic to criticize Israel? More than 36,000 Palestinians are estimated to have been killed by Israel bombardments and ground operations in Gaza since Hamas attacked October 7th. On May 20th, the chief prosecutor in the International Criminal Court sought arrest warrants for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister Yoav Gallant, alleging they committed war crimes. For reasons that aren't difficult to understand, Palestinian sympathizers are tired of watching innocent civilians getting slaughtered by the thousands. At university campuses, students are doing what they can to oppose the brutality. They're calling on colleges to divest from companies connected to Israel. Just because you stepped away, I'm just going to read this article real quick, then you could respond. That's exactly what led up to the vandalism at Acker's office in Southfield. At the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor last month, police and riot gear used batons and pepper spray to drive pro-Palestinian activists back from their protest encampment. Acker and other regions refused to call to divest and have openly supported Israel's attacks on Gaza, prompted protesters, including some Jewish students, to protest outside of the board members' home in May. Among the board members, Acker's was the most outspoken opponent of the protest. When activists scrawled pro-Palestinian graffiti in Acker's office Early Monday, he called it disgusting anti-Semitic attack on the social media platform X, and in media interviews, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and State Senator Jeremy Moss were among the elected officials who also called it anti-Semitic. But the graffiti contains no anti-Jewish messages. It reads, "Free Palestine, divest now, UN kills, FU Acker." Red handprints are also left on the office's doors. Law enforcement officials adopted similar rhetoric. Southfield Police Chief Elvin Barron called the graffiti a hate crime. The FBI also joined the investigation. On the federal level, the federal FBI defined a hate crime as a criminal offense against a person or property motivated in whole or part by an offender's bias against a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or gender identity. The maximum penalty for violating federal hate crimes that doesn't involve death is 10 years in prison. Police in Michigan reported 422 hate crimes in 2022, according to the most recent FBI data. On the state level, Michigan has an ethnic intimidation law, which makes it illegal to intimidate or arrest another person based on their race, color, religion, gender, or national origin. The crime is a felony punishable by up to 2 years in prison. Senate Democrats in March approved a bill to strengthen the state's law against hate crimes. The legislation would prohibit intimidation, harassment, and other threatening behavior based on a person's race, religion, gender, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, or age. The bill was referred to the State House Committee on Criminal Justice, where no action has yet been taken. Duad Wali, director of the Michigan Center of Council of American Islamic Relations, says he does not condone the graffiti, but the supporters of Israel's war are trying to silence dissent by labeling anti-genocide messages as anti-Semitism. It's a very disturbing trend that people who are calling for a ceasefire are being equated to anti-Semites and Hamas supporters. Wally tells Metro Times this is a very troubling trend. It as if Americans can't hold two ideas at once. We can say that Hamas committed an atrocity, at the same time say the Israeli government is committing crimes against humanity. Wally points out that many opponents of Israel's war are Jewish. In fact, one of the most vocal advocacy groups against the attacks in Gaza is Jewish Voice for Peace, which supports the liberation of Palestinians. Leaders of the group recently called on the Hamtramck City Council to pass a resolution endorsing a movement that advocates for boycotts and divestments from Israel to pressure the government to stop its brutality. While it also points to Israel political scientist and author Ilan Pappé, who says he was detained and harassed by federal agents at the Detroit Metro Airport last month for being a human rights advocate for Palestinians. Another unfortunate aspect of this is that there are Jewish voices who are being silenced by this narrative. That's the irony of this. The voices are being silenced. It's bizarre. On X, dozens of people challenge Acker's narrative that the graffiti was anti-Semitic, call it vandalism, call it criminal, but I don't see how Free Palestine is anti-Semitic. Another X user chimed in, "What about this is anti-Semitic exactly, Jordan? We can't keep throwing words around like this. They'll lose their meaning. This is not anti-Semitic." A non-tweeter, Alex, "If you want to end petty vandalism, stop hating genocide." At a news conference on Monday, Acker repeated the anti-Semitic claims, saying he was targeted because he is Jewish. Make no mistake, the targeting individual Jewish elected officials is anti-Semitism, Acker told reporters. This has nothing to do with Palestine or the war in Gaza or anything else. Acker continued, "This was done as a message to scare Jews. I was not targeted here today because I'm a Regent. I am a target because of this because I'm Jewish." To anyone who disagrees with him, Acker wrote on X, "It might be a good time to check yourself as to why. Pro-Palestinians disagree. It's vandalism, and that's wrong. And it's supporting divestment, anti-Semitic. You assume you were targeted because you're Jewish. Might you have been targeted because you're very vocal and visible, and the culprits knew it would get this level of attention, which they crave?" Meanwhile, Wayne Student University pro-Palestinian activists, along with staff and faculty members, are holding a news conference and rally at the corner of Warren and 2nd to protest camp police handling of the encampment last week, which I was there and put on my YouTube channel. After this article was published, Acker expressed his disapproval. "I know Muckrucker, and I'm absolutely gobsmacked that he would write an article so devoid of content." Acker wrote on X, "It lacks journalistic integrity and a shocking piece." And then after that, Nealing wrote an article of a Palestinian organization condemning the vandalism and saying it doesn't help the Palestinian cause. And I think Jordan Acker now has privated his Twitter feed, probably not directly sure, but presumably due to constant harassment or negative comments. And as mentioned, I don't know if you remember, Richard, like 2 years ago, the Woodward Avenue Shul was graffitied with a swastika.
Yes, that was last year.
and it turned out that it was like this mentally ill woman who claimed that she wanted to protest the war in Ukraine, and she was trying to frame it as Ukrainian activist. So she put like some sort of Ukrainian pro-Ukrainian message in the swastika, and she also, God forbid, swastika like some like baby stroller. But when she was arrested, and I'm not sure if she's still in prison. I mean, she was mentally ill, although she was also a Wayne State alumni in psychology. But she claimed that she's not anti-Semitic at all, and she was doing it in order to stop the war in Ukraine, which I guess, assuming she somewhat of a rational actor, that she wanted to frame Ukrainian neo Nazis for doing it, and she thought if she could make swastika and a Ukrainian message, that people might think that a pro-Ukrainian did it, and that somehow would stop the war in Ukraine. And she might be in prison now. As far as I know, she was arrested and tried, and she might still be in prison for that.
Yeah, there was. I'll see if I can pull up the case. I think that was on Court Listener, because that was being held in
watched your case
capacity.
And I had put on Facebook, I recommend to the rabbi you should drop the charges. And so even if the guy, I'm not sure if you're following, like Nicholas Fuentes and AFPAC is going to be in Detroit this week.
Yeah, somewhere.
So if you're thinking if one of those guys did it, even that, this was some crazy woman who, whatever case, but you're saying so I even messaged and I didn't get any response, no debate or argument, but I was saying I would recommend dropping the charges. But I don't think that's the path they took. And as far as I know, she, they did try her. She was arrested. She was being held. And then I didn't follow up on the case. So if you have that information, and I don't know your thoughts on that case, if you think, if you agree with my assessment of her mental state or lack of anti-Semitism, or if you think that the case, even if she had some deranged reason that you can't be putting swastikas on synagogues, and they should throw the book at her, and even the case of the guy also, he might still be in prison also, the guy who went by Temple Bethel and was harassing students. In that case, where that whole special huge 1,000 people from the Jewish community went out, and the police, and basically the Jewish community demanded that they charge this guy to the full extent of the law. And so Acker in the Jewish community, and then so I noticed I didn't hear any opinion of any rabbi. So I'd be curious what Rabbi Yellen next door feels about this case. But say maybe they catch these guys, and hate crime, they should charge them to the full extent of the law. And you talk about group conflict, and then from the level of was it an individual conflict between Acker and pro-Palestinian protesters that he, obviously Regent, he has to be involved in this issue, but he chose to crack down on the protesters. He chose to be pro-Israeli, to use his position to express pro-Israel causes, and that escalated into conflict. And then should that bring the Jewish community into it and say no, this is your personal conflict with whoever did this to you. Don't be bringing the Jewish community into it. This wasn't anti-Semitic. This is you, Mr. Acker, who chose to say reckless things and to escalate and to use your position to have student protesters arrested. And they broke the law. They attacked you, and you say they should be arrested, but don't bring your Jewishness into this. Don't try to say that it was anti-Semitic attack. You're saying they attacked you for your behavior. They did not attack the community. And I don't know, even saying you're working for EndJewHatred, and you're saying no, they attacked the community, saying you're not even part of that community. You're not. You don't live in Oak Park, and I haven't heard any statement from the Oak Park community on it. But certainly had a big press conference. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see anyone of a yarmulke. I didn't see any rabbi, any Orthodox leader standing next to him making comments in his defense. Not that they're saying they're not. I'm sure they, are against the vandalism and are concerned about the war and the vandalism and the hatred. But we say, like, we don't want this coming to our community. We want this separate. We don't want Acker having a loudmouth bringing the war to Southfield. And if someone attacked him because he had a loud mouth and brought the war to Southfield, that's on him. Don't try running behind the community now. Did you find anything about this woman? Is she still in prison?
Yeah, I'm just trying to check on that.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's.
That's fine. Well, because it said closed, it might have already been decided. I'm just
I mean, it's somewhat important, but you can check later. And
history.
But, I mean, you're working for a Jewish organization, saying, what do you feel on the case? You think like he ran his mouth, he brought it upon himself, and now we can't hide behind anti-Semitism.
I think it kind of more so pertains to how the community feels on what happened. And because this is the latest in a number of vandalism incidents involving a spray paint as a result of supporting Palestine within the last couple of months, in which I think there's a high potential that these could be connected, if not isolated copycats.
Yeah, but saying, if you're saying, I mean, two things. Like, you're saying cases of anti-Israel or even anti-Semitic graffiti here in Metro Detroit, or are you saying specifically in the the heart of the Jewish community, Southfield, Oak Park? Because I haven't really heard of either. I mean, if you say, maybe by like Wayne State.
I'm saying they're across vandalism. Yeah.
Well, I mean, saying like I've heard of swastikas at like schools that might have like a few Jews, but I mean, it's a different. Okay, like the swastika. This woman who put a swastika on the synagogue caused a lot of fear in the Jewish community. And then it turns out she's a crazy woman, and I recommended clemency. But it's saying like, okay, if you're in the Jewish community and someone put a swastika on a synagogue, people start getting scared. And this Arab man who went to Temple Beth El and was harassing kids. But if someone, because that's a targeted attack on a Jewish institute. There's also
particularly in his case, he's not considered mentally competent. Is the last thing I saw. And that
what is the thing? If you're saying, is it an attack against the Jewish community or not? And if you're saying it's from a string of incidents that are, if you're making it look like the Jewish community is under attack, you say, is that accurate or not? And they're saying, well, I'm not sure. There's been a handful of incidents, but it's like, if you're, because I went to the yeshiva in Southfield. I used to go to synagogue there. I know thousands of people in the community. Hey, Jim, God bless. Good to see you. My friend from Australia. Should you feel attacked? If you're part of the Jewish community, are you under attack, and is this from a string of incidents? And I mean, you're working for an organization, but I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not sure that there has been a string of incidents. I heard one case where a guy in a van yelled at some women outside of a synagogue in Oak Park, the conservative synagogue. I don't think he was identified, and he yelled at a few women and drove away. As far as I know, that's the only incident since October 7th that I've heard about in Oak Park.
Mm-hmm.
Or I mean, you're working for an organization. You're saying you've heard of more?
Yes, that are awfully similar to the vandalism at Goodman Acker, because
you're saying in the Jewish community in Southfield, Oak Park,
in Michigan, in Metro Detroit.
I'm saying there's a difference between. I'm saying there's the heart of the Jewish community, which is only a few square miles, where there's like 100 synagogues, all the Jewish schools. And I live in that community, relatively outskirts. I live in Southfield. and then you're talking in Michigan. So if you say, okay, there was a swastika drawn in the bathroom in a public school, you know, versus someone went to a synagogue and attacked Jews. And so it's saying if you're putting those together as, so if someone draws a swastika on the bathroom at a public school, um, I don't consider that an attack on the Jewish community. It's an act of anti-Semitism, but it's not an attack on the Jewish community. It's an attack on the Jewish community when you actively, God forbid, go to the Jewish community and do something against the Jewish community. And so Acker is right there in the heart of the Jewish community. Acker's office is literally next to a synagogue that I've been to 50 times. And so, you know, saying, you know, should I feel safe going to synagogue? I don't go to that synagogue regularly, but I studied under the rabbi. I know the rabbi's son. I've been there 50 times. You know, saying, son, does someone who go to the synagogue next door need to feel worried that Acker's office got vandalized? Or is they like, no, you don't have to worry about Acker's office being vandalized. That was because of his own behavior. And you don't have to feel worried going to synagogue right next door to his office.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm trying to clarify. If you're saying, well, it's part of a string of incidents in Michigan, like that, you know, that's a huge geographical region, a string of incidents like, and so I'm trying to clarify, like I'm making the Jewish community as a small geographic area that I live in. And like you don't actually live in the Jewish community, do you?
No, kind of outside.
Yeah, I mean, so say like if God forbid something happened to you and even it was anti-Semitic, and you say that's not, that could be an anti-Semitic act, like God forbid something happened to you, then you're saying it was anti-Semitic. You're saying, okay, we should stand up here as anti-Semitic, but it's not necessarily an attack on the Jewish community because you're not, you know, living part of the central Jewish community. And then if there's not even like an attack on a Jew, but just graffiti, or you know, even something that's clear anti-Semitism, like a swastika, a hate message that has nothing to do with the war, you say, well, that's an act of anti-Semitism, but it's not an attack on the Jewish community.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're lumping it all in together. You're saying they're all one and the same.
Well, that there's varying degrees of kind of like the understanding the IHRA on belief that Israel is intrinsically connected to the belief system, and so that acts of anti-Zionism equates to anti-Semitism, and that many Jews in the community feel very upset at this and other incidents.
Yeah, like you say, okay, the cause for concern or to be worried. I mean, I'm libertarian, so I usually take, like, I mean, I would take the attitude that people have the right to be anti-Semitic. People have the right to express their anti-Semitism. It only crosses the line when they commit a crime. And so, and you even call it a hate crime. Okay, like vandalism is a crime. Whoever did that to Acker, whether it was meant to be a warning to the community or it was simply a personal attack on him, it's still a crime, and they should, you know, be punished for, you know, relatively, and even graffiti. To say, okay, if I was Acker's rabbi, um, I mean, I'm kind of liberal. You mentioned like Sam Woll. I might tell them to drop if they caught the people, I might tell them to drop the charges. I mean, you're liberal leaning, or you're, you know, kind of like liberal besides, you know, Israel, or liberal besides anti-Semitism. But like, I would be leaning to say like, oh, like Acker, okay, like God forbid, you really want to ruin these kids' life over it, or you know, community service, you work out some sort, like Larry DeMongo. Or if you remember when Larry DeMongo and someone threw the chair through his window.
Not in particular, no.
I mean, it was last summer. I mean, you're familiar with DeMongo's right next to the downtown synagogue?
No. Oh, okay, now I remember. It happened at a bar. Yeah.
I mean, it happened in the middle of the night, and like some drunk kid
Yes.
who happened to be white from Grosse Pointe threw a chair through his window, and they caught him. It was on camera. And later, a homeless person, like you know, walked in through the store and maybe stole a few dollars. But DeMongo worked out a deal, and he paid off for the window and agreed to do community service. And DeMongo did not press criminal charges against him. And I spoke to DeMongo, and I encouraged him to have leniency on him. And just as I encouraged Rabbi Poulter to have leniency on this woman who drew the swastika on a synagogue, which he did not take my advice.
Yes, I just figured she's currently incarcerated.
So you did find that she's still incarcerated?
Yeah, but her earliest parole where she might get off is next month, actually, on the 29th.
So she's been in prison over a year for that?
I believe so. She pled guilty, so.
Do you agree with me that if you had sway, that you would have advised Rabbi Poulter to not press charges and work out some sort of agreement? You think, no, she had to learn a lesson. She had to be punished. It's good that she's been a year in prison for that. And if you take the case with Acker here and say whether it's anti-Semitic or not, to say, I mean, he's not going to ask me, but if he asked me, I would probably, that, because I'm generally liberal on these issues, and I'd be like, I mean, okay, like, it was some kids, it was dumb, let them work off, pay off, do some community service, learn something, but you really want them to go to prison for this? And now you have this woman, Wayne State alumni, psychology, like, she had issues. I know, like, her father had kicked her out of the house, or she was homeless, mentally disturbed, and, like, I cared enough. I spoke out. Like, I mean, I didn't speak out much, but I mentioned on Week in Review, and I even put a message on the Facebook page of the Woodward Avenue Shul, and I forwarded my opinion that I would recommend the rabbi not press charges and work something that was not worth sending this girl to prison over it. But that's not the path they took, and now you see she spent a full year in prison for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that was just my opinion. I said my opinion. I still feel that way.
Yes.
I mean, what do you think?
The two cases are different kind of culpability and kind of premeditation, the planning. Whereas maybe with her that was more spontaneous, whereas with Goodman Acker, I believe probably was to coordinate 4 individuals, a lot of planning that went into what they were going to write, where they were going to.
You're saying you agree with me in her case, but not Acker's case? You're saying that if it were up to you, and they'd asked you, you would have told them not to press charges against her?
Certainly toward the leniency. That's good that she's being held accountable, because she, like anyone else, has to be responsible for their actions, and is certainly of being incarcerated in some cases allows individuals who have those kind of mental health problems to have treatment options.
And it's escalatory. It's saying that, in terms of conflict, now you have, you say, well, the Jewish community ruined this young girl's life. And, I mean, her life's not over, but you're saying, the Jewish community could have been lenient, and it's really just one rabbi, or, I think in that case, there's, board of directors or one rabbi who had the decision power, just like, Goodman Acker, if Ackmer, or the co-owners of his business. So it's not the Jewish community's decision; it's an individual's decision. But that he chose to press charges and not be lenient, and the opposite of lenient, and to encourage the court and the system to punish her to the full extent of the law. It's escalatory. It's like, well, it's your right as an American. So the rabbi had the right to do that. He had the right to demand that she be punished to the full extent of the law, just as Acker does. He has the right to claim it's anti-Semitic. Just like I have the right to disagree. I don't have the right to drop charges. I mean, that's completely Acker's decision.
Yes.
But you're saying it's escalatory. And in the case, if they catch this person, they catch these people, and they do press full charges, and they do try to put them for a hate crime, and they do end up in prison like this woman, it's escalatory. And you're saying, well, is that good? And isn't Acker like he's on the? Isn't he like also like the board of the Michigan Democratic Committee? And saying, okay, he's a Democrat. Like Poulter, the Woodward Avenue Synagogue, okay, they're also kind of Democrat, but like, okay, he's Chabad, he's Orthodox. They're more right leaning. But even in that case, like, he's a rabbi. Like, I could see him like, mercy. Okay, like, like she made a mistake. Let her, work it off, pay it off, do some community service, come to, I mean, the olden days, like, before the rise of anti-Semitism, like she should come to synagogue and learn who we are.
Sure.
You're saying like, not in these, like, God forbid. I remember the case of that Chicago shooter at the parade a few years ago, and there were quite a few Jewish victims of that. I forget how many people were killed, and it was like, I don't remember that case. Like a young guy, he was like a rapper,
Yes.
and the Chabad rabbi said he recognized him and he had thrown him out of synagogue. That guy came to his synagogue, and he saw him as a troublemaker, and threw him out, or had security told him to leave, and then asked security to remove him. And then in that case, well, and I'm not saying that the rabbi had the right to do that, but he's saying that was an escalatory act. He's saying maybe, like the issue right now, okay, especially, if you talk, eventually get to, what's happening in Gaza, but this escalation, there was a chance to de-escalate. It's like he was bad the whole time. This guy went on to do a shooting. Maybe he was anti-Semitic. He even killed a few Jews. God forbid. But he had came to synagogue, and the rabbi could have taken a different path. He could have tried to speak to the guy, tried to change his mind, tried to demonstrate to him that you could be friendly with the Jewish community, invite him to Kiddush, give him a meal or something like that. But he chose to throw him out. And I mean, the rabbi's not to blame at all for what he went on to do, but I'm saying there was a opportunity to take a different path. And so like this woman also, and now this case with the graffiti. So Acker has been escalatory, with the protests, with having the students arrested, with not dropping the charges, and now, with the case of, I mean, I think he maybe even made a statement about potentially shooting people who showed up to his house. They might have walked that back, but he made a statement like, like hinting at like maybe, you come to his house and you might get shot. To up, to this point, saying like, we will catch you and we will throw the book at you. We will put you in prison for as long as legally possible. And saying, and this guy's a Democrat.
Yes. Well, this kind of goes in part with the newly put into state law, the Institutional Desecration Act, which specifically is supposed to enhance penalties for when buildings are specifically targeted.
I just mentioned one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody vandalized the downtown synagogue and beat up Larry DeMongo 10 years ago, they, like someone was drawing graffiti on the synagogue 10 years ago, and Larry DeMongo saw him and yelled at him, and they attacked him. I mean, they didn't seriously injure him, but they attacked him. And at that point, the synagogue did not press charges and had mercy on the person who not only, it wasn't anti-Semitic in this case, it was just vandalism, but vandalized the synagogue and physically attacked the neighbor. And it happened, I think, and have the details that it was a white kid. But in that case, they had mercy on the guy. They didn't want to ruin his life. And like, okay, he made a mistake. He won't do it again. But that case even involved violence. But they said it wasn't anti-Semitic. It was just, that was pure graffiti. And, that might have been before your time. That was already like close to 10 years ago.
Yes.
I mean, that was maybe even before Samantha Woll came to the downtown synagogue. And but I mean, just think, okay, like in that case, they had mercy on the guy. It was like a white kid from Royal Oak, and they didn't want to ruin his life, and they were willing to work it out. Like, okay, but like now all of a sudden, like no, these guys have to go to prison for years, and so, I mean, I oppose it. I'm speaking out against it. I think it's escalatory. I think it doesn't help, and I think it's bad for the Jewish community because it's escalatory, and it's saying that saying that okay, like um, now how do you deal with anti-Semitism? Then it comes back. These things: is it natural? Is anti-Semitism like group conflict, or can you transcend anti-Semites? Like if could this woman who put graffiti on the synagogue, if we had shown her mercy, invited her into the synagogue, transcended her into a Philo-Semite, could Jordan Acker um, transcend this and turn these people into Philo-Semites, or saying, is it escalatory if they do catch them and they put them in prison? And I don't know, maybe they're going to go to prison for a year. What it's a hate crime. What would be the prison? Is Acker to be like, no, I insist I think they said they go to prison for up to 10 years conceivably. And I doubt that would be the case, but if Acker is going to insist that this was a hate crime, this is anti-Semitic, and he insists that these people go to prison as long as the law allows, because he was attacked as a Jew, and say, well, that's escalatory, and you say, well, does that increase anti-Semitism? It certainly increases group conflict, and then the people who are arrested, you say, well, why were they in prison? They could be repentant and say because they made a horrible mistake and committed a hate crime and vandalized a law office over some sort of dispute about politics. But more likely, they're going to say they their life was ruined by the Jewish community. The Jewish community chose to the Jewish community turned them into anti-Semites. Which even like Nick Fuentes coming to Detroit this week. I mean, see, I was even thinking of going to that. And
do you know where it is?
No, I mean that's still, well, I mean, it's in Detroit. I mean, saying at this point,
where secretive.
Yeah, I don't think they put the location. Although I've spoken to a few of the international guests or debates, and some of them are intellectual and somewhat friendly. Actually, that requested, like Keith Woods and Michael Sisko, who are like debating, so they requested to speak to me, but your relative, but saying Nicholas Fuentes used to be a Philo-Semite supporter of Israel. I mean, if you know his story, like in high school, he was a young Republican. His hero was Ben Shapiro. He used to advocate for Israel, and a series of events, but largely people trying to ruin his life after going to Charlottesville turned him into who he was. That he was, relatively small commentator with a few maybe racist leaning opinions, but after he went to Charlottesville, he was doxxed and they tried to ruin his life, and then now he's the biggest anti-Semite in the world, and he's gathering some of the biggest anti-Semites in the world are coming right here to Detroit, and he's actually got Muslim people coming also. I mean it's quite a phenomenon, and I guess I think with all the media in Israel, I don't even know if people would protest him. I don't know, like, would you protest him if you knew where he was? Would you try to protest him?
Potentially, but mainly from an organizational standpoint of
And saying like,
going against the rhetoric.
I mean, he's coming to Detroit as a counter protest to Trump, and turning point.
Turning point. Yeah.
I mean, so who's going to be at Huntington Place next weekend? So the reason their event is in Detroit is that they always make their event counter to, CPAC when Trump speaks with Charlie Kirk, and a push towards a more, from their euphemisms, America First, anti-Israel attitude. But at this point, anti-Zionism is very popular. So um, you would say, I mean, it's unclear, like in Detroit, who is more, like, oh, you got Trump here, you got, the war raging on in Israel, and you got Nick Fuentes and his crew of people here. Who's more hated? Who's going to protest who? And,
Mhm.
would you make a coalition? If you got a coalition of like a handful of, so ironically, I asked Elon Pape about, I mentioned to him that Nicholas Fuentes is coming to Detroit in a few weeks and that he is teaming up with Muslims. He's got, like, I don't know, Mario Nuffel, Andrew Tate. I mean, Andrew Tate's not going to be here, but this guy, Suleiman Ahmed from Scotland,
Yes.
if you've heard of him,
Mhm.
you've heard of him,
Yes.
and Mario Nuffel. But I mean, Mario Nuffel's not going to be here, but he's been, um, out of Dubai and, um, leaning like, well, just hear this guy out. And that's actually how I ended up speaking to Keith Wood, because Mario Nuffel in Dubai is like, let's just speak of this out. So, let me try to get some Jews and their critics together on a space and we'll try to work it out, like the Abraham Accords. And so Suleiman Ahmed, who claims to be an outspoken critic of anti-Semitism, but also, one of the leading, I mean, he even calls himself the leading anti-Zionist in the world, is also going to be a headline speaker at, um, this event in Detroit. Um, and then, so I asked Elon Pape about that, and he said that I should team up with, I mean, I asked him about it. He said, yes, you should team up with Nicholas Fuentes against Zionism. What Israel's doing is so bad that, um, like some sort of like moral imperative, like, we're committing genocide, we're killing so many innocent people. We have to stop this. And in this situation, that means, like, yes, you should team up with Nicholas Fuentes, Lucas Gage, and all these people in order to stop, American support. In this case, Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk are wrong. America should not be supporting Israel. And even if Nicholas Fuentes and Lucas Gage are in fact the worst anti-Semites in the world, that what Israel is doing is morally, unquestionably far worse than the danger of what they're doing. That I should go to AFPAC and team up with them in order to stop U.S. support for the war crimes happening in Gaza. That was what Elon Pape said.
Yeah.
And so obviously he was investigated by the FBI. He's, not popular among the Jews, but he's Israeli. He's a scholar, and Rabbi Alpert, spoke at his event, and, I mean, she probably doesn't agree with that sentiment. But and also, like you're saying, does fighting against anti-Semitism largely end up being used as a cover for the war crimes in Gaza? So, say, what's your biggest worry as a Jew right now? And so, I'd say my biggest worry as a Jew right now is the genocide in Gaza. Not only the fact of what we've done already, I fear that we're going to kill hundreds of thousands of more people. So my biggest fear, like, okay, obviously, like, bad things can happen to us, the world could turn against us, but my biggest fear right now as a Jew is not just what we've done already, but my fear is that over the next few months, we collectively, Israel, the Jewish people, are very likely to kill hundreds of thousands of people. And maybe you think that's ridiculous. There's no way we're going to do that. Or even you're saying, well, maybe you're a little bit worried that, but like you're much more worried about Nicholas Fuentes and AFPAC in terms of concerns that, okay, maybe I'm right. And you should be a little bit worried that Israel is going to go off the deep end and kill hundreds of thousands of more people.
Well, certainly it's fine to criticize what the country is doing, but it becomes a problem when random people from the Jewish community are somehow morally responsible for what's going on.
I feel morally responsible for what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And that's
I say that I would say, I mean, I would even put that, say, you said, well, okay, when I didn't feel attacked when Jordan Acker's office was vandalized. I didn't feel personally attacked, like, as a Jew. But like in this, like, I feel morally responsible. I feel I'm responsible for what's happening in Gaza. And I'm not saying that you should feel responsible or that we blame all Jews. I mean, we could talk about, I don't know your organization. So, like, like if you confuse that with Robert Kraft's organization or, like, okay, the downtown synagogue and saying, well, I doubt people at the downtown synagogue support, or, Samantha Woll, God forbid her case. Like, like, I don't know what she would have felt at this point in the war, but she's part of the AJC, and the AJC is backing it. The downtown synagogue, or what, they're taking money from the Wexner Foundation. They're part of the Sholem Hartman crew, and Wexner is one of the main forces behind, arms and weapons dealing. So, the aspect to say, well, people in downtown synagogue, they're liberal, they're nice people. However, like, they're caught up with Wexner, and Wexner is the force that is, probably one of the biggest forces in America in us supplying those weapons to Israel. And maybe you, like, okay, maybe you're not affiliated. Okay, like Rabbi, your only affiliation is to Rabbi Alpert, and she's not affiliated with any of these organizations. And maybe your group EndJewHatred, or maybe your group EndJewHatred is ultimately connected with these larger Jewish organizations that are directly caught up in the war, and specifically into weapons transfers. More so than Acker. It's like, okay, University of Michigan has the endowment. Acker seemed to be an outspoken critic. He was, I don't know, outspoken, but he talked about the war. But like University of Michigan, their endowment and the investment, that's a little bit more removed than if you're on a synagogue that your leadership is sponsored by the Wexner Foundation.
Mm-hmm. Whereas I have the more concept that it's kind of the responsibility lies with international organizations and kind of like watchdogs that are supposed to curtail worldwide violence, but kind of continue to let other countries, and only later maybe this international court investigation might eventually say, well, both sides have committed war crimes and we're going to eventually take them in. But there isn't necessarily an automatic stopgap that ensures world peace, unfortunately. So,
well, I've been following this. I would say, like, no, I mean, the UN Security Council has already put countless resolutions, the ICJ, the ICC, and the only reason those international bodies haven't worked is because the Biden administration has vetoed them. And they're saying, so Acker is a Democrat. I think he's a senior person with the Michigan Democratic Committee. And, I don't know if he has the ear of Governor Whitmer or Biden or that level, but it's saying, like, no, I mean, you could say that Acker is, I don't know, legally complicit, but he's certainly complicit with, use the word genocide or war crimes. He's complicit with these war crimes because the only reason that they're still going on is because the Biden administration is still sending weapons, and because the Biden administration has vetoed the Security Council resolutions. The Biden administration has threatened the international court, and so I mean, the international community has been relatively clear that Israel is plausibly committing a genocide. The heads of the current state of Israel are just as likely guilty as Bolanos. They've been formally brought with charges for war crimes. So I mean, the case hasn't went through, but like they've, just like Bolanos, they've been charged with war crimes. The they haven't went to, and the reason the case hasn't went forward is because the United States is stopping it from going forward, and it's a Democratic. I mean, right now you have a Democratic control of the Senate, and saying, and Netanyahu is about to be invited to speak into the Congress.
yes.
By Schumer, by the Democrat. He, so saying that, saying as a Jew, you're saying, like, I'm worried that these guys are, so if you're going to say, like, no, these guys are our leadership and they are genocidal. And you say, well, what are you going to do? So you're going to speak up, or then but you say no. And the leaders of the Democratic Party are pushing to keep on backing this. And you're saying, well, like, okay, Acker's Jewish. So, like you say, well, it could have been Whitmer, it could have been somebody else. And you say, well, is the reason why the Biden administration is backing this because American Jews, because of the lobby? You're saying, well, that's anti-Semitic to say. And that's what you say, like, what's your biggest worry? So you're saying, well, my biggest worry is that we're going to kill hundreds. Saying, I'm using the word "we're," and it's saying that because the reason why Israel is likely, God forbid, to kill hundreds of thousands of people over the next few months is specifically because we're complicit. If we weren't complicit, it wouldn't nearly be as bad, and it would likely come to an end right away. If the Biden administration did not veto those Security Council resolutions, if the Biden administration let the ICC and ICJ court cases go forward, this would likely come to an end right away. And that's why I'm out here speaking out, and that's why, and I guess at this point, okay, I'm even more advocate than Rabbi Alpert, so to say. Rabbi Alpert has made some statements. She even got arrested in Israel, but I became even more anti-Israel than Rabbi Alpert, and I went to the Palestinian encampment I went to the protest about the students being arrested, and saying I don't think they should have been arrested, and to say, and I'm speaking out on my YouTube channel, just saying this. I'm not, beyond that doing much. At this point, I have no position at all in the Jewish community, and I really have no benefit. Saying, like, there's no benefit for me to follow my conscience and do what I think is the right thing. Relatively, all the benefit would be for me to do the opposite. And I mean, okay, you're in a difficult. I mean, okay, I went to Israel. Like I say, I knew Kahanists. Saying because I was in Israel, I was a Baal Tshuva. Like, I knew hundreds of Kahanists. Like, most of the people I knew had Kahanist leanings, and that's why I say, like, okay, like, I'm saying this as a former Jewish insider. They said, like, I'm scared we're going to commit genocide. And if you're saying, like, you don't know enough about Judaism to have any feel on this, like, you're like that's anti-Semitic. Like, you can't honestly think that the Jewish people are going to wantonly kill hundreds of thousands of more Gazans. Let alone, like, what you think about what happened until today. In terms of, or even say, like, I mean, hundreds of Israelis, like, even the rescue operation today, if you analyze it, okay, like, God forbid they were hostages and they were released. Thank God, the Himsa principle was horrible. They're suffering. Glad they're released. But 200 Palestinians were killed, and even like from the Israeli, it looked like they straight up were just killing people. Like, they went into the building and they killed everybody, like women and children, point blood assassination style. Like, I mean, okay, for the but saying like those guys are not heroes. Those guys are war criminals. Like, I'm glad the hostages are safe, but like, those guys are not heroes. Those guys are war criminals. And as a Jew, I'm better off saying that those guys are war criminals and should be prosecuted for their war crimes than saying that they're heroes. And if you're Acker in that situation where you actually have power, where you have the voice of the governor, and he's telling them that those guys are heroes, not war criminals, and then therefore you're the United Nations, the U.S. is completely going against all these organizations to stop them from going forward to protect Israel. I mean, so like, so you could look at the situation like, okay, like Duvid, he's got the mind virus. I became a self-hating Jew, a rabid anti-Semite.
Oh, of course not.
Or you can say, I'm confused. Like I have, you know, okay, like Nebuch, you know, like, God forbid, I'm an older bachelor. I never had any children. I'm bitter against the Jewish community because I failed. Or, you know, my delusions of power. I wanted to have power and I never got it. Or some form of psychoanalysis. Or maybe just say, like, I'm just wrong and confused and mistaken. Like, you know, like the world, I'm mistaken about how the world really operates. And, you know, as sad as it may be, uh, you're wrong. Like, it was worth killing 200 Palestinian people to get those people killed, to get those hostages released. And if an Israeli commando went in and, you know, shot point blank multiple women and children in order to do it, he's a hero, not a war criminal.
Whereas I believe that very well true that individual soldiers and their leadership will likely get prosecuted. Their defense is that there's a rule, essentially, of tactical warfare where somehow that can be justified if, in the case, of course, that presuming that they were being held hostage at gunpoint, and when they're coming into the area, they were immediately met with gunfire, and unfortunately, people within the area compound were hit and tragically died.
Well, I mean, I think it was already January that the ICC heard the genocide case.
Mhm.
And even the United States voted yes to push the court forward. Even the Israeli judge voted yes on one of the issues. Like, it was like the one Ghana or African judge, Zambia, I forget the country, voted against, and the Israeli judge voted against, and all but two of the cases voted against Israel. I think they voted that Israel did use incitement to genocide language in another one, but it's saying the American judge even voted for the case to go forward. But that was already back in January, and then um, President Biden and his administration spoke out against it. He
Mhm.
said they were misguided, and under no circumstance, you know, basically saying it's anti-Semitism to claim that Israel's committing genocide, even though uh, the U.S. representative to the court didn't think so, and um, you know, over 90% of the other nations didn't think so. So I mean, this was already, you know, God forbid, it's already 6 months ago.
Yes.
And so now you're talking, okay, like, okay, and saying this commander was just following orders. You know, the case where, you know, they brought cases against Netanyahu and Gallant at the top. So you're talking Gallant and Netanyahu aren't pulling the trigger. So I mean, this is a case where someone pulled the trigger, and
Mhm.
saying, you know, will he eventually stand war crime trials for this case, rescuing the hostages? And right now, the U.S. media, President Biden, um, are looking at him as a hero, and so saying, like, that's the point about the complicit. So it's saying that I feel complicit as a Jew in what happened today, and you know, I was going to try to add some academic scholarship on, like, what does this group identity mean, and what does it mean to think that it was worth killing 200 Palestinians, and maybe they're, even if they were all Hamas fighters, let's say even they were all Hamas terrorists, um, you know, let
Mhm.
alone the
Yes.
unlikelihood that that was the case. But even let's say they killed, let's say the best case scenario for Israel, there was only 100 people that were killed, and every single one of them was a Hamas militant fighter. Um, but even in
Mhm.
that case, like, would it have been worth killing 100 of them to save the four hostages? I mean, you have like your trolley car problem there, and then, you know, the fog of war. But even, you know, saying, and I mean, but even in the case that, like, all 100 people that were killed were, you know, Hamas militants, it's still a
Mhm.
trolley problem. You know, let alone that it's more likely it was 200 people killed, and probably 90+% of them were not militants. And then comes back to Acker. You're saying that is that anti-Semitism to he's a representative of power in Michigan, and he's advocating for this, and so you could say that, but it's saying so it wasn't like a random act of anti-Semitism. So I mean, God forbid, like that woman who, even like however mentally disturbed she was, that was a target. That was like a random act of anti-Semitism. She just drew a swastika on the synagogue. But and so if you're go to that synagogue, you said like, why did someone attack my synagogue? It's a random act of anti-Semitism targeting the community, as opposed to this case, Acker, to say like no, I mean like this is you were running your mouth, you were advocating for policy that's getting people killed, and some people took the law into their own hand, broke the law and attacked them. But like, but you still say like that. Well, that's anti-Semitism though, because like if you're still scared. So
kind
like,
of.
if someone beats me up, like if I I have a loud mouth and I cause problems, and let's say I go to AFPAC and I go up to Lucas Gage and say something dumb to Lucas Gage, and he beats me up. And then after he beats me up, he says, "Dumb Jew," and saying, "Well, was that anti-Semitic?" He's like, "No, like you're an idiot. Like you went to this event, you got in this guy's face, and he attacked you." And he's like, but like after he beat me up, he said, "Dumb Jew." So like that's proof that like, it was anti-Semitic motivated, or even in case, let's say he didn't say "dumb Jew," or God forbid, just a scenario like that, and you say, okay, well that's different. If Lucas Gage, I've spoken to Lucas Gage multiple times, like on Twitter Spaces, not like a whole bunch, but like 2 or 3 times, and so he comes to Detroit and he looks me up and he comes and he vandalizes my car. So I mean that'd be different than if I went to AFPAC, but like he's like, okay, I'm in Detroit, who do I know in Detroit? Like, oh, Duvid, let me find out where he lives and do something to him.
Yes.
You say, okay, so if you say like, is it? You say, well, like, okay, I'm the idiot who was arguing with him on a Twitter space. So it's not really anti-Semitism that Lucas Gage, God forbid, decided to come after me when he was in Detroit. And like, I don't think he would. Like, God forbid, like, I'm not worried about that. But just say hypothetically, but like, if he did, you're saying, well, is that clearly anti-Semitism? And so I don't use the word anti-Semitism because generally, like, I'm not even sure it matters. And so legally, we've created a case where it matters, where the punishment is worse. And so I'm not, like, from my political libertarian leanings, I don't agree with that. I'm not sure that it makes sense that the punishment should be larger if it's motivated by hate. I mean, you can analyze that, but that is the case. That is the current law. But like from that perspective, like I don't even. I mean, you got thoughts on any of these, or saying you feel free to disagree?
Yeah, because I think the motivation as somewhat of a symbolic retribution for what's going on in Israel and Gaza, that will certainly get factored into any court proceedings up to prosecutor discretion.
Well, I mean, you support the concept of hate crimes in general. You think that if a person does a crime motivated out of hate, that's worse than the same crime not motivated out of hate.
Yes, because that is the implied as the reason as to why they singled them out specifically.
Yeah, I mean that's just by definition what it means by a hate crime. But what makes that worse? That the punishment should be worse. I mean, God forbid if someone beats me up because you know they heard me saying something dumb, they don't like me, they think I'm ugly, versus because I'm a Jew. You're saying all those cases, like if they beat me up because I'm a Jew, the punishment should be worse.
Mhm.
And even to
Well,
me personally, like I think like, does that matter to me? That I think like, okay, I don't want to get beaten up. I don't want a crime done against me.
mhm,
Um, but God forbid, if a crime is done against me because I'm Jewish, like in that case, the guy should be punished more.
mhm. I think the legal argument that I've heard is specifically not only do you harm that individual, but you harm the community that they belong to because of the fear that instills within members who belong to that particular group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's only the case where you have a large tolerance for crime. It's like if it's Detroit, where most crime goes unpunished, America in general, most crime goes unpunished, and then you're going to make certain cases where if you're like in Japan or something where most crime goes punished, um, would there need to be a difference? Would it make a difference versus a case where crime there's a large tolerance for crime or ineffectual ability to stop the crime or whatever reason that but saying like, I mean, from me personally, like I don't want a crime committed against me, period.
Hmm.
And even if you're getting to um, deterrence, like what's the purpose of crime and punishment if it's deterrence? And you're saying the purpose of hate crime legislation is deterrence, and saying like, well, what does that say about crime in general if you're specifically trying to deter hate crimes as opposed to crime in general? I mean, we don't have to get into like abstract argument about law, but like generally, I would oppose hate crime in general. I think that as libertarian, Republican, right leaning, I think generally people are against hate crimes, and they say that legislation. But that is popular, so we do have hate crime legislation,
Hmm.
and that is the case. But then to say to qualify. I mean, it's an unfortunate situation, and I mean, even Acker's statement that this has nothing to do with the war in Israel, and to say, well, I mean, to me that just seems ridiculous. Like, obviously, the main motivation is the
Yeah,
war in Israel, and it's a series of events that escalated. And you say, well, okay, it was a crime. They vandalized his office. Maybe they were trying to send a larger fear message to the Jewish community and
mhm,
saying like, you guys are supporting the war in Israel, and will God forbid take it to your community, which is common in New York or
mhm,
other places. Detroit usually hasn't been a problem, but to say that like generally hate crimes, anti-Semitism goes up when Israel's at war. But I mean, to me, it just seems like clearly it's about the war in Israel. I mean, it's not like a random attack on him because he was a Jew.
mhm.
It's like almost completely related to the war in Israel and his role in cracking down the protest. I mean, we still don't know who did it.
Exactly. And I would presume would likely be connected to the university.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I mean, if conceivably it was, you know, random people that had no connection to the event.
Mhm.
I mean,
Who could just have done in solidarity somehow.
or yeah, I mean, whatever. But I say, okay, without knowing who did it, or maybe it was a mixed group. Let's say that it was a group of, let's say four people. But let's say two of the people who did it were Jews. Does that change the demeanor if they do catch the people and it turns out that I mean, let's say all the culprits were Jews, but let's say it was Ann Arbor encampment, and there was a large Jewish presence in the encampment. I'm not sure if any of the people arrested were Jewish. I have to look into that, but it could be even that some of the people arrested were Jewish. That would that make a difference? And then, or it'd be like, okay, if there were one Jew and three non-Jews, let's say, who did it, that the three non-Jews would be charged with a hate crime, and the Jewish person wouldn't be charged with a hate crime.
No, I don't think that exempts them because of the physical damage causes emotional anguish among the community.
Well, and they're saying, well, so assess that the other, so what does it mean, the community? So, like, as far as I understand, Acker is not part of the Orthodox community. Like, I don't think he's part of
Well, I mean,
synagogue. I don't think he went to a Jewish school. I don't think he went to, he's not a member. As far as I know, he's never even been in the synagogue right next to his office. So what does that mean to say, what's the community? Like, he's not part of the community. Just because he's Jewish, does that mean the Jewish community? Okay, he lives in, I don't know, is that his history or his parents, if his parents were Orthodox, or he lives in Huntington Woods. Maybe he belongs to a synagogue. Maybe he doesn't, but like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't belong to one of the synagogue. He doesn't belong to the synagogue next to his office. He didn't go to the Orthodox schools in Oak Park or Southfield. And so, is there solidarity now? So he's never been part of that community, but now that his office that's within the geographic vicinity of that community, now it's an attack on the whole community, and now there's like unity between the Orthodox and the unorthodox in this case.
yes, I think there's kind of a societal coming together to.
But yeah, but if that were the don't the Orthodox rabbis have to decide that? He did the press conference.
Mm-hmm.
He had a whole bunch of people standing there. He invited Jeremy Moss, and I don't know who else, but like, how could you presume that? Like, shouldn't that be something wouldn't like Gary Torgau or a leader from the Orthodox community be the decider of that? You can't just presume that that's how the Orthodox community. Maybe they feel that way, maybe they don't.
Mm-hmm.
How are you just presuming that there's this unity between that the Orthodox community feels that they were attacked because Acker was attacked, even though no one has said so?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be different if Gary Torgau said so, or the rabbi of the synagogue next door, and just saying like, what does it mean that, even saying like, what does it mean that no rabbis were at that press conference? I'm assuming that Acker doesn't know any rabbis like that. I mean, if he knew rabbis, that he might have, like, maybe like Young Israel rabbi, or maybe like some rabbi, if he just contacted him, would have stood there with him. But like, he probably doesn't even know any rabbis like that. And then saying like, okay, he's been how many years has he been in Oak Park, and he doesn't know any Orthodox rabbis. But now his synagogue, his office gets vandalized, and like now all of a sudden he's gonna like call up a bunch of rabbis to say like, don't you guys feel attacked because I was attacked?
Whereas my perception is kind of like a consensus among members of the community who did show up and could the next day after, and also have made statements saying in agreement that this to them was an act of anti-Semitism.
It's been a week now. I haven't seen a single statement. I've been looking. I mean, I could be wrong, but like, it's been a week. I haven't seen a single statement.
Well, of course, I can't speak as to what sort of criteria any particular rabbi would have to.
Well, I mean, it'd be very easy for one to make a statement. Even if someone's like, okay, like Aaron Tobin, who is somewhat, he's not, he's peripherally Orthodox. He's a Republican. he trains people how to use guns. Like I would guess that like Acker and Aaron Tobin. I'm not sure if you've heard of Aaron Tobin.
I might have.
I mean, he ran for mayor. He's ran for political office multiple times. He wears a yarmulke. Like he didn't go to Orthodox schools, but he's peripherally Orthodox. And like, I mean, he's done multiple businesses, but one of his businesses is training people to shoot guns. And he's very active in the. He's on Let It Rip, you know, the
Yeah,
local news
that's
Let
right.
It Rip. So he's on Let It Rip very often. So I don't know, like you know, so if he, I mean, he let's say he's more part of the Oak Park Orthodox community. If he spoke up on Acker's behalf, um, and he might not even know Acker. I don't know, like, but saying like, okay, but I didn't hear a statement from him. I mean, maybe he did make a statement. I'm not like close with him. I don't hear every statement, but it's like if someone like him spoke up and like he's, I don't call him like a Kahanist, but like okay, like Tobin's like you know borderline a Kahanist. You know, he would probably also agree with Acker. I don't know how he feels about hate crimes. He might not agree with hate crimes, but he's like, yeah, these people should be punished to the full extent of the law. And I recommend Acker and his whole staff, you know, contact him about, you know, getting concealed weapons permits. And I can't imagine like, you know, so what Tobin and Acker are now supposed to be like buddy against the joint threat to the community, or Tobin saying like, I'm not worried. I'm a gun trainer. If you're scared, Acker, buy a gun. Vote Republican. Or even to say like, you know, like it was your dumb immigration policies in the first place that these people are even here. You know, from like I'm saying like you know, God forbid, like a lot of the people in my chat are right wing, you know, leaning Jews, and they didn't even have sympathy for Samantha Woll. But I'm saying for the Acker, you're saying like of course, like it was your dumb liberal immigration policy that brought these people here, and now they're attacking you. Um, you buy a gun, as opposed to saying like, I feel the community is under attack, or even saying like, that's why I support Ben Gavir. Like, have you seen my gun collection? Like, dude, and maybe Acker's like a Democrat like that. He's got a gun collection like that also. Maybe he is buddies with Aaron Tobin, and they just disagree about politics and immigration, and like, they got big gun collections. But I would doubt it. Like, I mean, I'm not sure. Or maybe this has changed Acker's mind, and like he's going to switch and come out as a Republican, and start advocating for guns and closing the border. I mean, you don't see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like any sort of event could kind of switch perceptions.
Or it was
When
like
you
Nicholas Fuentes was saying.
Now, what you just said about potentially rules, of course, we don't know the perpetrators yet, but that automatically immigrants were one of the instances up in Canada. I have to get this right.
Yeah, I'm saying if they were Arab, they may or may not be Arab, but just say there's some presumption that they might be.
Doug Ford, who specifically said that one of the incidents might have been as a result of undocumented immigrants.
Well,
in Toronto.
I'm thinking, I mean, I went to that event, that girl, Lexi, the University of Michigan Palestinian, with that video of Go Back to Mexico, the video that I went to that event where she spoke.
Yes,
I mean, she's Palestinian, not Mexican, but saying, so I'm not talking about Mexicans, saying the reason why this happened was because, I mean, from the right-wing perspective, like Trump would have solved this issue with the Muslim ban in 2016 if they had allowed him to start deporting Muslims, to stop allowing them to come to the country. And the reason why this happened was because of Democrats like Acker, who fought Trump and the Muslim ban and brought these Arabs into the country. and saying, of course the Arabs support Palestine, of course the Arabs feel this way. The problem isn't with them. The problem is that they're in the country. And that's like the Nicholas Fuentes American First perspective. Like these people are just acting, favoring their race, and the problem isn't that they're making encampments or protesting on behalf of Palestine or against American foreign policy. The problem is that they're here in the country in the first place. And so you're just saying, like, so if you ask like the Trump perspective, like, I don't think they're going to agree with Acker in this. Like, the problem isn't that, like, hate crimes and like, okay, like it's okay that you're in the country. You just, you can't commit hate crimes. You could protest, as opposed to like, no, the problem is that you're in the country in the first place. And, so I'm just saying from that perspective, I don't think there is unity in the Jewish community. And like, so I don't think Aaron Tobin is going to make a statement on behalf of Acker. And like, okay, and like, oh, he's a community activist. He's not a rabbi. He's a Republican activist. I don't even know any other community activists. Like, he's the only community activist I could think of. Yeah, I could think of rabbis, and even like the Young Israel rabbis. I don't know if like some some rabbi he's never once been to their synagogue is going to go out and make a statement on his favor, or even say, because they might not want to escalate this. They would say, I don't want to bring conflict between. Gary Torgau sent out the letter denouncing extremist language. Presumably he supports the war in Israel to some extent. He was even part of, some sort of thing with Naftali Bennett, but like he sent out things like trying to, he went to events with Arab Americans. He's trying to quash any potential of conflict between Arabs in Metro Detroit and the Jewish community. And so is claiming that the attack on Acker is anti-Semitic an escalation to the Jewish community, putting the Jewish community in more danger or less danger? And so I think it's meaningful that no one in the Orthodox community has spoken out on his behalf. Although I don't think Stephen Nealing spoke to those people. Stephen Nealing probably doesn't. He may or may not have. But like, so Stephen Nealing is just, he might know Jewish Voice for Peace, some liberal Jews. I know Stephen Nealing. He didn't speak to me about this, but like I doubt he spoke to like Republican Orthodox Jews or Orthodox Jews. Although he might have. But just looking at that issue, like I don't agree with him that it was anti-Semitic, and I don't agree that it was an attack on the community. And then even think for the best sake of the community is for him to distance it and say, he took himself off of Twitter and say it was wrong of me to bring my politics on the Twitter or something, had a big mouth, was making incendiary statements on Twitter, and it's his right as an American. But if he asked his local rabbi and the rabbi looked into it and be like, dude, like you're bringing heat onto the Jewish community because the incendiary comments you made on Twitter. And are you officially like working on his behalf? Does your organization like officially like endorsing him, or are you working with politicians or
formally just trying to offer support and solidarity towards hopefully that the incident will get solved and that those prosecutors will make the decision based on interrogation how to proceed with the trial.
But the prosecutors, they're not going to ask, so it doesn't matter if they polled the Orthodox community and the Orthodox community overwhelmingly said, this has nothing to do with us, it's just between Acker and them. We don't feel threatened by it. And I'm just saying hypothetically, like I'm sure there are Orthodox Jews that probably do feel threatened by it and do back him. Although the leadership has not made that a statement on that matter, nor has any rabbi, as I've seen, maybe in a sermon, but like not publicly, not in any. But that doesn't matter to the prosecution. And it's okay, like in this case of that woman, if I had went down to the court and as a Jew spoke up on her behalf, and just like, I feel sorry for this woman. Like, God forbid, like, I don't want to see anti-Semitism. I love the Jewish people, and like, a lot of people are scared, but like, it's not good. She doesn't really. It's not going to help anybody. I mean, I didn't know the woman, but let's say hypothetically, I went to the court and tried to speak up on her behalf, and I don't know if that I probably wouldn't even have had the opportunity. I might have been able to stand outside. Maybe I could have like held up a sign or something. Like tomorrow, there's going to be a protest for the Wayne State students that were arrested. And it was saying like, we'll drop the charges, and it come out as a Jew, um, saying maybe some people harbor some, like, okay, I went down to the encampment, like they were chanting from the river to the sea. It's possible that some of the people there harbor some anti-Semitic beliefs, but just saying, I don't think it was right that they were arrested. Okay, maybe clearing the encampment, they had to clear the encampment, but they're arresting them. They're going to prosecute them. You look at like Michigan. I don't think it's right that they arrested them, and like, okay, you arrested them, but like, drop the charges. You really want to ruin these kids' lives over this protest? Um, and so if I went to the courthouse tomorrow, and I don't even know who the judge is. Okay, I know a lot of judges. I don't know who the judge. If maybe it means something, maybe it'd make a difference. Maybe the judge would see me out there and be like, "Oh, is that Doofus? Like, that David Kelton? Like, is he protesting on favor of the Palestinians? Like maybe it would make a difference. Like, I don't know. Like the Acker case, I wouldn't do that. I mean, that's vandalism. Even like, okay, I'm voicing my opinion in terms of like the hate crime, but like, I wouldn't, if they caught them and like he decides to press full charges and they charge him with a hate crime. um I don't think I'd go to the courthouse. I mean, if I knew them, if it turned out like it was someone I'd known or spoke to, but that's very unlikely. I have went to Palestinian student events. If it turns out like, okay, I used to go to safe student events, I've been to, so if it turns out that it was someone that I know and spoke to at the encampment that did it, God forbid, um, even that, like, okay, what I'm going to say, like, do you really want to ruin this person's life? I'm going to go to the judge. I'm going to try to um, press for leniency. I mean, I doubt I would. Um, and it may or may not make a difference.
And often the defense teams usually try to put that into perspective when they're negotiating with the prosecutor, especially if they plea or but in this case they are kind of hoping that the charges will get dropped, but I don't think that that's really gonna persuade them.
Well, the Wayne State case tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow or Tuesday. The Wayne State, they're bring the students at Wayne State,
Mhm.
and they're being charged with a misdemeanor. And you see the protests across, like, I don't know if the guy's actually Israeli, the Washington County prosecutor, and like Shavit or something. I don't know if he's Israeli.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm talking about? Is he like a dual citizen,
I'm
Israeli or?
not familiar with.
I mean, whatever the case, he's the elected prosecutor in Washington County, and there's been petitions for him to drop the charges, which he hasn't. And I don't know what the
Mhm.
charges are against the people in the encampment, and but there has been regular protest, and like where the case goes, there will be protest, and in that case, like, because this is national, there's been 3,000 people arrested across the nation for the encampments. Um, so vandalizing Acker's office is substantially worse than the encampment protest, probably, like, legally. So it's saying like
Yes.
those people took it to a higher level. So I'm going to question, like you're saying, legally, that's like those people that, I mean, say putting, I think they have the right to protest at his house on the sidewalk, and they may
Mm.
have the right to even post something on his front door. I mean, I think they ruled that that wasn't illegal. Is that right?
I'm not too certain because in the case of leaving things on their doorstep, that can be considered as stalking.
Yeah, I mean, he's an elected official. I'm saying, like, I know they have.
But at least across the street, yeah, you can do that.
I mean, they have permanent protests outside, like Nancy Pelosi and the Defense Secretary Austin, Blinken. All these people have permanent protests at their houses, and even like vandalism. So, like, I saw, like, throwing red paint on their cars or something like that. But I mean, these people have permanent protests, um, and even just other things like, I mean, you have the right to protest somewhat in front of somebody's house, like hours or permit. But I think the police said that that wasn't a crime. That whoever went to Acker's house, that wasn't a crime, and there weren't. They know who did it, and they might have questioned him, but they're not charging them with anything. That was. I'm pretty sure that was the case. That they know
Good.
who did it, and they said it's not criminal. But I mean, vandalizing his law office, that's 100% criminal. And like the how bad of a crime that is, I'm not sure. Saying, okay, that woman with the swastika, and she might have had like prior convictions. She had some issues. She had been in prison before. I'm not sure if that's the reason why. I mean, but a year in prison, that's a lot. Like that woman who drew drew a swastika on the synagogue, that like a year in prison, that's a lot, right?
Absolutely.
And that might have been because she had prior convictions.
Yeah, there's one that was fleeing from a police officer a couple of years back.
So I'm not sure if that's.
But actually, interestingly, the maximum, if she isn't paroled earlier, would be until 2038. So that certainly shows how punitive the law can be in regards to specific.
Well, I mean, in New York, it's well, I mean, because it's a hate crime. It's not because it's vandalism. It's because it was a hate crime.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But I'm saying if it's just vandalism, like it probably 30 days or something, like tops. Like I can't imagine it's because it was a hate crime. Mm-hmm. And that was, like I said, it's because, I mean, put in that term, like because the rabbi chose to escalate and press full charges, including as a hate crime. And I'm not sure if it's the person who decides or the police on their own. It's like, does it matter that Acker thinks it's a hate crime or not? I'm not even sure legally if it matters. Or if the rabbi thought it was a hate crime or not. I'm not sure if that matters. I don't know if you legally, do you know the answer to that? Does it matter the victim's perspective?
Yes, in some capacity. Now, in her case, those more egregious charges are specifically breaking and entering plus an element of arson in addition to.
I mean, and she did it twice also. She did like someone actually knew. We used to go to synagogue with the guys, the woman's husband, like the carriage. God forbid. But even that case, like, I'm not sure how that guy felt about it. I mean, saying like, okay, I'm sure he was concerned that his daughter's, carriage was, vandalized with a swastika. I'm sure it was very concerning to him. But he may or may. I don't know whether he advocated for full punishment of the law, or if he had the opportunity to drop the charges.
Mandatory minimum in those charges.
And so that has nothing to do. So even if, I mean, I don't even, maybe in some of these, like, I mean, you can't necessarily just drop the charges and let the person go. I don't even know the case of the legal scenario to say, if Acker now, even if he wanted to, if he could just drop the charges.
That's just the prosecutor's discretion.
But I'm saying Acker changed his mind. He's like, I forgive them. I don't mind. I was wrong. That the prosecutor could still carry the case for it. It doesn't matter if Acker changes his mind and forgives the people who did it. You don't know?
Kind of feeling like that's kind of just more so on the decision of charging.
Yeah, because it's not just about him. So like it's a society
It's kind
prosecution.
of, I would believe, probably some negotiations that could occur, especially however this were to get solved. If these individuals turn themselves in or somehow want to repent or seek
Well, I mean, DeMongo was
forgiveness.
able to negotiate and have no charges against the person.
Yes.
And I don't know how he did that, if the police cooperated with him or if the police could have overruled him and said, okay, like, you called the cops, we opened up the case, and they caught the guy, he turned himself in, he apologized. However, we're still going to prosecute him. I mean, to a certain case, like you can't forgive a person for like murder or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a legal expert in that case to know the legalities. Although I'm sure there's a straight cut, clear answer in the case like the hate crime. Like I said, doesn't matter. Um, if Gary Torgow came out and said, "I don't think this was a hate crime. I don't think the community's under attack," and like, okay, he carries a lot of weight, knows a lot of politicians. Would that have any sway? Or they could be, they could say like, we don't care what he says. We're still charging as a hate crime. Acker feels like it is, or a few people do, and even though leading voice of the community who knows a lot of politicians said he didn't think it was. Well,
Because
I'm saying
kind
hypothetically, like, I mean, I doubt he would do that. But I'm saying, even in that case, like you're saying, that's not the nature of the hate crime legislation. That like you don't get to, they don't put it to like the community vote. If someone attacks a minority,
yeah.
you don't like consult. But I mean, it seems political in origin that
There's certainly investigative criteria to get the FBI involved as well.
and be like, I mean, they're charging Bolanos with first degree murder.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say they also decide to charge him with a hate crime. They decide also that he did it because she was Jewish. Which, I mean, I guess they still could, or maybe it's too late, or they don't say there's any evidence, or but I'm saying that, like, theoretically, let's say they add on to Bolanos hate crime also, and that it was anti-Semitically motivated.
Mm-hmm.
Does it? I mean, I don't. I mean, they're already charging with first degree murder,
Yes.
and I don't know if the hate crime would. But I mean, presumably, if they presumably they would add hate crime if it was even. I mean, because I think God forbid, the Tree of Life shooter was also charged with hate crimes and first degree murder, and
Mm-hmm.
so they did charge him with hate crimes in that case. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So like at Bolanos' case, if they threw in hate crime also, or just because people in the community think that it was possibly, I mean, maybe some sort of evidence. So obviously it's connected. Saying anti-Zionism, it's connected to his Jewishness. Is there anything else in the end Jewish hate that is interesting? I mean, would you be involved in protesting AFPAC and Fuentes in his meeting, or is there
If we knew the
nothing you can
location,
really do?
possibly something could get arranged.
I mean, I remember when Richard Spencer came to Michigan, the ADL was extremely active in shutting down his events, and they did shut down. They were able to locate. Um, he was supposed to hold a thing in Detroit. Also, I mean, he spoke at Michigan State, and he won the Supreme Court. So Richard Spencer won a Michigan Supreme Court course that he did have the right to speak at college campuses, invited by a student club or whatever the details was.
Mhm.
But the ADL was able to, when he was going to come to Michigan, he was also going to have some sort of like retreat seminar conference, and the ADL was able to find out where it was going to be and convince the business to not allow it. And so, if the case with AFPAC, I mean, I don't know if that your organization would be involved like that,
Mhm.
or is that
I
something
think
you do?
that could get up for consideration has to do with mobilization, also wanting to whether or not we can handle the deluge that might come from the virtual Kuiper army, if you will, who espouse different anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist perspectives that would kind of go after. Because of course, many of those individuals have already set sights on the ADL.
Well, I mean, the perspective, like with the, I mean, I was speaking to some groypers, I guess, online, people I've never met, and there might even be some groyp. I mean, there might even be some groypers watching now, although not identified in the chat, but um, that I was speaking to one, like, I mean, even to uh, ran for Congress and opened, and saying the venue, that he's not worried about the protest because he thinks I mean, one thing, like the ADL Jewish organizations have spent all of their energy defending Israel, attacking the encampments and Palestinians, that they've largely retreated from attacking Fuentes. I mean, Elon Musk, and eventually those people all got reinstated. And Elon Musk, I mean, I was reporting on it. In fact, I was even um, in some spaces with some of these people when it happened, because I supported the free speech and them returning, and debates and conversation. But when Elon Musk started allowing people back onto Twitter, and then there was the backlash, and then there was the ban, the ADL, and like Keith Woods, who created the, from Ireland, who will be here in Detroit next week, was like the founder of the ban the ADL movement, who I think he still has the ADL page against him. Um, but Elon Musk, had that conversation with the rabbis, the president of Israel, through Ben Shapiro, if you're following that, and then he went to Auschwitz, and ban the ADL happened before the war broke out. So
Yeah.
before the war broke out, there was a lot of pressure on Elon Musk. So the ADL was like full attack mode on Elon Musk, um, going after advertisers. Um, was the Elon Musk speaking at the New York Times conference where he was like "F you" to the advertisers? I don't know if that was before October 7th with Andrew Ross Sorkin, if you were following that. But after October 7th, um, the ADL basically switched, and most Jewish organizations, AJC federations, Jewish Community Relations Councils, went
Mhm.
full into supporting Israel
Yes.
and backed off of Elon Musk and Twitter. And so Elon Musk made a compromise with um, the ADL, and like he said, he would ban from the river to the sea, and he would ban what he called genocidal language that was mostly
Oh,
coming from Arabs, Palestinians,
yes.
and he allowed the right wingers. So like Ben Shapiro, personally, his opinion, like I said, like like the Aaron Tobin, like me, right leaning libertarian, was like he thinks those people should all, like free speech, those people should all be allowed on Twitter. And Ben Shapiro, that case, that's how I feel in terms of the censorship. But the ADL strategically just didn't have the strength to fight two prongs at the same time. So they
Mhm.
backed off on white nationalist, alt right, right wing, counter Semites, anti Semitic language, and focused fully on the war, and then when the encampments happened, like the college protests, and then the encampments happened, then like they completely backed off on so like I don't even know if the ADL is going to make a single statement on AFPAC meeting here in Detroit.
Sure, yeah.
And I mean, it's because their hands are completely full with the encampments and the Palestinian students and their supporters. That so if you're looking strategically at this point, I mean, they're still banned from payment processors. Like they still are being careful. Like they don't wherever the location, but it could be that even if they had the location, that the Jewish organizations wouldn't have any success. And historically, there might be some like the last AFPAC 2 years ago had Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, 3 years like it had like Mike Rogers. It had Congress people there, and I don't know if this one it could be uh, that there'll be Michigan Republican people that go to it. I don't know. And but I mean to that point, like you got to use your energy strategically. So even if you do think that you would like to see it shut down, um, and then you got to look at it otherwise and say like, well, if you're against what Israel's doing in Gaza, that's their main issue. And saying, I mean, so like I mentioned that to Amir Zar, the Palestinian comedian professor at UAD, when he came to um, the Elon Pape event. I mentioned him also about AFPAC, and saying like, well, they're right on this issue. I mean, if you're saying they're right on um, being against Israel's military campaign in Gaza and the U.S. support of it. Or I mean, maybe you don't feel that way. I don't know about your politics, but I mean, if you feel like okay, like you agree with Nicholas Fuentes at least on the point that the U.S. should not be supporting Israel's military campaign in Gaza.
I think the main issue is that they kind of do that espousing rhetoric and not condemning the positions where that could get interpreted as anti-Semitic and saying things specifically against Jews outside of Israel. Certainly, there's those who go within just because of the criticism on a national foreign policy perspective, but aren't able to condemn the more extremist faction of the underlying um, far right beliefs that would delve into conspiracy theories against George Soros and Mossad agents being um, and kind of great replacement theory as well. And
Well,
I
you add
think
to the
that
full gamut.
Mhm.
And so, like, yeah, I mean, let's say that they have the full gamut of anti-Semitic opinions,
Yes.
and just saying, well, I happen to agree with them on ending U.S. support for Israel's military activity. Is that when we disagree on, multiculturalism, immigration, um, the Jewish people in general, but like I agree on that issue, and then um, if you're going to look relatively, what's more dangerous to you as a Jew? Is it more dangerous to you as a Jew that these people are going to come to power, take over America, kick us out? They support not allowing Jews to have any positions of political power or mandating Christianity or any of these things. If you, I'm not sure if Lauren's asking a question to you or whatever, to someone in the chat. Um, but you're saying, well, I mean, the biggest fear to the Jewish community is that what we're doing in Gaza and what we might do in Gaza, and um, I think it's a bigger danger to us as Jews that we might, God forbid, kill hundreds of thousands of people over the next few months in Gaza. And like Elon Pape said, that that was his danger also. He said it's going to get better. Israel's Zionism's kind of on their last ropes, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it could be one of the last things Israel does, the Zionist regime does before it loses power, is kills hundreds of thousands of more Palestinians. And saying like that's the biggest danger to us as Jews, much more dangerous than um, Nicholas Fuentes or Lucas Gage. And if they're advocating against it, that they're large voices speaking to millions of people, trying to stop what Israel's doing in Gaza, we should, and that's a minority. Like right now, the people advocating against what Israel's doing in Gaza in the U.S. are a minority. And so if these people, if Nicholas Fuentes and Lucas Gage and Keith Woods or so on and so on of the big names that are going to be here in Detroit next week are advocating against that, that we should be supporting them, even though we disagree with their platform in general. And you're saying, well, I mean, it's a complicated issue. Okay, like I found the ahimsa principle. Let the ahimsa principle be our guideline, and it means non-harm, and I want to minimize harm. And as a Jew, like, yeah, I'm scared about rising anti-Semitism. I'm scared about Christian nationalism. I'm scared about these various things, but I'm more scared about what we might do, as Jews or Israel in Gaza, and in order, the most important minimization of harm right now is stopping Israel from committing a genocide. And if that means teaming up with anti-Semites to stop us, so I'm just throwing out there, like, I mean, like saying like it's like the hostage rescue, like all of these are trolley problems. So you just said like, it was worth killing 200 people to save 4 hostages, and you're saying, if you're looking from that perspective, you're saying, well, is it worth teaming up with anti-Semites to stop the murder of possibly hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza?
Where my overall perception is that there, even with all these pressure campaigns and different protests, and maybe that has caused some rethinking of the strategy, but the leverage is kind of not necessarily able to push the needle on any kind of difference of how the Israeli government is operating.
Well, the U.S. government could pull the plug. I just saw like, I never heard of this guy, like Dan Blitzer or something, some famous poker player with 1.5 million Twitter followers. Was like a world champion poker player, but he's became a huge critic of Israel and U.S. support of Israel. And he was on a Twitter space with Mario Nuffel and Andrew Tate and Lucas Gage, some of the Groypers, and Donald Trump Jr. was there. And so this poker player told Donald Trump Jr. like, you got to get rid of AFPAC. You got to stop supporting Israel. And I mean, this guy's a celebrity, I guess, a poker player, but he's one of extremely famous person, relatively. So you're seeing more and more of that happening, and but he's saying like, no, I mean, the U.S. could pull the plug immediately. Like the New York Times said, these were U.S. weapons. Like the last few bombings that happened in Rafah were clearly U.S. weapons. Even the New York Times said that.
Mhm.
And in this case, but I'm saying that the pressure to say if uh, if the Groypers could convince Donald Trump, I don't know if you saw like Khabib, the UFC fighter, got in Donald Trump's face and he was like, "You got to stop the war in Gaza," and Donald Trump's like, "I'm going to stop it." But he's saying that there could be enough pressure in the elections that people will vote for Trump if he turns against Israel, and that amount. So like Elon Pape is saying like, yeah, like that's a good thing. Like so you're saying like what Israel's doing is beyond the pale. You can't be worried about anti-Semitism or any of this. Like Israel is doing the unthinkable. Um, any case scenario to stop U.S. military support for Israel is something good. So you're just looking at that. Like the reason why AFPAC is meeting here in Detroit is to pressure Trump. It's here specifically because Trump is going to be here in Charlie Kirk, and the main problem they have with Charlie Kirk is Zionism and Jewish control.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's saying that, but he's saying like, yeah, it could change the issue on that level. Like like President Biden and the Democrats have their own issue. So President Trump has an issue coming from the other side. But from that pressure coming into election, and saying, okay, like Benny Gantz just went down with the coalition. Israel stepped up its campaigns. Israel, like from what I understand, this week was the bloodiest week in Gaza since the war started.
Yes.
I mean, like literally, like 8 months into the war, this is the bloodiest week. And I was going to go over like review the various questions, what's going on, and some articles, but this week was the bloodiest week since the war started, and to change that tide, and then you're looking at it like I mean it's really just a complete disaster that it should come to this situation where I'm thinking like I don't like I mean in a different world like I should be buddies with Acker. I shouldn't be buddies with like Lucas Gage, but like you're saying what you're saying like Acker is supporting genocide. Lucas Gage is standing up to it. And they say, well, Lucas Gage is standing up to it because not because he's a humanitarian, not because he's a good person. Maybe let's say he hates Jews and he's standing up because he's an anti-Semite. But unfortunately, I would rather be standing up. Like, I mean, you hear the dilemma. And saying like, okay, here you are backing Acker. Right?
Yes.
And you're saying, I'm going to say, okay, like complicit isn't a legal term. So you're saying if someone's going to claim,
kind of more, in my opinion, entirely subjective to say that he's somehow partially responsible just because.
well, I'm saying he is. Why are we saying that you're complicit just because you're backing him? Like saying, like in Michigan, you're saying, well, like Acker's probably from like the top 50 people complicit. If you're saying like, okay, like 1,000 people were killed in Gaza this week, you say, okay, like, like, is anyone ever going to stand trial for that? Is that there ever going to be justice for that? And you're saying, well, complicit. Like, so a lot of people are complicit in the U.S. that was done with U.S. weapons, and so someone like Acker is saying, well, he's certainly on the high end of complicity, not like of a legal complicity, but like a moral complicity. Like he's part of the regime, he's part of the Democratic Party, he's part of the lobbying pressure to support Israel. He is claiming that Israel is in the right and is doing the right thing, and he's using his voice and power to support Israel in what they're doing. And so I mean, complicit's kind of a meaningless word, but I'm saying to that level to say, well, I mean, certainly he's somewhat complicit, and they're saying even you, let's say you disagree with that. Let's say you theoretically disagree. You don't think America should be giving weapons to Israel. You don't think America should be vetoing UN resolutions and so on and so on. But Acker thinks that. and you're backing Acker. And like I studied World War II and the Holocaust a lot. You're thinking, okay, like, like Hannah Arendt, the banality of evil, and the various issues. You're saying, okay, like, how many people actually pulled the trigger? How many people didn't say anything? How many people quietly supported, um, or just looked out for their own interest, or saying I can't do anything about it, didn't stand against it. And then you're looking like, okay, like I've been following this. I'm scared. I've put myself on the line to stand out against this. And so, Rabbi Elpert put herself on the line to stand out against this somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
And so you say, you're not sure yet. You're not sure. Maybe you completely, a lot of people, most of the people listening to me, disagree with me. Saying they're on the side of Israel. But I'm saying, if you haven't thought that through, or you're saying, what could you do about it? But I'm saying, like, okay, like you could do a lot of things in your life, but like you're working for an organization that's backing Acker. And I'm not saying like I'm not saying you should. I'm not giving you advice or something. I was, you didn't have much update on Sam Woll, but I'm curious of your opinion on your issue because like, and it's a moral dilemma. Like you have like I said, you have everything to lose and nothing to gain by, um, speaking out, so to say, if you do, follow your moral consciousness and speak out against it, relatively you have nothing to gain and everything to lose. But I mean, you're here. You took my invite.
Yes, of course. I kind of have understanding that sometimes how people have reacted tends to be a certain gesture that can be interpreted depending on what they do and what they say. It can get regarded as offensive and even sometimes considered hate speech, or even warrants a hate crime if that is retaliatory as a result of conflating Jews with Israel.
I was friends at University of Michigan with Ben Lorber. We were both part of Jewish Voice for Peace. If you're familiar with him.
Yeah, well, the group organizational level.
Okay, I mean he's from Chicago and now he's an author and he's became an activist. I think he writes for Jewish Currents. I mean, he's leans anti-Israel. But when we were at University of Michigan, Richard Spencer was coming there, and I disagreed with him about the punch a Nazi thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it was like Jewish Voice for Peace. We were both, like going to events. We were teaming up with Palestinians. This was, 10 years ago. This was like when BDS. So I wasn't backing BDS. Like I'm not political. I'm not sure, but like I was backing the Palestinian students. I was like, don't pick on these Palestinian students. Like, what Israel's doing is wrong. And, like as a Jew, I was standing up for the Palestinian students. That was 10 years ago. There wasn't like that big of action in Israel, though they were pushing BDS. And Ben Lorber, we were part of the UMish Jewish Voice for Peace. But then the whole alt-right and Richard Spencer thing happened, and he became like a huge activist. He was also a huge activist against Nicholas Fuentes, and following that, and he was supporting the punch a Nazi thing. And then like when Richard Spencer got like punched at the event, like he was all over that, and for like a year, like everything, like every other day, he was posting something about like punch a Nazi. And I'm not sure. I mean, that's how he felt. Like, fine, I disagreed with him on that. We did agree on, the Jewish Voice for Peace, and a lot of the Jewish Voice for Peace also like that. Like Elon, I was surprised that Elon Pape said what he said. So I would say most people in Jewish Voice for Peace would probably want to protest the Groypers and shut them down. I was surprised that Elon Pape said we should back them in order to stop the genocide. But Elon Pape is, that's pretty extreme, and I was surprised. I think Ben Lorber is probably more mainstream Jewish voice for peace, and even like saying anti-Semitism. So I was like, okay, like we got it pretty good. Like there's some anti-Semitism, but like what we're doing to the Palestinian is way worse than any legitimate fear we have over anti-Semitism. Like okay, like Richard Spencer and the alt-right and Fuentes. Like I disagree with these guys, but like they're not really a threat or danger to us. Like we shouldn't be advocating to punch these guys.
Of course not.
But that would okay. Maybe you feel that way because you're saying, generally, okay, Jewish voice for peace. Like hey, we're voice for peace. Like we're non-violent, but like so why are we advocating for punch a Nazi? But okay, I mean Ben Lorber, he's more popular than me. He became a big name. He's not an activist, so I'm saying like that was his position. But you say okay here, you're looking at relatively okay, like punch a Nazi if you're referring to like during the Holocaust versus even a neo-Nazi today. Even if someone who's an avowed neo-Nazi that says the worst language, are they actually a threat to us as Jews? It was okay, like Nicholas Fuentes. I don't like saying people call him a neo-Nazi. Lucas Gage was actually the head of Call of White Supremacy organization. He stepped down and renounced it. So if you want to call him a neo-Nazi or white supremacist, although they reject these labels, and I've argued like there are neo-Nazis that say they're different, like the Goyim Defense League or something like that. These guys are of a different nature, but even like the Goyim Defense League, like saying like I wouldn't advocate like punch a Nazi, even if it was like let's say like there are Nazis and we all agree that these are actual Nazis and that if they had the ability to organize a genocide they would, but it's saying like in this situation like they're not a legitimate threat.
More of a nuisance, in my opinion.
The what? Or you do think they're a legitimate threat? I mean, it's saying like a threat.
It's just I meant more like a nuisance of harassment.
I don't even know if they're a nuisance. I'm saying it's like okay, like they don't like us. They advocate that they don't like us, but like relatively, the American public like us, and we have the legal protections, and the legal protections are sufficient that it doesn't. I'm not worried that there's Nazi movements out there, and there's people that don't like me and even advocate against me. Might even within the law joke around, like God forbid, with the legalities of protected free speech, could joke around about bad things happening to me. But that I mean, of course, like okay, it's not good, but like it's not doesn't make me sleep better at night. But it's like relatively like that's the price of freedom. I'm not concerned. And okay, if you're looking okay, now you have a lot of these people coming to Detroit. There might be thousands of people there. I don't know. Maybe only be hundreds. Maybe be thousands. And they're not coming. It's not like an anti-Jewish hate rally. They're coming here,
not especially, but some individuals might lean that way.
Well, I mean, they're coming to advocate for themselves as whites or Christians. So they might look at us as their ideological opponents. They say, I've debated with a lot of these people, saying like I favor immigration and multiculturalism, and they could see us as their ideological opponents, or they could even say, if they get their way, they would have us deported and we wouldn't be able to live here anymore. And maybe a lot of them would, they'd like to see me beat up and bad things happen to me. If they saw like if that happened to me, they'd get a good chuckle and laugh and be like, oh, that David guy finally got that, but relatively like I don't think that it's not a direct threat. I'm much more concerned about, like I said, like what we're doing in Gaza. I think that's much more dangerous to us as Jews. And then you're thinking like, these people who had vandalized Acker's office outside of what the war in Israel. I mean, because like, okay, I was in University of Michigan, and every year there was a BDS movement, and like I was sympathetic to Palestinians. Like me and Ben Lorber were 5 Jews, like Jake Ehrlich, who, maybe now is like,
Yes.
me and a handful of Jews were sympathetic and went to Palestinian events when we were at University of Michigan 10 years ago. And saying at that point there wasn't big war. They were doing BDS. They were making their events where they were, talking about how bad Israel is. And there were a handful of Jews that were sympathetic to Palestinians and went to their events. And back then, I used to tell, because like I had a lot, because I was more with the Jewish community. Like I was an Orthodox Jew. I was going to synagogue. I was promoting at the downtown synagogue. Like Samantha Woll, like she, like I did interfaith with her at Muslim events like CARE. Samantha Woll used to do events with CARE. I don't know, like what would Samantha Woll have said about CARE's statement of Jordan Acker? Would she have disagreed and be like, no, I think it was anti-Semitic? Would she have broken off the interfaith and saying it fell apart? Samantha Woll, these things fell apart after the death of Samantha Woll, God forbid. But like I had a lot of pushback even 10 years ago from Jews for being sympathetic to Palestinians. And I used to tell them, like, I mean, because I used to say that I think that they have a reasonable fear that we're going to kill them. I mean, what's you did you go to Michigan? You went to?
No, I actually went to Oakland University.
Okay, yeah. So they didn't have like BDS or
No,
like they even have like a SJP there.
I don't believe so.
So did you have interaction with Palestinian students?
No, I would I would have just grouped them under those who I knew who were Arabic, but not specifically.
Okay, I
No,
mean University of Michigan.
it wasn't any consciousness of anyone who was specifically Palestinian.
I mean, Wayne State University, I think, was one of the first countries in the world to pass a divestment against Israel in like 2004. And the one girl from Palestinian from the encampment was mentioning, like, University Wayne State Student Council voted to divest from Israel before she was born, and 20 years later they still haven't divested. But I mean I was in University of Michigan, and they brought BDS to student council every year for 10 years, and it didn't pass. It passed the year after I graduated. But like when I was a student there, I went for 3 years straight. There was the big, they finally came to the vote, and they pushed to get it in front of student council, and there was there was the big event, and all the Jewish groups came, and they had the vote, and it was close, and then eventually it passed. But it's saying it the BDS at University of Michigan, the universities, is advocated basically by just a handful of Palestinian students. Like,
Yeah.
so University of Michigan, they have SAFE, which like Students Allied for Freedom and Equity, or like, SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine, and they're able through legislative processes to get a vote in front of student council for BDS. And for years, like they couldn't even get it on the ballot. Then eventually they started getting on the ballot, and it got a few votes. To when I was a student there, it was very close. And then after I graduated, it passed. And now at this point, University of Michigan, the shut it down party, I don't know if you followed that, like the student council voted for the shut it down party that basically agreed to disband student government until they divest from Israel. And the student government was even sending out emails encouraging people to go to the protests. So I'm saying the tides have turned. But like when I was a student there, it was like, okay, everyone know BDS, and if you were in a Jewish organization, you got to stand up and stop BDS. So it's like, well, who's doing it? And so it was really just like 5 to 10 Palestinian students.
Sure.
I mean, when the event came, there was a lot of people who backed them or different support. But like,
nothing against anyone who makes that personal decision to support by boycotting and sanctions.
well, I mean, say that again.
But I don't have anything I don't necessarily support, but I don't have anything really against anyone who decides of their own volition to boycott and support sanctioning of Israel for whatever reason pertaining to obviously the conflict, but also other regional problems within the government.
Yeah, so when I was at University of Michigan, my whole life was Judaism. Like I was, downtown synagogue. I was like a assistant to Rabbi Babayev in Oak Park. I was working with Chabad. Although I leaned anti-Zionist. Like my opinion was one state solution. Um, we don't need a Jewish state. We could just give all the Palestinians full citizenship and live together as equals, which was an unpopular position. But I was still one of the biggest people promoting Judaism in general on campus. Um, but so I went to the Palestinian student event. I spoke to them, and it was saying like when back then there was just a handful of people like Ben Lorber, Jake Ehrlich, a handful of other people that were students there that were sympathetic and also went to the safe student meetings, and JVP only had a handful of people and spoke to Palestinians. And at that point, there was it wasn't much, saying like they had the BDS once a year. Maybe they did like the apartheid mock wall one week, so like if you're the Palestinian student organizations,
Yes.
they may make like a cultural event, do the mock apartheid wall, and try to get a BDS resolution passed in student council. But I was sympathetic. I felt bad for the Palestinian students. I went to their events, and I told them like, okay, like I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. And at that point, like there were very few anti-Zionist Jew, but I was very active in Jewish circles. So, like relatively, Jews didn't feel threatened by anti-Zionism then, and they didn't maybe know anything about it, or they just whatever they maybe they didn't like me, or a handful, or even the downtown synagogue or something like that, like Samantha Woll or something like that. You're saying like there's only a handful of people, they're trying to build up Judaism. There's only a handful of people interested, and I knew how to pray. I knew my Judaism, but it was kind of weird that I was anti-Zionist because like most of them hadn't seen that before, or just like, what, you're anti-Zionist Jew? Didn't even make any sense, or they just disagreed with my politics on that, and it made him nervous that I went to events with Palestinians because especially the ones who are more caught up in Israel, because they thought like, oh, like you're a danger to the community. You're gonna like teaming up with Palestinians, we're at war. You're gonna put us in danger. Maybe one of these nut jobs is gonna come to the synagogue and kill everybody, God forbid. So even like 10 years ago, there was fears like that. I think there's also fears like that today, like the encampment. People look at the encampment, they hear this, and they think like one of these nut jobs is going to come and shoot up a synagogue. And if you're looking like, like Jordan Acker, these guys banned like, one of these nut jobs is going to come and shoot up a synagogue. And I didn't think that was a reasonable fear. Although I do think that that is an unreasonable fear that is prevalent in the Jewish community. And I think that that's coming down to like this, genocidal type activity where it's like, attack first, where it's like, well, they're going, look what happened October 7th. And even before October 7th, but now, especially after October 7th, like, I mean, I would probably face severe trouble going to a Jewish event. I would be a danger to the community because the perceived threat level in the Jewish community is much higher, where people, after Tree of Life, like, 10 years ago, that wasn't, Tree of Life, there wasn't really like any serious incidents of the paranoia in the Jewish community was still relatively high. I mean, in downtown synagogue, we used to leave the door open. We didn't have security and the door was open. And then like eventually the door, got locked, and now they got armed security.
Mm-hmm.
But that level, even like, oh good, like Duvity's going to, and then like Samantha Woll, like I helped get her involved in interfaith. But she didn't go to Palestinian events. She did Muslim interfaith. She didn't go to Palestine. Like she wasn't going to like SJP or safe events. and I don't know, she might, because she may, I'm not sure how she felt about it. I never talked with her about it. I never talked with her about Zionism. I mean, we talked a lot. She wasn't interfaith, but like, I don't know, like presumably she was a Zionist. But moving forward, now we're in this situation post October 7th. The paranoia level in the Jewish community is at all-time highs, and I think it's escalatory because, like, when I was in Stony Brook University, I used to bring anti-Semites to Chabad.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was saying because, like, it wasn't a threat. Like, there were only 2 people on campus who wore yarmulkes, and the other guy was my roommate, and he was Russian. He was pretty tough. Like, I was part of the MMA club. Like, relatively, like, I'm not a violent person, but I was saying I was, like, at that point, like, I knew a lot of Kahanists, and I wasn't scared. Like, at that point, like, it was like, no one's gonna attack a Jew. Like, it'd be crazy. Like anti-Semitism wasn't a threat. Like, Jews had, we had, but I mean, Chabad, we had like, like 50 people there. It wasn't like, the Jewish community wasn't threatened by, and so people, like precursors to the alt-right conspiracy people. A lot of them were like Chinese or Muslim, Italian, even like some neo-Nazis, and people would come up to me and they tell me these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories because that's what people do. I mean, I don't know. You wear your yarmulke regularly or just you wear it regularly?
Mostly
I'm not
just
sure if you're
online.
familiar with.
So,
What I'm saying, like in a 15 years ago, even 5 years ago, even today, like it's very common. People will come up to me and they'll just start blabbering anti-Semitic conspiracy theories because, like, that's what people think, and they see me with a yarmulke. At that point, I would have brought them to. I used to bring them to the kosher cafeteria. Sometimes I, like I mean, I try to, de-radicalize them, and I take them to the
Sure.
kosher cafeteria, and I'm like, meet some Jews. I'd buy them lunch. A lot of times they still harbored some of the conspiracy theories, but like, yeah, and like at that point, Stony Brook, like, okay, like there was still a problem with Israel. There were Palestinians, but like it wasn't during a major war. Like the level, like there were Palestinians there, and there were, but like it wasn't that serious then. That like I could have brought anybody to the Hillel house, to the kosher cafeteria, and be like, I don't know. I mean, it's just a student here. They had some, they came off to me. They had some anti-Semitic beliefs, so I brought them to the kosher cafeteria, and I was saying, well, I mean, what else should you do? And it's saying, okay, like, because most people are anti-Semitic because they don't know any Jews, they don't have any Jewish friends. So he's saying, like, okay, I talk to them, meet some Jews, see that we're not all that bad, and I mean, I think it was pretty common, like, the Chabad houses, different events, like it was common that like proto alt-righters would have went to Jewish events, just like the guy, um, I mentioned the Chicago shooter who went to a Chabad house in Chicago.
Yeah.
And that was like 3 years ago, that shooting.
I believe so. I think it was like 2019. No, wait, it was
It might even
21.
It might have been after, like after COVID-19. I
Yeah,
think that was after,
it was 22.
but that's after Tree of Life. So I'm saying before Tree of Life, I think that a Chabad house would not have thrown him out. Like that was after Tree of Life. That was after, Charlottesville, the alt-right. Before that, I think that the Chabad house would not have thrown him out. He would have fed the guy and like, okay, maybe you're a anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, but like it's America. What are you gonna do? Beat me up? Shoot me? Saying like it was almost unheard of. Even like 8 years ago, it was almost unheard of that like the expectation that like someone's gonna beat me up or like commit violence, against like a synagogue was almost unheard of. That like so that was recently where the Chabad rabbi he came and the rabbi threw him out. But I was saying if that was 10 years ago, I think the rabbi would have been like, okay, like come to Kiddush, take a l'chaim, have some vodka. What's the worst you're going to do? Nothing. Okay, you hate us. We're not all that bad. We spoke to you. We tried to be nice. What are you going to do? And then, like after the rise to alt-right, the Tree of Life, synagogue started, like the downtown synagogue, we used to have open doors. Most synagogues, like almost every synagogue had open doors, no security. When I went to Temple Beth El as a kid, like there's no security, and the doors were just unlocked. Every synagogue, till the last 5 years. I mean, maybe like they have the doors locked or major events like security tickets, but like generally, till 8 years ago, every synagogue had open doors, unlocked, no guards, and you could have brought an anti-Semite to synagogue and be like, okay, I met an anti-Semite, and I tried to de-radicalize him, so I brought him to synagogue. You don't see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But it's saying like, okay, after the rise of the alt-right, Charlottesville, that started changing, especially after Tree of Life. Then you started having security at synagogues, and then you started having like vetting, and even synagogues, like you had to, it became more difficult. And now post October 7th, you can't even bring random Jews in. Like they probably wouldn't even let me in anymore.
Yes.
I went to Jewish schools, like saying like I advocated Judaism most of my adult life. I was saying like I probably wouldn't even get past security at like half of the synagogues anymore. I mean, right?
I guess it just depends on the location and their procedures.
Well, I mean, it's just paranoia and security reasons, saying like, okay, you're part of Jewish Voice of Peace. I'm publicly right now saying, and perceivably anti-Israeli statements. Like I'm friendly with anti-Israel advocates, and
I guess if there's that stigma, that they would do some research.
Well, no, they would perceive me as a security threat. I mean, in the old level, like, okay, like, what's okay, like, I mean, Oakland University is like, that's a commuter school. You commuted, right?
I lived on campus, but mostly commuter, yes.
So, I mean, just statistically, like, probably 1 out of 10 people there were anti-Semitic. I mean, like America, just statistically. Right?
If they were, they would have kept their beliefs to themselves.
Well, I mean, at that point or this point, maybe not. But I'm saying just like ADL survey, like even now, 1 out of 5 people is anti-Semitic according to ADL. I mean, according to like the ADL survey questionnaires. But I mean, throughout the history of America, like the low point where when I was talking, 10 years ago, at the ultimate low point of anti-Semitism, 1 out of 10 Americans harbored anti-Semitic beliefs. And so, like, if you ask, like, are Jews more loyal to Israel, to America, like, Jews, nepotistic or favor money? They're very question from the ADL survey. If you answer 6 out of 10 of those questions in the affirmative, you're considered an anti-Semite according to the ADL. So, like, now that's over like 20%. But like 10 years ago, it was like 10%. So I'm just saying, like, if you were in the dormitory in Oakland University, like presumably 1 out of 10 people, had anti-Semitic beliefs, and just saying like like Judaism's a bad thing, but like they're in university, so like so what? That's what they believe. Like maybe people harbor bad beliefs about blacks or Arabs or various things, or people like I'm against immigration. I don't think these people should be in the country, but like when I meet them, I'm respectful and I tell my beliefs. Or maybe you might be a little louder about some people are a little louder about their hatred than others.
Yes.
And there might be like advocacies like the Young Republican Club or various things, and saying, so if you're in university, like you could have cordial relationships with your opponents. Nowadays, like you have like an anti-hatred type thing. where it's like you can't be, and you're looking like just saying like, well, 1 out of 10 people are anti-Semitic, and are they going to voice their net? Like now it's like, oh, you're not allowed to be a racist, you're not allowed to be a hater, and you try to police the thought, and not sure how well that works. And if you're thinking like, okay, like the Palestinian activists, the alt-righters, or whoever, the people on campus that ascribe to those schools, like you're in class with them, they might be in the dormitory, you don't go to the same parties, you might not interact, maybe they don't even know you're Jewish, or they do. um, if there's a case of mutual friends, like now you might have a friend who has another friend who's anti-Semitic, and then you guys are like, well, um, you got to dump your anti-Semitic friend, or I can't be friends with you, or you could remain in your friendship. Where it's like, okay, like they go to both events, they kind of like Jews, but they don't want to have to get rid of their anti-Semitic friends because they like the Jews. And just, I mean, these are just common scenarios that, like, if you were aware of the dynamics, you were just like dealt with. So by saying, the case, so if you're active Jew, it's like, okay, 1 out of 10 people is anti-Semitic. You might be able to change their mind or positively influence them. Absolutely. And so how do you do that? Like, you invite them to a Jewish event. You invite them to meet some Jews, and maybe they change their mind, and then they're no longer anti-Semitic, and they become friends with Jews. Maybe they convince some of their anti-Semitic friends that Jews aren't so bad. In this case, we're on the opposite end, where like anti-Semitism has doubled in the past 5 years, and so it's the opposite end. More people, it's hitting the other end, where people are getting rid of their Jewish friends, and agreeing with the anti-Semites, like the rise of, like when Richard Spencer was doing his college tour, it was pretty small. Like only like tens of people were showing up. There was huge protests, like thousands of people protesting, as opposed to this year. I don't even think like you're going to have a way bigger gathering than like of way bigger names. I mean, it's almost like Charlottesville. I mean, it's not quite. I mean, Nicholas Fuentes was at Charlottesville, and it's completely different in nature. But I'm saying you're looking at like, okay, they're going to meet right here in Detroit, and there's probably not going to be a single protest. They may not even make a statement. Like the ADL may not even make a statement on it. And you say like, oh, I was going to read the article and the scholarly approach. So you say like, well, you don't want to victim blame. So it's saying like, like, did we as Jews cause anti-Semitism to increase? You're saying that, like, take the view like it's not our fault, it's their fault. But it's saying like, if anything, like I think it's the war in Israel and pressure for the war. So if you're looking at Acker, it perceived. So you look, okay, maybe it was anti-Semitic, because, like he said, there's only 2 Jews on the border regents, and the border regents unanimously agreed with Acker to shut down the encampment and not to divest from Israel, and they only went after him.
Yeah.
And all the other people agreed with him in the exact same way. If you're looking like, the support for what Israel's doing right now, it would say it's anti-Semitic to think that the reason why America is supporting Israel is because of Jews. It's not because of Acker. Like, it's not because the non-Jews aren't being influenced by the Jews. That's not the reason why they're opposing divestment or any of these things. And therefore going after Acker is intrinsically anti-Semitic. I mean, that is a reasonable argument.
Yes.
Although, he was vocal in making comments, doing media, and even like doing the press conference. Like, it's escalatory. But even like Mike Rogers, or who's the Michigan congressman who supports Israel more than almost as much or more than the Kahanists, or like Nikki Haley or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying, well, is Nikki Haley support because she's influenced by APAC Jewish donors, um, or is it her independent belief?
Because rationally, I want to believe independent beliefs.
Even like President Biden, or we've like Gretchen Whitmer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like she was, APAC Jewish groups uh, paid trips to Israel, and now she's at this point, because she's tried to remain neutral somewhat, but like generally pro-Israel, like at least in policy. So like in the beginning, maybe she made a few pro-Israel statements, and she got such strong backlash from the Arab community that she hasn't been making um, Israel statements anymore. But in policy, she's still basically completely pro-Israel. And saying, is that natural, or is that the result of a concerted effort of the Jewish community to get her to support Israel through donations, through bringing her to APAC, to paying for her to go to Israel, through various things? And like, I mean, I don't know if you were active in Andy Levin or something like that. You said like, well,
Mm-hmm.
Haley Stevens versus Andy Levin,
Yes.
um, in that level. So I, mean, I don't know if you have thoughts on that, or you think that that saying like, no, there is a Jewish lobby, there is concerted Jewish political pressure to get politicians to support Israel, that has a huge influence in why America is supporting Israel, or you think it's completely unrelated and
It
independent?
could kind of be a mixture of both, but not necessarily that the pressure overrides personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, everything's multifactorial from like Acker perspective, and say, um, and it was usually mentioned the Jewish strategy, organized Jewry, is to speak through a unified voice. So that's why you have groups like the Jewish Community Relations Councils. You have people like Gary Torgau, or communal leaders, organizations, and they speak on behalf of the organized Jewish community to political leadership, to represent um, consensus opinion among the organized Jewish community. And then you have non-organized Jewry, and then you have dissident Jewry.
Mm-hmm.
So you look like Jewish Voice for Peace at this point has been condemned and are anti-Semitic, and Jewish organizations are advocating to have Jewish Voice for Peace organizations like kicked off of college campus, or delegitimized.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Rabbi Elpert has remained neutral in the middle, where they haven't completely tried to delegitimize or push her out. Although elements of Jewish Voice for Peace, like the Renee Lichtman, the Holocaust, was um, like was asked to not participate at the Holocaust Museum anymore due to his anti-Israel protests. Um, Columbia University disbanded Jewish Voice for Peace. There's been certain pressure for that, and because the point of the unified voice. So if Governor Whitmer thinks that the liaison leadership of the Jewish community speaks for broad consensus of Jews, as opposed to dissident beliefs. And I mean, you could look at the polling and say, like, well, relatively, um, most Jews do support Israel. In like the
Mm-hmm.
younger generation, you said, and I went over the polling in depth, and but like overall, still, like um, anti-Zionist beliefs are maybe like less than 5% of Israelis and 10 to 15% of American Jews, although in the younger Jewish cohort, it might be as high as like a third to a half. But like as a concerted, then you have organized Jewry and trying to, say, doesn't mean anything if I go to this protest tomorrow. I mean, the opposite, like Jordan Acker, he feels like he was attacked as a Jew, not because of his politics or support of Israel. So if someone attacked, Hubbard, the Regent Hubbard, and say, well, she was attacked because she supported Israel. So Acker, like he was attacked because he supported Israel and because he's a Jew. If I go to the event supporting the Palestinian students at Wayne State, and I do that as a Jew, does it mean something? Like you're saying, well, they're not being arrested in charge of a crime for being anti-Semitic. Their crime is like trespass or something like that.
Yes.
And so if I speak up on their behalf, and like, but was it partially because they were deemed to be anti-Semitic that they were, shut down the protest? And you see, like, okay, were there Jewish students at Wayne State in Michigan that were saying that they felt fear, they felt targeted because of the protests? And I believe at Wayne State, like the president did say that Jewish students did feel target, whether they were or not, but that they felt that way. And then diplomatically, when they closed down the campus, they tended to say a statement like "fire hazard for your own safety." They didn't say like the President Ono at University of Michigan didn't say close down the campus encampment because of perceived anti-Semitism. There may disturbance to classes, but because of a fire hazard. And there could be legal reasons. And then saying, okay, like the Palestinian students at Wayne State, they're being charged for trespass related to like a fire hazard, not for anti-Semitism.
Yes.
But was the pressure? They're saying, well, was it because pressure from the Jewish community, or it's completely unrelated? And I don't even know. I don't know if I didn't see too many statements from the Jewish community about the Wayne State encampment. I didn't see like the Jewish News or the ADL or anything making statements about it. Maybe on the incident.
I would say, just from the inside of EndJewHatred, there was some organizing against the encampments. I can't be certain to what extent, but more so with the example of U of M, many of our members are actually parents of students who had attended there, and so that they were concerned about the risk to safety and a sense of the campus climate.
I mean, safety in terms like violence
that could potentially occur.
But it's saying, okay, like I followed U of M, like like even before October 7th, like minor issues. An example like that graffiti in front of the Jewish Resource Center at University of Michigan
Yes,
a year ago. And he apologized, and then he spoke. Like I was mentioning, they brought him in to a Shabbos event, and he spoke in Shabbos at the event. If you remember that.
Yes, I do actually.
So when it was mentioning like bringing anti-Semites into synagogue, so in that case, it was a white guy. So like like if you're saying that those were white kids and athletes, and they chose to not press charges, accept their apology, and they even brought him into synagogue and completely accepted their thing, and like now he's like buddies with the community.
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, that was that was maybe only a year ago. That wasn't that long ago, a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
But there was cases at the Regents board where you had like a lot of Jewish parents calling in concerned about anti-Semitism, and I forget what they were concerned about. I mean, this was before. I don't think it had anything to do with Palestinians. It might have been like graffiti or something like that.
Yeah, as I think back to when, yeah, there was something about a fraternity house that would happen spray painted on, like the windows.
And I guess, I mean, as I mentioned, like okay, like BDS divest. Like when I was a student there, it was so small. There were so few Palestinians organizing. Like if they did an apartheid wall in the Diag, there's like 10 Palestinian students at most, more like five, mostly girls, and just come BDS and then the vote and I mean things changed. The tide changed quickly. And then you're saying post
Sure.
October 7th, okay, like I mean University of Michigan is like okay, Wayne State, Oakland University don't have that many Jews. Like Wayne State definitely has more Arabs than Jews. I think there's only a few hundred Jewish students at Wayne State. Wayne State might be one of the few universities in the whole country that actually has more Palestinian students than Jewish students. The University of Michigan has thousands of Jewish students. Maybe they have like 40 Palestinian students and 1,000 Arab students. I mean, there's way more Jews than Arabs at University of Michigan. I mean, just number wise, like it's not even close. Wayne State is a different case. Like that, let's say like it's one of the few universities in the whole country where there's actually more Palestinian students than Jewish students. And that's changed, like just recently. Demographic immigration policies. It wasn't like that 20 years ago. I mean, if your organization, I mean, what a victim blame
Of
and
course.
say like, and like anti-Semitism, picking on Jews is wrong,
Mhm.
but what Israel's doing is completely unacceptable,
Sure.
and there has to be some mechanism to try to stop it. And you're saying, is it? And you're saying like literally like, is what? And you say, okay, what about October 7th? And that you say, well, okay, that happened. God forbid it was tragic when it happened, but it wasn't an ongoing thing or something. The intention they would keep on doing it if they couldn't, but like relatively, like it's 8 months now. It's ongoing. Israel's still doing it.
Mhm.
Um, and then if you're, it's became like, I mean, from a cynical perspective, the whole IHR definition of anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism was created because Israel intended to commit genocide. I mean, it was a concerted effort to make, because it didn't used to be anti-Zionism was anti-Semitism, and there was a concerted effort by almost every Jewish major organization to make the change, and then the change was somewhat official in the last few years, and then the war happens, and now to a certain extent you could have a pushback saying like a lot of American liberal Jews were like, I wish we didn't declare anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, and now it's perpetuated the situation where like the complicity of saying like, well, fighting anti-Semitism has become synonymous with supporting genocide in the strong language. And they're saying like, no, you can't say that. Like you can't accuse Israel of committing genocide. That's anti-Semitic. But like, I don't know if you were, because I was following like the Palestinian issue the whole time. I remember like when they were trying to change the issue, and actually Derek Pensler, who's now at Harvard, like he came to, I saw him when he came to University of Michigan. He spoke at University of Michigan at an event to the Franklin Jewish Center, and that was before like the IHR. That like, it's only in the last few years, and he was somewhat critical of that opinion. Um, but like, okay, if you're looking to end Jew hatred,
Mhm.
I mean, we're in a bind. We're in a really bad situation. I said, but like, I think our
Absolutely.
biggest danger is what we're doing in Gaza, and saying, like, I'm petrified that we're going to kill hundreds of thousands of people in the next, in the upcoming few months, and I don't know how to stop it.
Mhm.
And like, I'm not even Palestinian. I'm just a conscientious objector.
Of course, yeah.
And saying, if you're actually Palestinian, like, so I went to these encampments. I spoke to, like, I put in my YouTube, like, this guy came and he played this video, Gaza is our home, and he literally like played his family video from 2021 when he went to Gaza, and then the later part of the video showed that like 30 of the people in the video are now dead.
Mhm.
And I remember 2000. I was at University of Michigan then also, and I was the gabbai for Rabbi Babayev. I don't know if you know Avos Yisrael on Greenfield and Lincoln, the old Secretary of State building. This Russian Chabad rabbi opened up a synagogue. I was his assistant, and he's actually Israeli, Bukharian Israeli, speaks Hebrew, but he's Chabad. We'll say he's neutral on Zionism, but we still said like this 2014 or 12, the last time the war in Gaza, and there were quite a few casualties. Like there was like over like 2,000 Palestinian casualties and like 100 Israeli casualties, and there were like 400 people injured. And we said the Misha Barak for all the Israeli soldiers that were injured. So this was 12 years ago. I was in synagogue helping say the name of all the injured Israeli soldiers in the Hamas war then. And that was, when at the same time, the first time I started going to speak to Palestinians. But like then, like, yeah, like even in 2012, there was a kid from Detroit who got killed in that war. He actually got killed from, like, God forbid, a friendly fire incident that was still under investigation. They might have ruled it a suicide, but there was one person from Detroit that even was killed in the 2012 war. Like October 7th, 1,200 people, and now 300 plus people have been killed in the fighting since. Um, maybe 5 to 10 Israelis are dying every week, as opposed to 500 to 1,000 Palestinians are dying each week. But if you're looking like Palestinians, all have, especially if they're Gazan, have multiple family members that are dead, and I mean it's really just a disaster situation. And I mean, like, it comes back to what I said. Like, what does it mean to end Jew hatred? And is there a solution to Jew hatred? You're saying, from a religious perspective, you're saying, well, Jew hatred is just, it's part of the high price of being Jewish. Like, okay, like there's a lot of benefits to being Jewish, but the price of being Jewish is that people hate us. And it's a natural element. There's nothing you can do about it. Versus, like a political solution. So if you're like ADL just documenting, like for your safety, you should know, like this list of people, like these people are openly saying bad things, and for your benefit, we've collected the names of the people who don't like us and information for your own safety, um, or advocating for police solutions like hate crime like, okay, like a lot of people don't like us, and some of those people who don't like us, some of them might try to commit crimes against us. So therefore, we've created organizations that put police and hate crime legislation, or you have the Kana approach, like therefore like come to the Fight Club, buy a gun, like the more right wing solution. That like, okay, these end Jew hatred, they don't do anything. Like, you want to stop Jew hatred, you can't. What you could do is get tough, learn how to fight, stand up for yourself.
Yes.
But like, you would take a political solution, and I mean it's unclear. And then if you want to take a self-reflective, like victim blaming, and saying like, well, they probably hate us for a reason, and if I could just become a better person, figure out what I'm doing wrong, maybe they won't hate me anymore. And just look like, well, obviously the reason why anti-Semitism is increasing is because the war in Israel, and so the thing that we should do to stop the rise in anti-Semitism is to make peace in Israel, and stop the oppression of the Palestinian people, and that will backlash, and then like issues. Okay, so like the reason why the white nationalists, the alt-right hate us is because we support immigration. And you're saying, well, I hear that. Like, I've argued hundreds of hours on my channel with people about, so to say, anti-Semites, if you use the word, counter-Semites, and say like, saying that it's a reaction. Like, I don't hate Jews. I hate what you're doing to our country. Well, what are we doing to your country? And like, well, we're promoting immigration and multiculturalism. And it's say, well, I hear you. I hear your complaint, but I still support immigration and multiculturalism. And even hearing and understanding your complaint, I'm going to continue to support immigration and multiculturalism.
Of course.
But you say like, well, there's going to be pushback. Like, there's going to be some people upset, and they might have some reasonable reason to be upset. Like, the demographics are changing. Whites don't want to become a minority, or some whites don't want to become a minority. And therefore, in order to stop that, they're going to come after the activists promoting immigration and multiculturalism. And so after Charlottesville, the rise of the alt-right, almost all of my debates, conversations with counter-Semites, centered around the Jewish role in promoting immigration and multiculturalism. And there were a few that mentioned like foreign policy. Yes, I go to like the neocons, and the Jews are pushing for global war, the war in Iraq, Afghanistan. But that was like a minor part of it. But now like that's completely changed. Like I mean, one thing, like, the Jews have backed off of immigration and multiculturalism. I was going to read an article on the Biden administration, new executive order on the border, and saying that only like a third of Jewish organizations have objected to it. I'm not sure if you're following it.
Not necessarily.
I was gonna. I mean, week in review. I just try to keep it going. So I was going to read this JTA article. I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, sure.
I'll still probably read it, but just some Jewish groups protest Biden's executive order on immigration, but others are staying silent. And goes through, but mentioning the ADL, the Orthodox Union, and conservative Jews have not protested Biden's executive order, but the Reform Highest and a few others have protested it, and it's specifically bringing it to Israel, and saying like, well, the ADL, the Orthodox Union, and the conservative are exhausted in their focus in supporting Israel. Have you heard of Yehuda Kurtzer?
Oh, the Kurds, as in
No, Yehuda Kurtz.
Kurdistan?
He's like the head of the Shalom Hartman Institute and
No.
the Wexner Fund. He's a Reform rabbi, and he's became the head of the Shalom Hartman North America Foundation, and he said when the war broke out that, because he's speaking to liberal Jews, and he's a Reform rabbi from HUC in Cincinnati, and I mean, even years ago, I remember he was actually like the head of not the Wexner Foundation, but like the Wexner Fund for Reform Jews. I mean, Wexner is one of the biggest philanthropists in America, and hey, John, God bless. But he's one of the big mouthpieces for liberal American Judaism, and but like Zionist, and the Shalom Hartman Institute that is brings together the liberal rabbis, and it's mostly funded by the Wexner Foundation, that mostly activates on the that's mostly active on the Democratic side of the aisle. And so when the war broke out, he wrote like a article in Forward where it's basically saying, the voice from Israel, because the Shalom Hartman Institute's located in Israel, Jerusalem, and he's head of the North America branch. And he's basically saying, liberal Jews, we need you to back us on the war. And like, you got to take the hit for us, basically. Like, it's going to be bad. Backing the war in Israel is going to increase anti-Semitism, but Israel is in an existential crisis. And without it, Israel might fail. So like, I'm on the like, I essentially agree with him, but I'm willing to let Zionism fail. Saying we don't need a Jewish state. We could live in a binational state as equals with Palestinians. So, like that somewhat realism, and saying, that God forbid, that's why we have like the ethnic cleansing, and the ethnic cleansing failing could turn into genocide, because there really is no other option than to give up on Zionism or ethnic cleansing. But I'm just saying that he wrote his op-ed and basically saying, you got to back the war. Israel's in an existential crisis. The Zionist project could fail if you don't. And yes, of course, it's going to cause an increase in anti-Semitism, but look at what people in Israel are going through, and that's a small price that you should pay as American Jews for Israel. And you're saying like, well, I'm going to like a victim blame you, but you're saying like, you're like, okay, like, do you want to give up on Israel or not? And maybe you're, liberal Jews, like you're like me, like I'll give up on Israel. I don't need Israel. Like, what do we need Zionism for? Why can't they live together as equals with Arabs, just like I live together as equal with people here? But like most Jews don't feel like that. They don't want to give up on Israel and the Zionist project, and then basically saying like, you got to take the hit. Like, you're a University of Michigan student, like you are backing ethnic cleansing, and like, of course there's going to be pushback. Of course there's going to be increased anti-Semitism. Like, we might start getting killed here in America. Some crazy person might come into one of our synagogues or institution and start shooting us up. But it's worth it. That's the price we have to pay as American Jews for the Zionist project. And he didn't quite use those words. But if you're looking at it and you say, okay, like, you're talking to University of Michigan parents, and you're saying like, no, we could beat this. You're going to look at it one of two ways. You're going to tell them like, look, are you willing to give up on Israel? You're willing to forget the Zionist project, and Israel's just going to be another Arab nation that has a Jewish minority? And if not, like, you got to support this. And if it means that, like, the information campaign, if it means disinformation, if it means justifying what happened today, like, saying like the 200, I mean, you could be the Kahanas type thing, like Luke Ford, like kind of the amoral position. Like, I don't think that Israel's right. I just think that I'm a Jew and I want them to win. Like,
Sure.
I actually think that we're wrong. We're immoral. The Palestinians are on the right, but I'm not Palestinian. I'm Jewish, and I don't care. I just want to win. And so, that's kind of the popularity of Ben Gvir in the neo-Conist position, which is parallel to, like, Fuentes in the alt right, and saying, well, I don't hate Palestinians. If I was Palestinians, I'd be probably trying to destroy Israel too. The only problem is that they're in Israel, and the only solution is to get them out of here. And if we could get them out of here peacefully, good. If not, God forbid, they're going to kill them. And it's saying that, well, that perspective, you could put nicitudes on it, but is that really what people are thinking and saying? And so if you're going to be like, well, I mean, do you know anyone that openly supports Ben Gvir or Smodrick?
Not particularly.
I mean, you never even spoke. I mean, okay, like I know thousands of people. Like, I'm saying, like, if you're in more closed Jewish circles, those opinions become more popular. If you speak to, like, Israelis on the internet, just like Twitter Spaces, you hear. I mean, because, like, they're popular
Sure.
to a certain extent, and saying, like, they're not going to give you a moral argument. They're just going to say, we got to win. We got to do what it takes to win.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of like Trump. So if you're used to giving, like, a liberal moral argument, like, I mean, if you look at, like, Abe Foxman said that, cross a certain line, he would no longer support Israel, as opposed to Alan Dershowitz said he would still support Israel if they crossed a certain line. So you're saying, like a perspective, like, what's your higher value? To say, I support a higher level of morals and justice, and if Israel crosses the line, I will oppose Israel and stand for a higher level of morals. Or you say, I support my people, and even if Israel is in the wrong, I'm going to back Israel. And, like, I assume you would probably be more on the side of, like, morals or higher standard, that you would oppose Israel.
To those in those leadership positions
The
to
what?
determine and kind of
What?
debate amongst themselves of what's justifiable.
Well, we're in that position. It's like, okay, Netanyahu is he or not? Like, is he one of the worst war criminals of this generation? And he's going to come here to the Congress, and either Rashida Tlaib or the Democrats, or Haley Sofer. Is Haley Sofer your congresswoman?
No, my Congress member is actually John James.
Or John James? I mean, so I mean, they're probably going to support Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the case here, like, like, crunch time. Like, our leader is coming to America. He's a war criminal, and if we don't stop him, he's going to probably do worse than he's done already. However bad what he's done up to now, if we don't stop him, he's going to do probably worse. You disagree with that?
I'm just uncertain, well, how soon, because the hope is for a soon, quick war conclusion, and then, but it's unclear what victory will look like, if that's a full surrender or some kind of ceasefire that the Hamas group can accept.
So you're not convinced? Like, you think maybe Netanyahu is a good guy, and he's really concerned about innocent Palestinian civilian casualties, and it's just Hamas, or
I
like,
very much believe so.
or you don't think that it's possible that Netanyahu's a genocidal maniac that doesn't care that he's killed this many people and might go on to kill many, many more?
I would very well believe that the military within the IDF has to make many different difficult decisions that innocent people end up in the crosshairs, as with any other military conflict.
So I mean, you're believing the basic, like Hasbora. You don't think Netanyahu's a flagrant war criminal that, or stronger, like a genocidal maniac. That you don't think that he's flagrantly killed tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians, and is a danger that he might go on to kill hundreds of thousands if we don't stop him now.
Though true, someone else in power could potentially do worse, or could somehow be gentler during the conflict, how they want to proceed.
So you don't think he's a war criminal?
No, I do not.
You don't think that he's a war criminal? And therefore you're not worried about what he might do?
Not in particular.
And you think, I mean, forget me. I'll ask you about me after, but you say the protesters, the Palestinians, the encampments, you think these people are just misled, or essentially motivated by anti-Semitism? I mean, the ICC, the ICJ, I'm saying, like, you have, like you said, like the International Court has said plausibly Israel's committing a genocide. Netanyahu has been brought up on charges formally of being a war criminal. You have thousands of people taking to the street. You have Palestinians, people risking their life, getting arrested, making encampments because they think that Israel is carrying out a genocide. And so you just think they're wrong, misunderstood, or you think they're motivated by anti-Semitism, and you're saying they're not even wrong or understood. They have nefarious motives that's blinding them to just believe falsehoods, or you think it's just some moral, complicated situation that weak minds don't understand, that sometimes you got to kill, or bad things happen, or they're just misguided liberals who don't understand the way the world works.
I would more so agree with the misguided notion. Because, of course, all war is terrible, but when certain rules are made in an international context, because in reflection, I think of what was the war on terror, specifically the United States being in Iraq, Afghanistan, and is still ongoing with Syria.
You don't think it's possible that the goal is to ethnically cleanse Gaza, and as that fails, genocide becomes more and more likely? They're saying that it's not really about Hamas, or what they're telling you. The goal is the Zionist project, and that means they want them gone. They want the people in Gaza out to never come back. And if they could push them out, drive them, into Gaza, drive them into Egypt, they could. But if they can't, then they might just kill them.
I think
even at this point, you're saying that's already what's happened to, if it's however many tens of thousands of people are dead already, to explain what's already happened. Or when I'm saying the fear that it could get worse, and you would see in the next few months that there could be hundreds of thousands of people killed.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that you don't think Netanyahu is capable of doing it. You don't think it's completely. You don't think Israelis or the IDF or the you see it's unfathomable to you that that's possible.
Because they have to look at what decisions they can make.
Or to make the call
Because
that they're going to keep the siege going. They're going to try to push them into the Sinai Peninsula. If they can't, they're going to starve them, and just keep on killing as many as possible. And the war will go on, and God forbid, the killing might get worse. It's not going to stop. Like this week was the worst death total in Gaza since the war started, and that next week could be even worse than this week, and the week after could be even worse than that, till you're reaching a point where next thing you know 100,000 people are dead, and the next thing you know 200,000 people are dead, and you're looking like in Israel still giving the same like, oh, Hamas, like they did it to themselves, civilian things, and that's just what they're telling you, and really they're just killing people. I mean, even like the hostage, like today, but okay, they freed some hostages today, and they killed hundreds of people to do it. But on other cases, like they didn't actually accomplish anything; they just killed a bunch of people. And so if you're saying like, okay, like you could see that a rational person that's not driven by anti-Semitism just sees a whole bunch of people being killed, and is skeptical to say like, well, they deserved it. It's their own fault. It's Hamas's fault. Like human that the people are just misled and liberal and do-gooders, and then you're just like, nah, it can't be. It can't be that, like and or the later, like let's say you were Palestinian, and so if you're okay, like Jews have a huge level of paranoia and fear.
Sure.
But it's saying like if you're Palestinian right now, you think, is it reasonable for a Palestinian in Gaza to fear that Israel is going to commit genocide against them? We're saying that's unfounded, and it'd only be driven by anti-Semitism. We're saying if you're in Gaza right now and you're a Palestinian, it's very reasonable that they have a fear that Israel's going to kill them, whether they do anything wrong or not.
Potentially based on their location.
You're saying like it's irrational, they're wrong, because you think Netanyahu is like really ultimately a good guy and doing everything to minimize, like he cares about Palestinians more than Palestinians care about themselves. You believe the propaganda, like it'll only stop when the Gazan people love their own kids more than they hate Israelis, or whatever the propaganda. And you're saying just completely unfounded. There's no way that Israel's goal is ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Yes, I
Even
believe
though,
that.
like the ICJ, like even though you've heard the leaders make those statements, even though Herzog, even the leftist, Herzog has made those genocidal statements. Even the ICJ case, they didn't charge. Even people are complaining they should have charged President Herzog with war crimes also. But even the ICJ statement included the President Herzog with genocidal incitement.
And certainly they should be able to review.
The statement that you said, like, okay, they're human animals, they don't deserve you, like that we're going to starve them out, and these statements that have came really from across the board, not just Netanyahu and Golan, but even the leftists, saying even not even like, okay, like Ben Gvir, saying he's just a wild man with running his mouth like unchecked, but you're saying like, no, the ICJ didn't mention Ben Gvir, they even mentioned Herzog, they even mentioned the leftist. And it's saying, but you're not worried that Israel's going to commit a genocide. Like it doesn't cross your mind one bit. You don't think it's even conceivable. I mean, it's fine. I mean, you're here. I mean,
Because it kind of is awfully complicated.
And then you think like, okay, so if you say, okay, like, so you say, okay, well, so why am I scared of this? Like I'm following it, I'm researching it every week. I spend time in Israel, and okay, I can say like I'm scared of it because like I knew the Kahanist element, like I knew like the statements that Israeli. I've heard people making these statements all the time, and then I'm seeing the reaction. Like even today with like the just these statements. Okay, the 4 hostages were released, and just the kind of utilitarian understanding that the 100 people that were killed was their own fault. Just like basic Israel, like mainstream, even American Jewish logic was that what happened to the Palestinians today was not Israel's fault. Like the Hamas caused their death.
Yes, I would.
You think that Hamas is to blame for the 200 people that were killed today, if that's the number,
Yes, I would believe so.
and you don't think that um, you don't think that so I mean you think that these guys are heroes. You're saying like what's the
Of
difference
course.
between? So would you have pulled the trigger too? Like if it was you, you're saying like they were just an agent. You're saying that's what I'm saying, like complicity. Saying like even so, okay, like if you're looking at group identity, like why do you care anything more about an Israeli Jew than a Palestinian? You're saying, well, your Jewish identity, and then you're saying, well, what's the difference that if they pulled the trigger, or you? You're saying you're so confident that Israel was right that so okay, you're not a commando or anything like that, but like relatively, you're so certain about the moral rightness of it that you would have pulled the trigger too. Thinking this in this scenario, you're thinking like, okay, as a Detroiter, someone here, if someone was holding a hostage, even if it was, God forbid, if it was your own family member, your own wife, your own kid, your own family,
Mhm. Yes.
they're holding hostage, and you're saying that they're in a building and they assassinated everybody. You say, okay, but they did they let's say they knew they were in the building, and let's say the wife, like they were holding them upstairs, and they knew like the women and children, and they knew what was going on and they supported it.
Mhm.
But you're saying like that's a death warrant. The person who pulled that trigger and killed those people, they're a hero, not a war criminal. And then even to the point where say you're so convinced that you're saying, well, I would have pulled the trigger too. Like like I'm not scared to say that that guy's a hero. I remember. I mean, it's like Kyle Rittenhouse. Like that's why I said the
Mhm.
uh, last week I was saying that like most, why do most American Jews? And I called the George Zimmerman, I'm McMichael's, Kyle Rittenhouse defense. But like this is even worse because here you're saying like George Zimmerman, like not only like he killed
I
Trayvon Martin,
would.
but you see here you're talking like the family. I mentioned it because in general, like, I was telling Albert even like, Richard's probably a good guy and relatively like a liberal, nonviolent. Um, However, most Jews support this and like try to understand it, and I can't bring myself to. I just can't bring myself to see it. Like, um, that's why the war is going on. That's why I said like, uh, I could give like the philosophical argument, and but not like not. I don't really see like I can't come to even like today, and then even to come to that where it's saying like maybe the art is killing people. It's not even like the utilitarian like okay like it's okay, like Hamas is evil. They took these hostages. They got to get the hostages back. Supporting Hamas is evil, and it could cause your own death. Like generally, like harboring a criminal, like the punishment for harboring a criminal is not death. There have to be like some extreme extenuating circumstance where harboring the punishment for harboring a criminal is death. And so even if you say like, okay, like everyone in the building knew that they had those hostages there and they were complicit, and you're going to say that, well, the punishment for that is death. I mean, to me, it's nonsensical. And then you say, like, to be in the situation as a Jew where, or in general, because it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Judaism, but I was saying that Jews overwhelmingly are, ethnocentric like this, to say that they're supporting to support these moral arguments of, yes, tragic as it may be, like I said, the Trayvon Martin defense, tragic as it may be, those people caused their own death. You're saying they didn't cause their own death. Hamas caused their death, or however you can say that. Like, those people in the refugee camp today caused their own death. And I don't see it. Like, I mean, I can't come up with any even method in my head to. I could take like the Luke Ford, where like I just don't care. I want to win. I don't really care about human rights. I'm not a humanitarian. I just want to be on the winning side, and it doesn't matter to me whether Israel is right or not. It just matters to me that they win, and the ends justify the means, whatever it takes to win. Like the Jews are the only ones they don't let win a war, and so it's like you got to do what you got to do to win. This is what it takes to win, and that's like the Ben Gvir type. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, this is just human nature. Like, I mean, I'm not even judging. Saying like God's the judge. Like in terms like, if okay, like, because today a lot of people were killed, and if you're looking today, eventually there's going to be a war crimes trial, and the people who did what, just like Bolanos. This week, Bolanos is going to go to trial. Maybe he's guilty, maybe he's innocent. We'll look at the evidence. And this is completely different, because Bolanos is just saying he didn't do it. He's the wrong guy. They're just putting it on him. And, so here, like, if you're looking at a case like, eventually there's going to be a war crimes trial, and the operation today to save the hostages today, although, thank God they saved the hostages, and they shouldn't have been taken hostage in the first place, and thank God they're home and safe. But the people that did that are war criminals, and eventually will be brought to trial and punished for their war crimes. And you say, well, okay, like that's a long ways away. Like, you're just talking like, okay, Netanyahu and Gallant, the ICJ case that, like, eventually, okay, you had like the Goldstone report over years, but it's like relatively more Gazan people have been killed than, like, the Goldstone report. Like I said, like 2,000 Gazans were killed, like the previous wars. Like, this is incomparable, like the number of casualties. Even today, just this week, like could be as many as 1,000 people in Gaza have been killed. And I mean, so there's one thing, like, if you're saying, you say, okay, my opinion doesn't matter. Like, I'm just rambling. There's a handful of people listen to me. Richard's being nice enough to talk to me. He disagrees. That's fine. Like, just hearing him out in the way he thinks about it. That's fine. That's his view. And saying he's a liberal Jew. Versus, the opposite end, where you're going to have, a more right-leaning Jew. And just saying, yeah, I mean, most people think I'm mad. And like, that's why I'm rambling to my computer. Like, I don't, like, I don't talk to most people about it. My parents, my friends, most people think I'm mad, but like, I'm petrified that I think Israel is very likely going to commit way worse of an atrocity, possibly even over the next few weeks. And I want to stop them. And it's just, I'm trying to speak up, and I don't think I could go to my local synagogue or my local Jewish people. I can't even convince Richard. It was like, Richard's a liberal Jew who's borderline, like, I mean, his rabbi's like, already, I mean, she's not as, I mean, like, I can't even convince Richard. Saying, like, let alone the chance that I would have a convincing, someone more on the inside. Like God forbid, my old Satmar friend, who's like assistant to the Lelev Rebbe, calling and he, having the same argument with Richard, and like they're anti-Zion, like Israeli Haredi anti-Zionist, like Rabbi Feldman, came, and even Rabbi Feldman, I don't think he understood the gravity of this. I mean, he watched that event, and I don't think Rabbi Feldman even appreciated the gravity of the situation in the sense that of how many people Israel's killed and how many they might kill. And I mean, I think this is the gravest situation that we've ever, we've seen probably in our lifetime. And then you think like, okay, Netanyahu is going to come here to America, and he's going to be given a hero's welcome. And like, okay, like I used to, debating alt-righters and counter-Semites, and so I debated culture thug, and I was like, you Jews, they're basically good people, and there are some bad Jews who do bad things, and I denounce them. And he's saying, yeah, but like, so culture thug, a few years ago, he's like, yeah, but like, relatively, like, no, the Jewish community is going to cover up for these people. So he's saying like, well, Wexner, Epstein, certain bad actors, the Jewish community covers up for those people. And you might be a dissident Jew who's willing to say that that's wrong, but generally, and I say, well, okay, Epstein's way further down than Wexner. So he's saying, okay, like most Jews would completely denounce Epstein, but like Wexner, no. Very few Jews denounce Wexner, and he mentioned like, people might feel bad about it, the people that bear the Wexner name, but very few Jews speak out against Wexner, and they take his money and they do his bidding remotely, even though relatively, maybe they should know, but I don't know. I mean, it's saying it's a difficult situation. It's saying, okay, man, I'm just jealous. Remember like the Wexner saying like the elite, I'm just jealous because Wexner chose someone else, he chose them, not me. And if Wexner had chosen me, I'd be, proud. I'd put it on my resume that I'm also a Wexner scholar. That and I'm just jealous that he didn't choose me. And so, but like now we're at the point of genocide. God forbid. I mean, it's the worst of the worst. What's happening in Israel? Like 40,000 dead, 1,000, 200 people killed today, and I mean, your average like. I mean, okay, Judaism supports self-defense, and it's like most. I mean, I used to joke, like, and even like, okay, like I'm not a Christian, and I still support Judaism over Christianity, but most, say like, well, we're Jews, we don't believe in turn the other cheek, and that saying like, yeah, we're Jews, we believe in self-defense, but like, to a certain extent, okay, we don't believe in turn the other cheek, but you take it to, like your average Jew who's never been in a fight, never had real conflict in their life, isn't concerned about killing 200 people to save 4. And he was just thinking like, okay, like, God forbid, it's concerning to me. And he's saying like, I don't, like maybe in a different circumstance or scenario, yeah, I mean, it's tough to see, but like, yeah, like that's seeing the hostages rescue today. Gantz is leaving the coalition, so let's see if Richard comes back because I appreciate him talking to me, and here was this long thing on the situational awareness. I might hold on to this and go over it next week. So I'm going to save this thing on situational awareness, and maybe try to go over it next week. It's like 160 pages and has some interesting things on AGI in the future. I was talking about with Jennifer offline, and the future of AGI. So here was this article in the Jewish Telegraph organization on some Jewish groups protest Biden's executive order on immigration, but others are staying silent. When President Joe Biden announced new executive order this week, effectively closing the U.S.-Mexico border to asylum seekers, the timing of the act sounded the alarm for Jewish immigration advocates. The order comes following a months-long surge of border crossings from Mexico, and as Biden faces low poll numbers on the issue, but some Jewish activists noticed that it came 85 years to the week after the United States denied entry to the St. Louis, a ship carrying hundreds of Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi Germany, and Biden signed it almost exactly 100 years after the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, all but shut the country's door to immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe, keeping out many Jews and others. We don't have to look far back in our own family histories to know what it's like to come to this country seeking safety. Naomi Sternberg, the vice president of the U.S. Policy and Advocacy at Highest, told the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, "We do not need to look too far back into our history to see what has happened when this country has turned its back on Jewish peoples attempting to flee from persecution and danger. The executive order, which took effect Wednesday, would close the border when the weekly average of illegal crossings surpasses 2,500, which happens regularly and remains closed until the average drops to 1,500 and stays at that level for 2 weeks. I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refused to do," Biden said regarding the order. Highest was one of a number of largely liberal groups to criticize the executive order, marking a partial return of Jewish organizational focus to an issue that energized groups in the Jewish left and the center throughout the Trump administration. Now, in an election year with many voters want to see a decrease in immigration, the issue has not been a top of minds for many American Jewish groups who may be more hesitant to criticize Biden, whose attention has been focused on the Israel-Hamas war and rising anti-Semitism. Jewish groups including Religious Action Center for Reform Judaism, the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, the National Council for Jewish Women, and TRUA, the Rabbinic Call for Human Rights, condemned Biden's executive order, citing Jewish values. As Jews, we are commanded by our text and tradition to remember our own time as strangers in a strange land and to welcome those seeking refuge. The National Council of Jewish Women statement said, "America should be a place where everyone is welcome. We're deeply disappointed with today's executive order as it undermines this obligation and jeopardizes the lives of women, children, and families suffering at our border." During the presidency of Donald Trump and beyond, those groups were joined with other Jewish organizations, including the organization representing Americans' major Jewish religious streams, that spoke out about his immigration crackdown by citing Jewish values. A 2018 poll by the American Jewish Committee found that 46% of American Jews wanted immigration to increase, while another 34% wanted it to stay level. As recently as last year, the ADL responded to previous Biden administration clampdown with an appeal to Jewish immigration heritage. "We are rooted in a community that has experienced the plight of living as refugees throughout its history," the ADL wrote in March 2023, letter to the Department of Homeland Security officials. "The asylum ban attempts to cut off access to asylum for many refugees, as the southern border discriminates against Black, Brown, and Indigenous asylum seekers and seeks to circumvent U.S. law and treaty obligations to refugees. But many of those groups, which routinely weigh in on U.S. domestic policy, including on immigration legislation, have declined to enter the fray this week." The ADL declined to comment, as did the Orthodox Union, the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism, and the Jewish Federation of North America. The AJC did not respond to the JTA inquiry. Mark Hatfield, the CEO of Highest, said, "I hope not," when asked whether Jewish groups were becoming less animated by immigration, though he believes that they are less inclined to criticize Biden, who has not made criticizing immigrants a centerpiece of his message. "One thing that has definitely changed with Biden for the better is he doesn't vilify immigrants and asylum seekers. He doesn't demonize them." Hatfield says so his actions are looked at with less suspicion because he doesn't spew the vitriol against immigrants and asylum seekers that President Biden spewed, and I think it makes a difference. In addition, since October 7th, those and other Jewish groups have been focused on responding to Hamas's attack on Israel, the ensuing and ongoing war in Gaza, and the rise of anti-Semitism at home. Amy Sputulnik, CEO of the Jewish Council of Public Affairs, which condemned the executive order, said Jewish organizations have been all hands on deck in responding to the crisis in Israel and the ripple effects here at home. She added there is much on everybody's plate right now. In some cases, it's probably a bandwidth issue. But she said that the war and anti-Semitism may have led some groups to deprioritize advocacy on behalf of other groups. There are definitely some more extreme voices who are saying that at the moment we need to put up walls and give up on building bridges between communities and give up on social justice work we know is inherent to our values and to our own safety, Sputnik said. But citing an overlap between anti-immigrant rhetoric and anti-Semitism, she said, this is a moment when we need to lean into that work. We know the ways in which attacks against any community are inextricably linked to the Jewish safety. Steinberg said Hayes organized a group of activists, including several rabbis who traveled to Washington, D.C. to lobby against the executive order. The agency will also be encouraging its constituents to contact Congress and the White House to voice opposition to this decision. And Hatfield said Hayes plans to support lawsuits that other advocacy groups, such as the American Civil Liberties Union, are bringing against the order. This is all about political maneuvering right now, and it's about trying to position the administration, trying to essentially outflank candidate Trump about who can, quote, unquote, be the toughest on the border, Sternberg said. What we are seeing is the stoking of fear and the application of our legal and moral responsibilities to allow people due process and access to the asylum system. Jewish groups weren't the only ones noting the historical timing of the order. The Southern Border Communities Coalition, a group formed in 2011 that includes 60 organizations spanning from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas, also noted that anniversary of the St. Louis affair in its statement denouncing the order. Ironically, President Biden announced this new ban on asylum on the 85th anniversary of the United States denying entry to this MS St. Louis. It is a shameful day. Rather than recentering the conversation on migration and asylum around dignity, the Biden administration is choosing to perpetuate the same human rights violations of the last century. So this is what I was, coming to mention, that Jews are going to be in the situation where you kind of have to be anti-Israel to support these causes. So if you're still advocating for Israel in the war right now, it's going to be very difficult to advocate as a Jew for even issues like abortion. So if you think like just a liberal organization, they want to remain neutral. And it's like, well, as a Jew, we support, it's very important to the woman's right to choose or something like that. And you say, well, how are you going to tie that in with overall Jewish sentiment? You're saying, well, you support that, but you also support what Israel's doing in Gaza. And if you are supporting that, that's going to completely over encompass anything else you're supporting. So, just an interesting, tidbit. And so generally it's like Duvid's been, that's why I'm anti-Zionist. Okay, Bob, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Got a handful of new people. If I, I appreciate Richard voicing and speaking his opinion. Like I would debate and saying, Richard is a liberal Jew. It's saying like most Jews wouldn't even be willing to speak to me, and saying like it's very difficult to go through this and to try to find the moral clarity. And I found moral clarity because I had anti-Zionist leanings for because in Jerusalem from my rabbis I talked about, but it took till really like November and the war and the bombing for me to find moral clarity in anti-Zionism. But it's very difficult, and even just say like like Jewish supremacy, just to say like I don't think Jews would do it. I don't think Jews are wantonly killing people, ethnic cleansing, genocide. It's not possible. Because want to believe that there's something good about being Jewish, and Israel or these various things, and at some point it comes crashing down. And unfortunately, it might come too late. Saying Netanyahu, he's not coming to America till another month, middle of July. So Netanyahu is not going to be coming to America for I think he had a phone. I mean, he's been on for a while. I don't mind, I'm not against Richard just because he disagrees. Saying say complicit. Saying like I feel I'm complicit in this genocide, even though I'm against it and trying to speak out against it. I still feel I'm complicit in it. Saying if you're moral, saying like someone like Acker's level of complicity versus an average Jew, and even if you're like a Ben Gvir supporter, like saying okay, like murder is murder, just like political support being wrong, and like I want to stop this, and like and just showing the difficulty. I can't even convince Richard, and Richard's like a liberal Jew who has an anti-Zionist rabbi, and I can't even convince him. And just show the upward battle of like most people, and even JVP, like I'm too extreme for them. Like most people, even in JVP, are ambivalent against it. They still, are more concerned with fighting anti-Semitism, and saying like they might have some protest against Israel, but like even JVP is more concerned with fighting anti-Semitism than stopping the genocide. And if you're back, Richard, I read that article. I was gonna look at some more. Or you're muted if you're. I was just saying the upward battle of I can't even convince you, and like you're like a prime target liberal Jew with a like anti-Zionist rabbi, and I can't even convince you, and saying like let alone someone that is directly involved in organized Jewry or Orthodox Jewry, right-wing Jewry, or people that have been trained to be Zionists their whole life. And I'm extremely concerned because Netanyahu, he's not coming to America to address the joint Congress for another month, and he probably feels emboldened to like he has the full support of America. Even people like you still basically support him. So even the bulk of liberal American Jews, he's still basically got in his pocket. And so he could probably one time kill tens of thousands of more people before he addresses Congress. And he'll probably win over people in Congress. And, just saying like, I just think it's a disaster situation, not just about what has happened, but what is likely to happen in the next few months that, God forbid. And, I feel, it's disheartening that I don't blame you, saying like, you're your own person, appreciate just you coming on and talking, but, it's just hard. I can't convince you. You might go to the JVP, like most people there, I was surprised at Ilan Pape, and even he inspired me, Ilan Pape's courage. But say most people in JVP are more concerned with fighting anti-Semitism than stopping the slaughter in Gaza. I said it I mentioned it, the Aaron Bushnell, and I said it to the people of the Gaza encampment. I say it again, it's how I believe. I would rather die than be complicit in this genocide. And maybe I could say the two extreme levels where you might disagree, like no, you would rather live and be complicit in the genocide than die and be. But I'm gonna put it at that level. Like I stand by my values. I'd rather give up my life than be complicit in this genocide. And so you say, the two levels. You don't believe that there's actually a genocide going on, or to say that you would rather live and be complicit in the genocide than than die than die. And so think at the level. Would you agree if there was a genocide? Would you agree with that? You say you'd rather die that than be complicit in this, or you say like no, like life goes on. You got to do what you got to do to survive, and I'd be complicit in it, and then it's just you're not convinced that there's a genocide going on.
Yes, I believe in the sense of life continues, and there can be the argument in complicit of multiple occurrences around the world where there is continuing instances of military involvement, whereupon an inability to resolve those conflicts can by definition get considered a genocide?
I mean, in Israel, you would have to spend 6 months in prison. If we were Israeli and refused to, join the military, partake in this, and even as a reservist, they just called up 50,000 more reservists. You could be put in military detention. But I mean, if you refuse service in Israel, it's a 6 months prison, and if you were called up as a reservist and refused, you also have military detainment. Although, from what I understand, there's not that many Israelis that are refusing. So I spoke to like Sula Adder Weinreb, and he mentioned if they called up for reserves, he might refuse to go into Gaza if they called him up. I think they did call him up, but he would do his service. But if they sent him into Gaza, he would refuse. And if they put him into a military detainment, he would accept that punishment. Judaism generally mentioned has the big three, and that means that you have to give up your life rather than do, and that includes murder, forbidden sexual relations, or idolatry. And so if the case, like if you were saying, so like I'm just saying, like like I'm not Aaron Bushnell and like suicide. I'm not saying that at that point, but I'm saying that my life, I wouldn't participate in this genocide. It's just like being complicit or supporting, but it's saying I would rather die than participate in this genocide. Saying, well, I'm not participating in it. I'm not Israeli. I'm too old. If I did, they wouldn't call me up for service. They wouldn't send me into Gaza. So it's just kind of an empty statement, but meaning like, well, why am I speaking out so heavily against this? There's really no benefit to me. I've lost most of my Jewish friends. A handful of people might think I'm courageous or support me, but generally most people, it's not any benefit to me to do this. So, that sense is saying, like, I feel a moral obligation. I'm doing it. I'm speaking out against it because I don't want to be complicit. I want to stop this. Anyone does want to listen to me, I hope they appreciate the danger of the situation, not only of what has happened, but of what might happen in the near future. I think this is a dire situation where Israel is very likely to step up the killing, and but few people listen to me. Okay, I went down to the Wayne State encampment. It was like speaking to the choir because there everyone agreed with that, and a few people thought I was courageous for for doing that. And if you have a few positive comments, I went down to I put on my stream the Wayne State student. There were a lot of people standing up for the protesters, not what their opinion on Israel varies, but it's saying like those students didn't deserve to be arrested. They should have the charges dropped. I might go to that protest this week also for the Wayne State students. Try to draw more attention to the issue. Although I'm not, I'm not battering people. Like, I went to the chess club. I didn't mention it once. My parents, I don't bring it up. Like, I don't think it's productive. Telling people, you're like, and then anyone who's watching me just see the difficulty of trying to convince people and just trying to bring facts, like just going over what's going on, and it kind of comes to intention where you think, well, I want to believe Judaism's good, and Jews are essentially positive, and they couldn't do this, but like unfortunately, the evidence seems overwhelming in the opposite case, and besides for what's happened already, I'm saying like the reason I'm speaking out so forcefully is because I'm scared about what might happen in the near future. And I don't know if what would change your mind. I mean, if there was an event where like 1,000 Gazans were killed that didn't have any plausible Hamas target, or it's continued like
I mean, I would have to see a whole trial, I guess, if
But the point is, you have to wait till it's over. It's going to be too late. It's 8 months now. Like you mentioned, like I'm gonna, I'm gonna get through the. I'll continue. I'll go through these articles that I planned. Um, but this question of how many terrorists does Hamas really have at this point, and it's, kind of the false propaganda, like, okay, like we're just going into Rafah, like we've eliminated 21 out of 24 brigades, and that's why we just have to go into Rafah. But then all of a sudden they had this thing that the hostages are being held in central Gaza, and 200 people were killed, and it's because there were Hamas fighters everywhere. So it's saying, well, which one is it? Hamas has almost been eliminated. All we have to do is Rafah, or there are still Hamas fighters all over the place holding hostages in central Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And so this question of like after we defeat Hamas, and so the point, like, Israel's not going to defeat Hamas, and it's not even clear to me that if Israel is making any progress at all of defeating Hamas, and basically the only thing they're doing is starving, torturing, killing innocent people. And so that's unfortunately the way I see it. And it's saying like, well, that's not what Israel's telling you. That's not what America's telling you. And it's saying, well, does it add up? Does it add up? You think like, I mean, one thing you've just been paying attention. I mean, just like excuse after excuse. You're saying, well, Israel's not allowed to win a war. Israel said that it was going to be done by the end of January. Israel said that it will have eliminated Hamas by the end of January.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're 6 months after that. And you're saying, well, what happened? You're saying, well, it's because America. It's because President Biden. If America didn't, hold them back, like it would have all been over. And these statements are like the day after, and saying, well, I don't think there's going to be a day after. Israel's never going to defeat Hamas. It's been 8 months. 8 months, and I don't even think Israel's defeated Hamas in northern Gaza, let alone like in Rafah. And saying like I don't think Israel, and so your perspective is like, well, once the dust settles, we'll figure it all out. And saying, well, how long is it going to take for you to realize the dust is never going to settle? I mean, at what point, like I say, the war's been going on, like 8 months now.
Mm-hmm.
At what point, saying, so it's either two things. Well, it's Hamas's fault, and then therefore we'll fight this war however long it takes, even if it takes 10 years, because it's Hamas's fault.
Mm-hmm.
And saying, well, if that's what you believe, that then it's all the more so. It's saying like, well, how many people have to die? And it's like as many as it takes until they surrender. This would all be over if they just surrender. If they just put their arms down, gave up the hostages, and surrendered, it'll all be over. And it's saying, well, and if it's, and that's honestly why I fear. Not only that, that's why I think it's that language that Israel and Israel supporters use. Why I think it's a genocide, and why I think it's going to get worse. Mm-hmm. And so, like, if pro-Israel supporters didn't use that kind of language, like, oh, it'll all be over once if Hamas just laid down their weapon, because basically they're not taking responsibility for the killing of people. They're just blaming it on other people, and they're saying Hamas is never going to put down their weapons. They're never going to surrender. So basically, that argument is it's going to stand if they've killed 500,000 people too. Mm-hmm. So if a month from now Israel's killed 50,000 people in the next month, God forbid, that argument's going to be the same argument. Will it all be over once Hamas surrender? Like the reason why we killed 50,000 people this month is it's not our fault. It's Hamas's fault because they didn't surrender, because they didn't give up the hostages.
Mm-hmm.
And so even the language like today, like the justification of like, well, of course it's okay to kill 200 people to free 4 hostages. If it's okay to kill 200 people to free 4 hostages, it's probably okay to kill 10,000 people to free 4 hostages. And that's part of the reason, like like I was watching Al Jazeera, and but their lead in analysis, Bashara, who was basically saying that, and I'm watching that, I'm hearing that, and that's really the main reason I'm thinking is it's the Israeli statements. That, I mean, because the evidence, there's the fog of war, there's a lot of unknowns. But I mean, just these statements, like it'll be over if they just surrendered. And you just think, well, there's what, like 25,000 Hamas fighters left, 10,000 Hamas fighters left, who knows? And there's over 2 million people in Gaza, and you're saying it'll all be over when the 10,000 Hamas fighters surrender. And saying it seems there's almost no chance they're going to surrender. And then you say, well, therefore what? Therefore they have to keep on continuing, and they keep on continuing, even with these high rates of casualties. And then, the worst part is the lies that we're being told. Like it's saying, like, what happens. They said, like, okay, Hamas is almost defeated. Hamas has almost been defeated for 6 months now. Israel has been saying that Hamas, like a few more weeks, Hamas is almost defeated. Like they're going Rafah. We've destroyed 21 of 24 battalions in the next few weeks. If they just, if the U.S. would just let us, we'd destroy the last few battalions and all be over. And the hostages, they're in Rafah. But then you said, like, well, they're not in Rafah. They're in central Palestine, and they're in this refugee camp, and they're being held by, the message, they're being held by civilians. And they're saying, like, well, so either you're saying that they're being held by civilians and therefore it's okay to kill all the civilians, and if that's the case, why not kill hundreds of thousands of them? Or Hamas, or they're all Hamas, and that means that Hamas isn't anywhere near being defeated. And you're just going to give them the benefit of the doubt till when? You've been given the benefit of the doubt 8 months. And you're saying at this point, I mean, that's like Netanyahu. He's got you in the palm of his hand. You can't do anything about it. You're trapped. At this point, you have no choice but to continue to give Netanyahu the benefit of the doubt. And even if he kills 200,000 people over the next few months, you're basically already trapped. You have no choice but to continue to give him the benefit of the doubt. And that's the danger of the situation. And well, did you have anything else you want to add or comment? I mean, okay, yes, CV. I mean, I think like the American politics is going to be a disaster for that. Saying like if you have a liberal agenda, like immigration, abortion, or any of the issues that you're pushing, like in somewhat like a far extreme right agenda, maybe. I'm not sure if Trump is going to be like a cheer on. I don't even think at this point you could get like an alt-right, kind of like a Richard Spencer Zionist, that take back America and we want to do to minorities in America what Israel's doing in Gaza. And there might be a tiny element, but like I don't even think you find that anymore. Like in 2016, where the rise of the alt-right and the pro-Israel sentiment, where you had a lot of Israelis, I don't even think that's possible. And I mean, it's just an unmitigated disaster, and like we're past the point of no return, where just praying that Israel could have some sort of strategic defeat. In the meantime, like the bigger danger is, I'm scared of Israel killing innocent people. But like long term, I think that Israel has kind of sealed its own destruction, that they're not going to be able to get out of this war. They've caused a forever war. And if you're listening to Israel, like Israel right now is saying, once we defeat Hamas, then we got to finish off Hezbollah. So, like, if you actually listen to the people in power in Israel or the strategists, they're all, talking about the upcoming war against Hezbollah.
Yes.
And so, you think like, yeah, like, like any day now we're going to finish off Hamas. And then after that, we're going to go after Hezbollah. And, so just this, what happens? Okay. Like, what happens if they don't finish off Hamas? They're never going to go after Hezbollah. And then, Israel might permanently weaken itself to actually be militarily defeated by, just, the war drags on. I mean, everyone in Israel, like, saying like the leaders have all said this war is going to go into 2025. So, I mean, you have like some like telling Americans, some people like, oh, like we're almost done. We defeated 21 of the 24 battalions. And then even like, Gantz, saying that they're going to have to occupy, Gaza for years. He said, Benny Gantz, who left the coalition, who's like the leftist, said that it's basically a generational war. This war is going to last the whole generation. And so that's, like Benny Gantz is saying like, like Netanyahu, God forbid, he might just, commit genocide. Benny Gantz is like, no, you're just going to have to occupy, Gaza for a whole generation. And I mean, it's really just a disaster. And, I said it October 8th. He was like, don't bomb Gaza. It's not going to help. But like October 8th, they were already bombing Gaza. And, so now 8 months in. And then it's just like, well, what about the 2 million starving people in Gaza? The humanitarian aid. And it's saying like the fact that we've destroyed like all of their housing. They have nowhere to get back. Like they're going to be refugees in complete need of humanitarian assistance indefinitely, unless say they come as refugees to America, to the West, or ethnically cleansed or killed. And that's what he's saying. Like we're reaching the point where there's a huge danger of Israel moving to basically straight out genocide. And I mean, you think I'm just a madman, or you're rational? You think I'm clouded by subconscious like hatred and animosity towards Jews? Somehow like I failed and blaming my own failures on the Jewish people, and therefore am rationally worried that fears of Israel committing genocide. Or you think I'm just you've been listening to too many counter-Semites in it, or how are you now analyzing this?
Well, there's different definitions of pertaining to what constitutes a genocide.
Well, I mean, to do like a definitional regress. But say like, I think Israel's killed tens of thousands of largely innocent people, and I think they purposely did it. I don't think it was by accident. I think they purposely did it. And not only that, I think it's going to get worse. And so you're saying like, no, I'm not the court. The court will determine and do a definitional regress. But it's saying I'm using the words like, yes, I think they've killed a substantial amount of innocent people, and I think it was purposeful. And just the language around today, that even the killing 100 people to free 4 hostages, to me that just sounds genocidal. I mean, someone's going to justify that. Even you feel that that's justified. They're like, no, that makes sense. Like, the hostages, they got to free them. They were complicit somewhat. Of course you could kill 100 people to free 4 hostages. Of course. To me, that sounds genocidal. That's why you're like, because you're implying the intent. You're implying that it's okay, that even intentional, that 100 people were intentionally killed, it's okay. Was that not what you're implying when you say that it's okay that 100 people were killed today to free our four hostages?
Geographically, it's kind of a question of whether or not they could get away from.
Well, I mean, if it's just intentional, you're saying, well, they didn't intend to kill them. They intended to free the hostages. However, if they fought back, they would have killed as many people as it took. So it's like, well, they didn't intend to kill them, but they just accepted when they did it that they were going to kill as many people as it took. And so that, to me, that's the intent. So you say, well, you're going to say it's not intent because their intention wasn't to kill people. The intent was to free the hostages. But when they did it, they accepted that they were going to kill as many people as it took to do it. So that's why I accept there was an intent to kill as many people as it takes. You're not seeing it that way. You think
more so like
you're basically saying, no, Hamas killed those
anyone
people.
innocent would have just been caught in the crossfire. Because when they came, my perception is when they just come into the camp, they're getting attacked. They got to fire back or get killed themselves. Oops, innocent civilian was standing right there, kind of.
Yeah, but they didn't have to do the operation.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did it, we should go through this step by step. That said, they had the intelligence. They knew where the hostages were. And they accepted that they were going to do a military operation. And they could have, like I said, I would rather die than be complicit in this genocide. What you're saying. So the commando could have said, we'll go in, and if it gets bad, and I die. I'll try to free the hostages. But if it gets bad, I don't want to kill a bunch of innocent people. So, I die. But it's like, no, that's not what they said. They said they're gonna go in, and if it gets bad, they will kill as many people as it takes to complete the operation. You're not agreeing that when Israel did the operation, that they accepted that they were going to kill as many people as it takes to complete the operation and free the hostages and get the soldiers out alive.
But also there's the narrative, well, Hamas had militarized a refugee camp. And also making civilians either against their will or kind of volunteered to be supporting of the effort to.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's the intent. That's the intention of the genocide, that you're saying that they deserve to die. Because they I mean, two things. They could have just said, okay, God forbid, if the hostage, I mean, we could have negotiated or something, but it's saying, okay, God forbid, there's 4 hostages, they die. It was horrible. It's a horrible tragedy, but it's not worth 100 deaths to free our 4 hostages. They die. And so you're going to put it at a level where, no, we will kill as many people as it takes to get those hostages out, whether it's 1 person or 1,000 people. And that's why I'm looking at him saying, like, to me, that seems like genocide. I mean, you're going to say, I mean, I could see it, but that's, to me, that I'm saying that's the intention. The intention was clear when they went to the operation. They intended, they didn't, I mean, saying, okay, intentional, like they just intentionally killed all those people, but they accepted that they will kill as many people as it takes to do it, including innocent people. So say, okay, like there's a dangerous operation, and there might be a gunman. He might open up fire. It's going to be in a public place, and then you're going to be in a firefight with other people in a populous place, and there will be a huge amount of civilian casualties. And they went with Operation Anyways. And then you're saying they're justifying it and saying, well, of course, like, it was worth it. It was worth doing, as many people as, okay, God forbid.
Mm-hmm.
If you were making the call yesterday, we know where the hostages are. They're in a crowded area. It could get out of hand, could get into a gunfight, and it could kill hundreds of people around. You make the call. Is it worth it or not? And you say, you do it.
Yes, because if they're willing to fight, then that's the people they're willing to lose.
Well, you're just saying it's the people you're willing to kill.
I'm more so saying Hamas was willing to lose.
Yeah, that's the point where that's why I'm like, this is clearly genocide. Because, like, you're not willing to say, you're not even willing to accept that, like, you're willing to kill these
If
people.
they didn't want 270 people to die, they should have just, okay, we give up, here's your hostages, we'll surrender.
Yeah, it's like a basic, like, like, okay, like, how many people would you kill to protect your kid? Say, well, I would, someone kidnapped my kid, I would kill them, of course. Say, well, like, I'd kill 1,000 people to protect my kid. I'd kill everybody to protect my kid.
But in my retrospect,
and then you're basically saying, well,
200 soldiers, so they don't take back the hostages.
Well, you're just saying taking hostages is so bad that that anybody complicit. If it was in Detroit, God forbid, Samantha Woll, they'd taken her hostage, and you're saying, like, okay, like, she's in there. There's a few people holding her with guns, and they're in the building, and the other people in the building, maybe a lot of them know that they did it, maybe they support it, they're tangentially complicit, and you say, okay, like, we're gonna go in, and we're gonna get her out, and we're gonna kill as many people as it takes, and that's their problem, not ours. And you're saying, I don't even think we killed them. I think they killed themselves. But that's why I'm saying, like, this is blatantly genocide. And just looking at these arguments, just trying to dissect them and understand it, because I'm saying, like, you're a liberal Jew, even you're defending this, and it's saying, like, let alone most Jews that are on the right, and you're just saying, like, just like this understanding that, like, yeah, it's okay to kill 100 people to save the 4 hostages, including mostly civilians, and it's saying it's not my fault, it's their fault. And you're saying, well, you just looked at it like okay, like, yeah, there was a war crime, and it's even say, I don't know, is the punishment death for taking a hostage? Maybe in some cases, but you say, let's say I don't even know if, like, the punishment is death for taking a hostage, but let's say you took a hostage, the punishment is death, and then you're adding to that small levels of complicity. That you say, well, if you knew about it, you supported it, or you didn't do anything to stop it, you're complicit enough in this to deserve to die.
To some extent, possibly.
Well, you're saying the punishment is death. Okay, you're saying, okay, the person who housed them, and let's say maybe he was a doctor or a journalist, and he didn't take them hostage, he just housed them, and he might have, and from what we heard from the Israeli girl, they were relatively nice, they fed them, took good care of her. We're saying, like, no, the punishment is death. Like, the journalist, his family that housed her, you're saying, like, no qualms in that, the punishment is death. And we're looking at the Israeli commando, from what Israel said, they went straight in and they shot point blank and killed everybody in the building, including the man's wife and children, when the operation. So you're saying like, okay, like even looking at those,
There's going to be a certain amount of review that goes into.
and saying that guy wasn't military.
Mhm.
The guy whose house, he was a civilian. He wasn't military. We don't even know, like he may not have even had a gun. And Israel said itself, they went into the building, they killed him, his wife, and his daughters point blank. Came into the building and cold-blooded assassinated, shot them. And saying they weren't combatant, they were holding a hostage. It's unclear whether they did anything violent, whether they beat her or God forbid rape or any of these things. There's no, as of now we haven't heard any of that. It appears that relatively taking good care of her and feeding her. They weren't militants, but they were shot point blank, assassinated, killed.
Yes.
But say okay, they were complicit in holding her hostage. So you can say okay, like yeah, I mean these guys were holding a hostage. Like the punishment is death. It's okay. Um, And so, if someone was hostage in my house, they could kill my wife and children, even if they've never held a weapon. And then you're saying, okay. And then as they were leaving, there's some fighters, whether they, let's say there were a handful of Hamas militants and they open up fire and Israel returned fire. And it looked like they ordered aerial bombardment and they basically killed everybody in the vicinity. So to the point, just being in the vicinity. So, just from what we understand what happened, I read through as much as I could in the Israeli details. So, you don't think any qualms like going in and killing the man and his family who were holding her, even if they were civilians, non-combatants, that you don't have any qualms like that was completely okay. You just went in straight blood, killed them cold blood.
It depends on what amount of decision making there could have been.
Wait, let's say completely complicit. They're civilians who supported Hamas. They're glad October 7th happened, God forbid. They're glad that they had hostages. They volunteered to hold this woman, but they didn't do anything violent. They didn't. Um, they took good care of her. They're non-combatants, and so, okay, like if eventually there might be a war crimes trial, and so I don't know the military warriors saying, like no, you're so your perspective right now is from what you understand, like no, man, that's completely okay. Those people, I'm going to say deserve to die, but like relatively, you don't have any qualms. You don't think there was
Outside
any
in.
issue at all that the man who held her and her family and his family, including wife and children, were killed. That you don't have any qualms with that at all.
Not in particular.
And let's say, presumably it was beforehand arranged like that. So saying the intention. So beforehand, it was known that was going to happen. They knew that he was. From what the Israeli released about its own statement about what happened, that was pre-planned. That the commando who went in was just going to straight up kill the man and his family holding her. So that was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like genocide. That was intentional. They purposely killed that man and his family. And so, okay, yeah, he was holding a hostage. He, was saying it's unclear whether he was a combatant. It's unclear whether he did was violent, but him and his family was holding a hostage, and Israel decided that they would be killed on the spot. No trial, no investigation. They got to get her out, and the best way to get her out is just to sneak into the house and kill them, no questions asked. And then after that, then they got to get her out of the neighborhood to, it's a crowded refugee camp. They got to get her out I mean, there's two things. One thing, it appears that Israel was doing bombardments and bombing the few days before to prepare for it, just in the refugee camp, and so if you look like over a few days, that God forbid, we got Claire here. Um, Maybe she'll add a tiny bit of moral clarity about just to put it here, why I'm convinced it's just genocidal and it's going to get worse. Just examining this, but just saying like it was intentional that hundreds of people were killed, and it had a justification. The justification was to free the hostages. But you're talking the straight assassination of multiple people, and then the firefight to get them out, where it was determined that if Hamas ends up fighting them, they will do what's necessary, meaning kill as many people as necessary to get them and the fighters out. And that meant at least 100. Even Israel said 100. Like 100 dead, and at least a few hundred dead. Claire?
Yes. Sorry. You're asking me if I think if it's genocide, what's happening in Israel.
Well, I'm not asking you. I'm saying I think it is. Richard doesn't, and I'm saying just looking at today, I think the intention is clear. And looking at the hostage situation, that Israel clearly laid out that like it's worth killing 100 people to free a few hostages, including innocent people, and there was clear intention of the family of the people holding him were just straight up assassinated, including his wife and children. And then if there was a firefight getting them out, that they just called in bombardments and machine gun, even though it killed tens, maybe hundreds of people, presumably a large portion of them relatively innocent bystanders. They might have some complicity, they might have known about it, they might have supported Hamas, but they're saying non-combatants that were just caught up in the crossfire. And so that was intentional. When Israel, they didn't have to rescue the hostages. They went in knowing that the operation might kill hundreds of people, and they did it. So I'm saying that's intentional. They intentionally, you could say, well, if the operation went successfully, they only would have assassinated the man and his family holding it, and there might have only been a handful of people killed, and then they could have got her out safe, and no one else would have died. However, it was predetermined that if that wasn't the case, that they would kill as many people as necessary to get them out and to get the soldiers out. And so I'm looking at that, like I'm interpreting that's intentional. That's that's genocide. They're purposely killing people.
Yes, it does look bad, and I guess my point would be that, and Luke Ford, I mean, his view is that
I saw you and Sam were on the show earlier.
Don't care. He would say, and a lot of people would say, I just don't care. Even if it's genocide, I don't care. And because there is a government saying it's okay, nobody thinks, or nobody ought to think there's anything wrong with it. I guess my point is that it's going to happen, that the American government wants it to happen. The American government wants Jews and Arabs to fight each other, because that is the whole point of the exercise of holding Israel as their unsinkable aircraft carrier. That I know that there are some Jews who think it didn't need to happen so badly on the 7th of October. It could have been managed better, and the suspicion is beginning to dawn on them that the State Department is doing this on purpose to keep Arabs and Jews fighting each other, so that the Americans can justify their presence and their spending, and affirm the narrative of protecting Jews in Israel, to justify their presence there.
Yeah, I mean, just rationalizing the different people and why they're doing it. And there's all sorts of players that have different motivations. And I mean, just looking at me, so you have, I mean, Richard's already a liberal, and presumably, so to say, if he thought Israel was wrong, he wouldn't support Israel. And so Luke is saying he's not looking in a moral way. He would, even if Israel was blatantly committing an immoral genocide, he would support it. If it's Sam or something like that, and saying, I believe in Zionism. I want a Jewish state. I don't, these Arabs are not helpful. We got to get rid of them. I would, might prefer that they would leave voluntarily or peacefully. But if not, God forbid, I support genocide. And so, like, if Luke Ford's, a psychopath, and he just like, yeah, like, God forbid, he's not even have the embarrassment to say it, or Sam or something. He might not even have the moral inhibition to just say, I support genocide. I don't care. I'm not interested in right or wrong. I'm interested in winning, and I will do what it takes to win. And morals, or these various things, are just preventing us from winning.
Yes, and this makes me think that it is a religious war, and not enough people. I don't think even the Muslims see it as a religious war, because their method of dealing with it is to continually post atrocity videos, and I think nobody cares.
Well, identity is
People will think what they.
multifaceted. So when you
Yes,
have us
I
and
should say
them, you're saying
nobody
the
cares. There
identity
are
of.
people who care. Not enough people care. Perhaps was what I should have said, and then you think of what happened during, in Nazi Germany, when Jews were being taken away and being to concentration camps and worked to death, whether deliberately or not, or not, we don't know. But there were people who were saying, "Well, what do you expect us to do?" And I guess that is the question. So even if you do care, um, people will say, "Well, what do you want me to do?" What about the Muslims in the Gulf region? They're supposed to care, but they don't do anything either.
Did you see Edward Dutton on trigonometry?
No, I didn't. What happened?
I mean, just an interesting interview. I mean, I guess that guy Andrew Gold. I mean, sorry, not trigonometry. Edward Dutton was on Andrew Gold.
I didn't see that. But
Andrew
please tell
Gold.
me.
I mean, he's the Jewish guy in the UK who speaks to former cult members and talks about Scientology and the royal family.
I'm afraid I don't know him, but do tell.
Um, I mean, it's just a podcast. Like, I mean, he's got like 150,000 subs. He was like briefly on the BBC, and then he started his own thing. And
Mm.
his main thing is like talking about the British royal family and Scientology. But he also but he interviewed Dutton. And he's a secular Jew. He's got family in Israel, leans leftist, supporting Israel but questioning like the occupation or the war. But Dutton's very studies and the evidence and the various types of people. So you're just looking like, well, a whole bunch of people have different motivations. So you just say like, well, like Luke Ford, one out of 50 people are psychopaths. They just don't have sympathy. They don't care that other people are suffering or just my own interest. And the case like saying that not necessarily like psychopaths are not necessarily criminal, but just saying and even from Dutton evolutionary, there's an evolutionary reason why you need a certain amount of psycho. Like the thing was like at Dutton's new claim that like leftists have like a mutational load and are breeding out, but just his kind of evolutionary dynamics of these various things. So if you want a simplistic, like it's more religion, it's like no, there's a whole host of reasons of different people. So like identity of just us and them. Some Jews look at the us as Jews because they're religious, some as nationalists, some of various reasons. And like the Palestinians, some are Muslim, some are Christian, some are secular. Say that you're in a situation where you have us and them, and people for different identity reasons. Like it was mentioned, like Abe Foxman said that if Israel crossed a certain line, he would no longer be able to support Israel, as opposed to Alan Dershowitz, who said he does not want Israel to cross that line, but he will support Israel even if they cross that line. So we have like the certain level. So, Richard is, on the level where if Israel was committing genocide, he wouldn't support Israel, and he might even be against Israel, but he's not convinced that Israel is committing genocide. In fact, he's pretty sure that they're not. But if they were, he would be against it. And maybe there's some people that are like that from religion or nationality or a whole host of have a minority of people who are psychopathic, and they might even they don't want to admit it, but you're saying actually I support genocide. To me the world would be a better place if I could just kill my enemy. There's a legal system and I don't want to get in trouble, but I follow the law. But my natural psychological makeup is I don't care about this stuff. I only want to win. I only want what's best for myself, and I only do things within the realm of getting away with it. And if that's the way, kind of like the Luke Ford attitude, maybe like Sam, then you have maybe another element of people that us them, they just don't really care about the other. They might have some moral compunction. It's not really good to commit genocide, but if Israel's going to commit genocide, well, it's going to be better for me. Because I don't want to live in an Arab state. I believe in the Zionist project. Zionism only succeeds if we could force the Arabs out, and we haven't been able to get them out any other way. So if they get killed, they get killed, and the moral arguments don't really matter to them. So you have and then you have maybe the larger segment, like the middle half, that have some moral level, but even I say the minority. So I would put Richard on the minority that he might turn against
might be
Israel.
Persuaded by the
that would actually turn against Israel. If they're committing genocide, I would be against Israel. I would stand up against. I would try to stop them.
Yes.
So you have the middle half that you have another quarter that would be well, if Israel ends up committing genocide, I wouldn't recommend it, but if they do, I'll support it. I'll go along. And you have the middle half that, kind of like the Hannah Arendt banality of evil. They're just well, I don't want them to do it, and, step up. I'll say a few words, but, what can I do? I'm still on the side of the Jews. And, kind of like the just banality of evil, you just go along with it. What am I going to do? Lose everything and go against my own people, join the resistance, the Palestinians. So, I mean, that's why and then you're saying, well, we're 8 months in now. And, so Netanyahu's got us in the palm of his hand because we're already locked in. So if you were just kind of you didn't believe it, you were going along, now it's too late. You're already complicit. He's already, saying, well, if I go down, you're going down with me. And so, that's why we're in this disastrous situation where, unfortunately, I think over the next month, we're going to see the casualty rate skyrocket. I think, Israel might, saying, from what I understand, this was the deadliest week since October 7th.
Yes. People are saying that the death rate, is it just 34,000 or is it 200,000? And there will be people who still don't.
Well, we don't even know. I mean, let alone the people starving, the fact that it's been going on 8 months, and the humanitarian aid, and the people whose houses have been destroyed and living in tent cities. It's okay, if originally the war was supposed to be over by January, so it's okay, 4 months. People were forced out of their house in tent cities. In 4 months, it'll all be over. But now it's 8 months. There's no indication it's going to be over anytime soon. The 2 million people that are starving in temporary shelters, and then and Israel's basically saying it's going to be at least another 6 months of this war. So it's oh, whatever. The 2 million people, they'll have to suffer. They'll have to deal with it. And then the actual casualty kill rate, where it's saying 8 months into the war, that this was the deadliest week yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for the Jews, and from
What's going to say that next week's not going to be even deadlier? If 1,000 people died this week, why not 2,000 next week and 5,000 the week after?
Yes, and it doesn't look good for Jews and the people who were traditionally, neutral, have turned against the Jews. I mean, I've spoken to quite a few Chinese people, and they've taken, the view that it shouldn't be done. I was actually quite surprised, but I suppose even neutral people will think the ratio is excessive. I mean, they would say, well, how many Jews were killed and how many Gazans were killed, and there doesn't seem to be an equivalence to it. But it brings to mind what Stalin said about one death being a tragedy and a million being a statistic. So there's this kind of casual attitude towards death is sort of, well, I don't care about these people anyway, so why would I pretend? A million times zero is still zero if you don't care about those people. And I suppose you could explain that by saying, if you don't look at it too closely, you will get the impression that Jews and Arabs have been fighting each other since the founding of Israel in 1948. So not that much has changed. Or you have this vague idea that there was always, trouble. But does it look good for the Jews? I would say not, because it brings to mind what I forget who it was who said, the strong do as they will, the weak suffer as they must. And it was a Greek, an Athenian who said that, and Athens didn't really survive. So some some of your reputation is necessary for people to think, well, these people are decent people, but they're not genocidal maniacs. And if you give the impression that you are genocidal maniacs, then you're basically encouraging your enemies and encouraging previously neutral people to rise up against you. So some PR is necessary for that. But then America is not thinking in PR terms or diplomacy or civilized norms of behavior.
One, there's a wide variety of opinions. So you're saying some people, I prepared to, like 10 stages of genocide, but I'm just thinking some people might support Israel down to the line. It's saying even in like a lot of voices, you're saying strong voices say like, no, I mean, genocide should have always been the goal. Like the only way to win is saying that, like, so you have that element and saying when push comes down to, like in a normal situation, the amount of people that would support genocide would probably be very small, like 1 out of 20 or something, like, psychopaths, 1 out of 50, 1 out of 20 to 1 out of 50 people. But in a larger situation where you're already in a state of war, you might even have 1 out of 5 people would support a genocide. And so, the point, like, where point the past the point of no return. So if you say, like, unfortunately, I was duped. If I'd known better, I would have, been against Israel invading Gaza from the beginning. But I was fooled. But I was fooled, and I took their side, and now there's tens of thousands of dead people, and I'm already complicit in it, and there's really no possibility to change sides.
Yes, and
Or
this
even
may.
become neutral. So like, so you may not be, the point that we just say, well, I can't stop it. At this point, I'm already complicit, and then saying, well, I'm more likely to get away with it if they succeed than stopping it. So it's like at this point, from the American or maybe UK Western perspective, and make another point after this also, but it's saying okay, like I don't support the genocide, but it's too difficult for me to get out of, and it's better for me to just sit back and be complicit with it and hope that they succeed than to try to stand up and stop it. And then you also, like, if you look at, like, well, people are voicing concern, like the Chinese, the ICC, the ICJ cases, the Security Council, but what are you actually going to do to stop it? Besides, like, okay, Duvin made a point, and I'm publicly saying, I'm denouncing this, I'm against this, this has to stop. Well, what am I going to do to stop it? Nothing. I'm just running my mouth, making a few statements. And, it's like the Palestinians have no power, they have no weapons, you can't even get to them. And so at some point, it's like Iran or the Houthis, you say, well, the only way to stop it is to go to war against Israel, kind of like, like Nazi Germany. At some point, there was a period with the rise of the Nazis and the war started, and eventually the only way to stop it was the destruction of Germany through war. And Israel is putting itself in this situation where it's basically got to this forever war that could only be solved through genocide. And for the other nations, the only way to stop it will be to go to war and destroy Israel. And so it's really, really disaster situation like that. I don't see a way to unwind from this. I mean, saying like technically, like everyone could just like stop, time out, regroup, think this through again. Like everybody, hold hands and say it's done, and we're sorry, forgive each other. We could live in peace, and say like, it's close to 0% chance that's going to happen. And so, at some point, either Israel will have a forever war, or like the local Arab nations or other nations will have to go to war to destroy Israel.
Yeah.
And if you look at the American perspective, like the strong Zionists, saying like, they're still, once we defeat Hamas, then we got to defeat Hezbollah. As you're watching, I watched today, like, like 10 hours worth of commentary from all sorts of people. And, most of the experts, basically saying like, okay, once they defeat Hamas, which is any time now, then we're going to defeat Hezbollah, then we're going to defeat the Houthis and the Axis, and then we're going to defeat Iran and Russia. And it's like, no, you're never even going to defeat Hamas, let alone to get to Hezbollah. And that's why, this disaster situation where
Yeah, it's completely delusional. But you were saying, what can I do about it? And I thought, well, it's election year in America. I mean, I don't actually know what Trump has been saying about Israel, but a lot of complaints is that he's even more pro-Israel than Biden. So what choice do the American people have as regards American foreign policy? And
close to none. I'm saying
yeah,
all you have the
exactly.
choice.
And
All you have is the
it's the
choice
same for all
between.
countries.
All you have the choices between voting for between two people. Like local elections, and it's saying, well, at this point, it's saying it's either Trump or Biden, and probably both Trump and Biden will be complicit in genocide, no matter what Israel does. And then, unless like it starts affecting America, and then.
But
But it's saying
it
not from
will
like a
afford.
moral objection. Is they're not going to stop supporting Israel just because they're killing Palestinians. They might stop supporting Israel because it's going to lead to the destruction of America, and even that they might support Israel even with the destruction of America. So then you could vote in local elections, and the chance of turning the tide in this election is close to zero. I mean, Congress, everybody's up for voting Congress. It's a complete sweep, but like most of the candidates are already known. The primaries are coming up soon, and if you just look at the candidates in the primaries now, um, I would say over 75% of them are going to support Israel. So even worst case scenario, 75% of the House and Senate are still going to be basically full support of Israel. So I mean, Netanyahu is coming to Congress in a little more than a month. So I mean, he basically knows that he has full, carte blanche to do whatever he wants up to that point, and then he'll probably be able to win over America to even accelerate whatever he's doing shortly after that. And the rate of pace, because the U.S. system is so slow that for America to turn against Israel would probably take like to the next election cycle in 2 years after this one.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing. I mean, you could do something like elections have some consequence. Maybe you get a few more squad members, a few more people critical of Israel, but really not much. You can't really do anything through electoral politics.
No, because, and I think that's important, because if you think of what happened to the British, because they declared war on Germany twice, World War One, World War Two, it does matter. Foreign policy impacts on ordinary people if they lose the war. So it does matter a lot, but obviously democracy is not the best way of deciding on foreign policy, because ordinary people barely know their own history, let alone the history of all these different countries in the world, of their global empire, even if they have one. And this calls into question democracy itself. But the other thing I wanted to say, I don't know if you read Yuval Harari's *Sapiens*. I haven't read it, but I get the impression that what he was saying about stories is that people just want to believe whatever story they make up about themselves or their own group, and they just behave as if they live their life to make that story come true, and that, I'm afraid, is one of the things that people do, and they're not going to change it. And if they are given the option of believing it or not believing it, in spite of the evidence, they will continue to believe things in spite of all evidence, and call it faith, so, or patriotism.
You want to add something, Richard?
Yeah, well, I've been here for over 5 hours, so I was actually planning to log off. It's certainly
Okay. Yeah, sure. It's past
very
midnight.
fine. Thank you.
Okay, well, I
Certainly,
appreciate
as
you
I
joining,
try,
and you will see
but
if
I
anything
really
comes
like
up in the
that
Sam Woll
point.
case.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Any final thing you want to say? Go
Well, kind of on the last part about philosophy of the narrative and the story that people believe about themselves, and kind of like observing the conflict, even though I'm not like directly involved. I'm kind of more of the perception that we're all just watching this in real time, kind of wondering how exactly is this conflict going to end. And we would hope that there's less casualties, but that really comes up to the decision making of those who have the power and have the weapons. Like, it's really up to them at this point. And that I'm not so certain that any civilian action is going to really create any leverage, but people can try what they can. And unfortunately, that does sometimes upsets a lot of people, especially if those tactics include vandalism, as with Jordan Acker's law office, or disrupting community gatherings to somehow, or even graduation commencements, which we've seen. So we can only hope that the conflict does come to an end as soon as possible, but kind of hard to tell what's going to happen unless both sides want to fight on as long as possible. And
Do you believe in God, Richard?
Yes, I do.
I guess God will dispose. And the point I was making about Muslims is that they don't actually use theological arguments, that they only compete with Jews for greater victimhood. And at some point, even your greater victimhood doesn't help you if the people you're appealing to don't care about you. I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Richard.
No, that's all right. I'm all done.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, and
Yes, of course.
see next week if anything interesting happens in the Sam Woll case, or if following that, you want to talk again. I do the stream once a week, so appreciate to have another voice and local voice and I mean difficult times and especially for the Jewish community, and you're saying people in the Jewish community feel vulnerable and hurt and also I think you want to win, and it could be problematic, the identity questions of just you're idealistic, you want to do the right thing but you want to win, and they could put you into conflicting into severe conflict now to doing what it takes to win to the right thing. And there's a lot of conflict just internally within the Jewish community, besides for the Jewish community and others. You got AFPAC, Nick Fuentes coming up in Detroit next week, and Trump. And I think the Palestinian protests, like the Jewish community, because presumably, like Kamala Harris was both here, and everything overshadows is the war, support for the war in Gaza. So Kamala Harris, Trump, Biden, they're all being protested for supporting Israel. And then you have AFPAC Nicholas Fuentes is also protesting that they're supporting Israel, and you have the Jews saying, well, this precarious situation, we're so happy that at least Trump supports Israel. So if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you're thinking like Biden, at least he's supporting Israel. And your Democrat is like, well, at least Trump is going to support Israel. Or even the worst case, he's saying like, well, he's going to support Israel even more than Biden. That you have to, even everything that goes against my ideals, you got to support Trump. And so just this is going to be an interesting week for Jews.
But does God support Israel? That should be the question.
Absolutely.
Well, God supports Israel, but God supports justice. So saying God will punish Israel and the Jewish people if we're not just. In fact, God will punish the Jewish people possibly worse than other people are punished. You're saying Israel will survive, the remnants Israel is the special mission. But I mean, the one thing we know from Judaism and our scripture is God will punish the Jewish people extremely harshly. So that's also scary. And so I told Daniel Ikakachu, saying like God will take the side of the Palestinian people against Israel if they're on the side of right.
Yeah. I wonder if there's been any flying of flags. I mean, in the UK, that there's been a lot of British people wrapping themselves up in the Israeli flag, Tommy Robinson, and that kind of
Almost
thing.
nothing. I mean, I say Trump is something like Nicholas Fuentes and AFPAC is going to be in Detroit this next weekend, and Trump with CPAC, Charlie Kirk, Turning Points USA is going to be in Detroit. And I don't think you're going to see, you might see like 2 or 3 Israeli flags or like a few yarmulkes, but like, I don't think you're going to see much like pro-Israel Israeli flags at the CPAC. You might see some, but I mean, it's in Detroit. You might have some people. I mean, it's somewhat like being transgressive. So like if you're black in Detroit, you're coming out for Trump and I support Israel, not Palestine. But I would say like it's going to be overshadowed by other issues like immigration, the economy, that Israel's probably not going to be a big issue. I doubt you're going to see like a pro-Israel rally with Trump. I mean, you might. It's remotely possible that Trump is at Huntington Place, the big convention center in Detroit, that there'll be a small pro-Israel rally. I couldn't. Maybe it might be able to get like tens of people. I doubt it, even hundreds of people. I haven't heard anything about it, but I mean it's remotely possible. But it's like, I mean, Acker's not going to be there. Like, who's going to be at this pro-Israel rally by Trump? It's just going to be a handful. Like, it's going to be Kahanists. It's going to be people like Sam, like Claire's friend. I mean, if there's one, in Detroit, that, and it'd be even more of a disaster because if you're like Acker or a mainstream Democratic supporter, you're not going to be able to go to the pro-Israel rally, by the Trump convention, and
Mhm.
and there'll probably be Palestinian protests. Like I mean, it's in
Yes.
Detroit. I can't imagine that Palestinians aren't going to protest Trump, and then the point of like Nicholas Fuentes and AFPAC. I don't think the Jews would be able to put a coalition to protest him, because the coalition that the Jews would put together to protest Fuentes or AFPAC are more likely to be protesting Israel.
Hmm.
So I mean, it's really just see, it's going to be an interesting week for Jews in Detroit with the
Absolutely.
Trump and AFPAC here. So I'll cover that next week on Week in Review, and
Yeah, and I'll
you're
probably
welcome to
join you
join
as
too.
well to discuss what went
I don't
down.
know if you're going to be following that, or are you going to go down to Huntington Place, or
Probably not. I have another event on Saturday, so even if we found out where AFPAC is going to be, I likely wouldn't be able to protest.
yeah, I mean, it'd be probably dangerous, or because they're probably when you're going to go like 10 Jews are going to protest AFPAC of like like 500 counter Semites, and like you're probably not going to be able to put a coalition like Richard Spencer came. There was a coalition. There was like thousands
Yeah,
of people that protested him, and like I don't think you're going to get a coalition together to protest AFPAC.
yeah, which is
Hmm.
unfortunate. I kind of wish there was more mobilization, but it kind of has to do with the sense of disorganized, and also even as well known as Nick Fuentes is, he's not doesn't have that full understanding among, I guess, Jews of who's among the worst of
But it's just not a
common.
dangerous threat that you say like, oh, this guy's bad. Like I hope you lose it, but it's not a threat that someone's going to protest. It's like, well, who cares? What are you going to do? Like, you really want to go like protest outside, hold a sign, and say, you even like Lucas Gage or something like that. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of Jews that don't like the guy, but like, um,
Mhm.
what are you going to do? You're like saying like it's not productive in that sense, and then saying it's happening the same week as what saying like this, like if you can't even put together a counter protest against the anti-Israel protest, like you're not going to be able to put a protest against AFPAC. It's saying,
Mhm.
and if you thought about it, like if there was enough Jewish ability, like they would be more likely to try to put together a pro-Israel rally than an anti-Fuentes rally, and
Mhm.
and then because he's doing it the same week as Trump, so you're saying it's more likely you're going to see a small pro-Israel rally outside of Trump than an anti-Fuentes rally, because you say like, well, what's more important? And so probably even to, I mean, even Acker, like, what's he going to do? He's
Mhm.
going to go. I mean, saying like he might become a Republican. I mean, he's saying that's why Trump's coming here. He's
Mhm.
seeing the weakness, and he thinks he could pick off black and Jewish voters for him, and he might. I wouldn't be surprised if I know, not like well, but I probably know hundreds of people that are going to go to Trump and Turning Point USA. A lot of people I go to
Sure.
synagogue with, and they're going to go there, and because they don't think the Democrats support Israel enough.
Mhm.
And he's saying, well, what's going to be more beneficial, to protest Fuentes and AFPAC, or to support Trump and Charlie Kirk? And say, well, it's probably more beneficial to support Kirk in terms of Israel. It's probably more beneficial to support Trump and Kirk and CPAC than to, because they're already, like Fuentes was kicked out of CPAC already like 4 years ago, 5 years ago,
Yes.
and like none of those people are, going to be welcome at CPAC and Trump. So it makes more sense to support Trump than to protest Fuentes. And so the main thing you want to do if you're a Jew in that sense is you want to keep Fuentes away from Trump. And the way you do that is by giving money and supporting Trump. and by convincing blacks. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just a disaster, but it's going to be interesting because I think
Absolutely.
all these things happening at the same time.
And with that, I will leave.
Okay, yeah, be in touch. I mean, you can contact me on social media or just show up next week or the Sam Wool if anything happens. If you make post or you message or something about it, I'm going
Mhm.
to be following the Sam Wool case, and it might be nothing happens this week. They might just do, but it could be they'll move into jury selection, and it'll be happen right away. But I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. I
Of
think
course.
tomorrow or Tuesday.
Hmm.
Okay, you got anything else, Claire?
Yes, I wanted to talk about security um, issues for synagogues because I was talking to this um,
Were you listening
Jewish
when I was talking to Richard like 2-3 hours ago, where I used to bring like 10 years ago, like when I met anti-Semites, I used to bring them to synagogue or the kosher cafeteria. I mean, because like Jews felt so safe. It wasn't like it wasn't really a danger. Like so, like if like when I was in Stony Brook University or New York City, I constantly, not constantly, but I'm saying like because I met a lot of people. I brought a lot of people to a lot of things, but I did party promotion and Jewish events, and I constantly brought anti-Semites to synagogues, kosher restaurants, in order kind of like to de-radicalize them, win them over, meet them to Jews, and Jews didn't feel threatened at that point. 10 years ago, it wasn't like like you there like it was before Charlottesville, before uh, Unite the Right, before the alt right, before the Tree of Life shooting, and Jews weren't really scared about getting like beat up or or like someone shooting up a synagogue. So it's like you could have, it made sense. Like you met someone had anti-Semitic views. You talked to him. It's like, oh, like Jews aren't really like that. Come to the synagogue and meet some Jews, and we'll win you over. But like after the rise of the alt right, especially the Tree of Life shooting, there started to be severe security, and then already difficult. Like synagogues. Like I was saying, like 10 years ago, almost every synagogue was open, unlocked, no guard. And then after October 7th, it's been stepped up where like not only like is there security, like they're even skeptical of Jews that have like I like at this point, like I said, like 10 years ago, I could have walked into any synagogue and brought an anti-Semite with me and be like, look, here's a synagogue. And no one would have said anything. And now I don't even think like there's a lot of synagogues that I couldn't even get past security.
What? Well, they wouldn't let you in.
Yeah, I mean they
But
wouldn't even let me pass security. They were saying
but,
like,
but
no, no,
don't they
no,
kind of check your handbag or something?
no. I'm saying like
Which is
you got.
what happened to me at the St John's Wood Synagogue. I was surprised because this reminded me of of my clubbing days when I remember thinking, how dare you? Why are you checking my handbag for knives and stuff? Um, but and then I went to a synagogue in middle age, and the same thing happened to me. So, but the story I was going to tell you was
Well, I mean,
about this.
but back just to clarify the like the paranoia at this level in the Jewish community in most places, like you have to register in advance, so you can't just show up.
Oh,
And
you
then
have to be on the list.
yeah, I mean, so like like if I just if like okay, my local synagogue, like people here, like oh, I turned anti-Israel, and like going hanging out with Palestinians, then I don't know, maybe because the security there's going to be like I mean they might actually have police, like so let alone like just a locked door and someone senior member from the synagogue okaying you. But you at this point also like you have to tell them in advance that you're coming.
Mm.
So if you just show up at the door and you're saying like they might just have like protocol where they got like a list and you have to have been on the list beforehand.
Right,
I mean,
right.
as opposed to years, you could have, the door would have just been open. You could have shown up and just walked in. So, saying like, okay, like people knew, like, like I was a Baltruva, I did things, I spoke to people, and people even knew, like I brought, anti-Semites to synagogue, and it's like, well, where'd you meet this guy? And like, guy was their guy, went to Israel. He's like, well, I was in New York, and because I was wearing a yarmulke, this guy came up talking to me, telling me all these conspiracy, counter-Semitic conspiracy theories. So I tried to convince him that he was wrong, and I was like, well, just come to synagogue, meet some Jews. We're not that bad. And then would have came to synagogue, and some people would have spoke to him, and people might even been nice to him, like saying like, come to Kiddush, have some food, we'll get drunk and we'll sing, and just because there wasn't that sense of danger. But like now there's an extreme sense of danger, so much so like that even Jews, even people who used to be members of the synagogue, you might not get past the security at the door. I mean, because it's going to be locked, and there's going to be somebody there, deciding whether you get in or out, and how that person decides. And I mean, God forbid, like if it's a disaster. I mean, Jews make the point when they go to church, and it's like, oh my God, like there's no, like the door's just open, there's no security.
Anybody can walk in. So this Jewish friend of mine, I knew she's something going to say got on the governing board or something, and I was saying, hi, how are you? How are things? With everything's going on, and it's terrible. There was a bomb scare, so but. And I said, oh, how, blah, blah, blah. What happened? And he said, I'm actually not supposed to talk about it because that if we actually said there was a bomb, in a car outside the synagogue, then nobody will come, and we don't want that. We still want them to come, and but all these issues. And I went, oh, maybe you should fly a Palestinian flag since everybody else is, and that would lower your security costs. And she wasn't happy about that. But it's just a little idea, I guess, for Jews who want to think about their PR.
Yeah, like Michael was a good example. And I was saying, like, I introduced him to a few rabbis, and I was like, I don't even know if I could bring you to my local synagogue. And then especially like the Michael who I did the streams with, and like he found me through Adam Green, and it's saying like, well, how do you know this guy? He's like, well, he was listening to Adam Green, and he heard some of my points, and he now he thinks he's Jewish, he wants to become Jewish, and thinking like it'd be a hard sell. And it's like it's like if we just showed up at synagogue near my house, like I don't even know if they'd let us in. And so I mean, it turned out I went to an event and I introduced him to the rabbi, and the rabbi was exceptionally nice, and he's like, yeah, come, no problem. But like years ago, like, yeah, I wouldn't, no question at all, I would have just showed up. Like, it wouldn't even, thought about it. Just, would have, Sabbath prayer service, it would just showed up. I wouldn't need to, I mean, I could have, if I wanted like to, food, or, maybe if I was praying, I would have told people I'm bringing my friend, just to be, like, I wouldn't necessarily try to like spring someone on for no reason. But I mean, just like certain, like we'd go there and the synagogue would be open, and someone new would walk in, and but like now, I'm just saying, like almost certainly, like, no, I mean, you have to meet and speak to the rabbi in advance. Like you can't just show up on Sabbath. And even the downtown synagogue, I mentioned, like downtown Detroit, when I was first going down there, like we had the door unlocked in Detroit, and we had like mostly African Americans. We had homeless people coming in, and like we fed them and we let them pray. I really put tefillin on some people, and just like, okay, like whatever, yeah, you join us, we'll feed you, we'll chant with you, we'll sing with you. And then like eventually, they start keeping the door locked, and you have to ring, and you speak to the, like, what are you here for, what do you want? And not just like, well, I was just curious, like I just saw as a synagogue, I was curious, so you have to interrogate them. And like now, like they have armed security. And I was thinking, like that guy who actually was from Michigan, the guy Charlie, who was at the Texas Uvalde synagogue or something. You remember that, like the hostage situation at the Uvalde synagogue?
No, I don't know anything about that. What happened?
was like 2 years ago. This crazy man from, I think he was a British citizen actually, but Pakistani, and he went to Texas and he took like the rabbi in like a conservative synagogue like hostage and took like 4 people hostage on a live stream, and he wanted to speak to that rabbi Buktal, like the half Asian rabbi, and then eventually the police came and he got shot and killed. You remember, it was like the biggest news story for like a week or a few days, and it was in this place called Uvalde, Texas.
Yes, it rings a small bell.
There was only 4 people. Like, it was during COVID-19. They had a live stream. There was only 4 people there, and they had the synagogue locked. And I was saying, like, the rabbi, like, it didn't add up. Like, I was saying, the rabbi there, like, so like we were in downtown Detroit. Like, there was foot traffic. Like, there was like a suburban place, and the guy was staying in like a homeless shelter, and he had like a British accent, and his story didn't add up. You know, I mean, so he ended up having a gun and he held them hostage, and he ended up being killed. But, you know, saying like at that point, the guy's story didn't hold up. But thinking like, you know, in Detroit for a period of time, we had people just walk in, and sometimes they were random crazy homeless people, and be like, okay, like I was in New York, like I told Luke Ford, because like Luke Ford in LA, they're not so friendly like that. But I was like, I wouldn't be surprised in London, Golders Green, but like certainly Stamford Hill, like every synagogue has like multiple crazy people there. Because like if you're crazy, that's where you go to hang out, like synagogue, because there's always open and they let you in. There's usually food. So like if you're crazy, you go to synagogue, and at least there's people there, and like some people will take mercy, maybe they'll give you money and they'll feed you. So you know, like in Brooklyn, every major synagogue always had multiple crazy people there. It was just part of going to synagogue. Like, oh, that's the crazy guy, and I would give them money and talk to them. And so if you're charitable, you'd be like, oh, like, you know, like I'm a righteous person, I'm going to help this person out, I'm going to speak to them, and you know, try to put them on the right path, and you know, they too could, you know, God will help them, and you know, if they're hungry. And there are a lot of synagogues, like almost every Hasidic synagogue has like free coffee. So like if you're just a crazy person, you could walk into synagogue and take like a tea or coffee. No one's going to stop you. Like, you know, no one's going to say like, what are you doing here? And you're saying, I'm just here to take a free coffee. You know, so it's just like, I don't know if that makes sense to you. Or have you ever seen such a phenomenon? I mean, I remember like on John Wolfe, but it's saying, this Zan Teve. I have to check your channel, this guy in the chat. But you appreciate you turning in. But I mean, some maybe master like that also. But it's saying the nature of synagogues where they're open to everybody. Everybody is welcome. And of course, there's going to be crazy people there. And of course, crazy people are going to, you know, just take free food, hang out, try to beg money, make connections. And it's just, if you're religious, like it's a religious experience. Like, okay, like you deal with it. In LA, Luke Ford said like no synagogue has crazy people. Like, I mean, because I guess like they're not as God fearing, and you know, they don't want to. In Detroit,
yeah, because of all the rich people and the security.
Yeah, they don't want to scare off like the rich people or like the fancy people, and they're saying like, well, you know, like, and so maybe in the Orthodox area they, you know, they have some crazy, like in Detroit, in the center of the Orthodox area, like there's a few crazy people, beggars. I mean, also there's like literally like mentally disabled people, and like a lot of times they hang out in synagogues too. So like literally like autistic people, even like adults that you know, like, but like that's where they're supposed to hang out. They should hang out in synagogue. That's what synagogues are for. Synagogues are for like, it should be a refuge place for troubled people. So
yeah,
in that sense, like yeah, I dealt with constant crazy people, and that was like, I kind of enjoyed that. Like, you speak to crazy people, you hear kind of what they're going through. Sometimes you could help them out. Like a lot of times people get back on their feet or they have issues. But
Jewish crazy people. I guess they would be Jewish crazy people rather than Gentile crazy people.
Yeah, I mean Jewish crazy people.
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally you have like Gentile crazy people. Then they might. I mean, so I used to like I was in Hasidic schools. Like they might even let a Gentile crazy person like take a coffee, take a cookie. Um, no, we like there are a few synagogues we would even feed Gentile crazy people, although we'd keep an eye on them. If it was a Jewish crazy person, like we might just let them walk around and be crazy. If it was a Gentile crazy person, then like there's going to be an eye on him. They have to, someone be ready to toss him out if it's problematic. But even that, like maybe take mercy. Like it's New York. There's you take mercy on the person, feed him. It's called the Kiddush Hashem. Sanctify God's name, and say like, okay, like here's a guy he's gonna love the Jewish people. We let him to the synagogue, we let him relax. We just gave him a few words of encouragement. We fed him, maybe gave him a little bit of charity, send him on his way. But like now it's, I don't know, like maybe Stanford Hill, they still might feel safe enough, like they don't have their doors locked, they don't have security, and they
Or
might.
any stranger would just stick out like a sore thumb without any question, just by their appearance and their vibe alone, I guess.
A sense of danger. So like if you're an Orthodox Hasidic area, the synagogues are always packed. So if you're in a synagogue that has like 100 people there, and you might even have like from the Shomrim and the Hatzalah, like the medical service and the defense service, it's just kind of amusing. So like if the crazy person just like grabs something to eat and sits there and kind of acts weird, like okay, whatever, just mind your own business, do what you're doing, what's he bothering you? And if he does go crazy and cause a disturbance, then like it's a packed synagogue, you're not really in danger, because there's so many people that would know how to handle it. And you like the police or whatever, the Jewish security services, that it's not like a gang. Like if a gang of crazy people came into your synagogue, but if just like one crazy, if you have a synagogue that has like 50 people in it and one crazy person comes in, you're not really in danger. Although I mean you have the case of the Hanukkah stabbing where like the crazy guy came in with like a machete and killed the person and like stabbing people.
Yeah.
So I don't think in London that like if you're in Stamford Hill, you think like, I mean, if there was a danger like that, but like, is it such a danger they think someone's going to come into synagogue and start stabbing people that they have to keep the synagogue locked? And it goes back to like, if you fear God, there's strong reason to not run your synagogue. So if Luke Ford, you're saying like, well, in Los Angeles, like no one actually believes in God. They're all just kind of like social clubs of advancements and various things.
Yes. Rabbi Mizrahi is still complaining about the LA synagogue with valet parking, and hasn't gotten over it. He still tells that story in his sermons.
I mean, technically, like a Jewish law, like synagogues are supposed to be open at night and for homeless people and wayfarers to be able to sleep in. I mean, it's like part of the obligation. Like a synagogue, like going back to like Talmudic law, is supposed to be open to homeless people and wayfarers to sleep in at night. So if you're like a God-fearing person, you don't want to close the synagogue. Like saying like, okay, like Judaism, you live by the law, not die by the law. So if it's a mortal threat to your safety, you have to close the synagogues. But like relatively, and like I was homeless and slept in synagogues, God forbid, for like months, like in Israel and in New York, and it was just like, of course you could sleep in the synagogue. Like that's it's like and you open up like the law book, like that's what synagogues are for. And especially like I was a Jew who was trying to do that. My parents didn't want me to be religious, and I wanted to be Orthodox, and so like that's exactly what synagogues were for, was for people like me to sleep in them. And saying, he was like, okay, like you come in, like saying you don't want to make a mess of the place, But I was saying like that's old school Jewish law.
Right, and I think that used to apply to churches too. That it was always supposed to be open, and then then they were locked at certain times because of people stealing stuff. And
a lot of churches still have homeless people sleeping in them. Now you got to have like permits and government aid, and you can't just like allow homeless people to. You have to register. A lot of mosques, they're open 24/7, and coming for prayer or saying like, and they have food. But I'm saying that's we talk like, what about God? Why are you doing it? So she's like, we're Jews and we're gonna win and we're gonna survive. It's like, no, I mean, like, I mean, the one thing, like, like if you actually believe in Judaism, it's like, no, like God will punish us, and actually the punishment to the Jewish people is worse than the punishment to the non-Jews.
Yes, I mean, it certainly says that in the Torah, because of the things that are death penalties for Jews are not death penalties for Gentiles in the 36 capital offenses. And but I suppose that would be logical if Jews were chosen to maintain and set standards. And if they haven't, then I guess they're going to be made an example of, as that's what I've been trying to explain.
I tried to, when I debated Daniel and the other conversation on his channel, to say Judaism, is it what the sages say or what Jews do? And from what the sages say, the fact that most Jews don't believe or follow Judaism doesn't disqualify Judaism. Like Judaism believes in free will. It believes in a God that's slow to anger, gives people a long time to repent, and therefore you have these boom bust cycles of God being merciful, giving people a long time to repent, and then if people don't repent, then you have to have a bust cycle to reset things. And saying that's appears to be what we're moving towards, where you have this bust cycle of because we're not repenting, and eventually we have to be punished. But they're saying God right now is thinking like, oh, they're going to repent, they're going to change their ways, everything's going to be okay. But like at a certain point, it's like, no, I mean, it didn't happen. They didn't repent, so they had to be, we had to be punished. But so just the fact that like most Jews don't believe in Judaism or follow Judaism doesn't necessarily disqualify the truth claims of Judaism, because Judaism claims that that's the way it works.
Yeah, I mean, rules are made to be broken, which is this curious English saying, but it makes sense that in that whoever made the rules envisaged that they would be broken, and has thought of the punishment for those who break the rules. But on
the opposite, that's why the Jews were chosen, saying the Jewish people were chosen because we're a stiff-necked people and don't like to obey.
And I'm glad you mentioned your discussion with Daniel Huckey, can't you? Because you did discuss briefly hypocrisy, and you were saying, actually I can't remember what you said. You were saying it's a good thing, and he was saying it's a good thing. Can you remember?
Good thing, but I think hypocrisy is not a serious sin; it's an expected part of human nature. And in some case, like in terms, it's better to do the right thing for the wrong reason. So you should encourage people. If you're a hypocrite, meaning you're doing the right thing for the wrong reason, then that's still praiseworthy.
Yes. So this is. I mean, I've been saying.
And then we talk about praying. Like give the example, like saying like if you are going through a phase of atheism or doubt, you should still pray. And even like, I mean, even just some like basic argument that like you're not sure whether it's right or wrong to like be violent or steal or something like that. Like the law in general, like even if you don't understand or agree with the law, you should still follow the law. And that's kind of the basis of hypocrisy is a good thing. And as opposed to what does it even mean? That hypocrisy is a bad thing. You're saying it'd be better.
Well, it was Rochefoucauld, this French philosopher, who said hypocrisy is a tribute that vice pays to virtue. So is it a good thing or not? But I would say it is a sign of moral consciousness that you know you're breaking the rules even as you break the rules. But then the benefit of that is, when bad things happen to you later, you can attribute the misfortune or punishment to the fact that you broke the rule. And then correct yourself, because you can attribute cause and effect to your suffering because you broke the rule. But if you didn't even know there was a rule, then you won't be able to tell to know what went wrong. It's the same for dog training too, isn't it? That if you want to train your dog and it does something wrong, you make sure that the punishment is swift and immediate, because if you punish the dog the next day for something it did wrong that was today, it won't know why it's being punished.
Yeah, I mean, people might confuse hypocrisy with inversion or Machiavellian. Like portray yourself as benevolent and really be ruthless. So like the key is to be ruthless, but to make people believe you're benevolent. And you're saying, is that not necessarily that's what hypocrisy is? Hypocrisy, and so even at the level of say, well, portraying yourself to be better than you really are, or saying like hypocrisy in the, we're the most moral army in the world while we're committing genocide. So portray yourself to we're only defending ourselves, like Hamas killed themselves, and Hamas is to blame for all those deaths, not us. It's saying, is that, I mean, one thing, it's questionable whether that's hypocrisy, although you might tie that in with, because Judaism has this view towards hypocrisy, that it causes this Machiavellian, this trait, like looking at what's happening in Gaza, where tell people you're the most moral army in the world while you commit genocide, kill people and blame the other person for it. And if you're just looking at even I couldn't even convince Richard that the raid and the hostage rescue was morally unacceptable. And so if you're going to say, was that hypocrisy? Saying, well, I'm not sure that's hypocrisy, but it could be that it's an offshoot of the Judeo position on hypocrisy, that Jews are so likely to believe these moral arguments that justify killing 100 people to save 4, and then not even accepting that that they have some responsibility. Like, no, not only is it okay to kill 100 people to save 4, it's their fault, not our fault. We didn't do it because it was worth it for us to do for our own benefit. We have zero blame, and it's them who is responsible for those deaths, not us.
But the Quran has very clear rules about not poisoning wells, not destroying trees, no scorched earth policies, and not killing non-combatants and that sort of thing. But I don't think Judaism has those rules. So I guess a Muslim would be.
But I'm saying Judaism is more pragmatic, and it's more likely to have the ends justifies the mean, utilitarian. Truth is what's good for the Jews. So you're just saying not an absolute standard that you can't, certain things you just can't do. And so, rather than like a Luke Ford or Sam, point of view, just saying, well, I want my side to win, the ends justifies the means. And then you have an attempt to moralize Machiavellianism, where you just portray yourself as righteous and secretly be ruthless. And so if the person is self-deluded, so if you're Machiavellian, you just say that it's not good for the public to look at you as ruthless, so you have to portray yourself as righteous, but secretly that it's most beneficial to be ruthless, as where the person is self-deluded into thinking that they're righteous when in reality they're ruthless, like what's happening in Gaza right now. I think most Jews,
this competition for
most Jews are self-deluded into thinking that they're actually righteous when they're ruthless. and just say, so if you're saying I'm Machiavellian and I'm ruthless, I want to win, and we got to do what it takes to win, as opposed to the self-delusion that somehow we're the most moral army in the world. And so I think it's probably likely that a large amount of Jews actually believe that they're righteous. They believe the delusion, and they believe their own propaganda.
Well, this competition for victimhood is a form of hypocrisy, I suppose, because
I mean, it's only in the
hypocrisy.
West. I mean, that doesn't make sense because there's no. I mean, if you look like Israel right now saying, okay, like Saudi Arabia will only deal with Israel if Israel decisively defeats Hamas and Hezbollah. They don't care about the moral or the civilian casualties. They want to go with a winner. And so the victim status is only in the West where you have someone to cry victim to. But no, I mean, general in the Arab and Muslim world, they respect strength. That's what Israel's constantly, saying, the Arabs only understand strength. And the only reason the Arabs agreed to the Abraham Accords was through the demonstration of strength. And the only way that Israel will survive in the region is through a demonstration of strength. So, I don't think that Muslims are like that other than in the West as a minority.
Well, I'm talking about how they talk in Twitter spaces, because it's always atrocity.
Those are all Western Muslims. I'm saying, is there non-Western Muslims that talk like that?
No, I'm just talking about the Muslims who post on X, their atrocity videos, and I'm saying it doesn't work because people don't care. But back to the question of hypocrisy.
You're referring to people posting in English to a Western audience.
So
it's not something intrinsic to Islam. It's a virtue signal to Westerners that is actually antithetical to Islam.
I don't know. I mean, that's how they talk to each other. This is how they kill us, and how many Muslim lives are the equivalent of one Jewish life, and we are the greater victim. And the Jews do the same thing, the Holocaust and stuff like that. But
just looking at your sample side, you keep on ignoring my point that that's your sample size is people in English, which is not a native Islamic language, so it's to a Western audience. And so I'm saying no, that's not intrinsic to Islam, and it's not indicative of anything other than how Western Muslims behave. It's not indicative.
Yes, but you talk about the Arabs as if they represented all of the Ummah, and actually there are more non-Arab Muslims than there are Arabs, and the Arabs would be the Gulf kingdoms, and the Gulf kingdoms are not exactly overpopulated, and they know they can't easily
I say that's uniquely Christian thing of sympathizing with the victims. Like Judaism and Islam,
it's a feminine thing. It's a feminine thing. It wasn't even Christian.
Yeah, I mean, even most exemplified by the Christian feminized West. That I don't think that just because you hear Muslims doing it, it's not something intrinsic about Islam. And Islamic nations, you don't hear Iran complaining about being a victim, or you don't even really hear Palestinians complaining about, if you look in Palestine, like Gaza and Hamas, you don't really hear them complaining about being victims.
Well, perhaps they don't really have access to Wi-Fi and Twitter and all that.
But the ones that are pandering to a Western audience. But I say, no, if you hear them, they talk about martyrdom
to get anywhere.
When they talk about martyrdom, they talk about victory, strength. And it's saying that's why I say Israel said you can only win the respect of Arabs through Muslims through strength. They only respect strength.
Well,
your statement seems antithetical to my understanding. And say just because people on Twitter or Western Muslims are constantly talking like that, I still think that's antithetical to Islam and Arab behavior in general.
Well, I would be agreeing with you, because I don't agree with that as an effective tactic to get anything done. People will just turn the page and scroll past the the atrocity video, and therefore arguments should be used.
Well, it
And
might work. No, I mean, it works somewhat in the West. Like in America, you get a lot of sympathy.
well,
It's like
it
the
doesn't work, because
Westerners supporting.
Americans, even if they wanted to vote for an anti-Israel policy, they don't have an anti-Israel party, do they? That could come into office is Trump and Biden, and both are pro-Israel.
I was
So
listening to Mordecai Kedar, his analysis, and he's saying like Hamas thinks that they're winning from their perspective, and he's saying like the strength, like this, the portray strength and the willingness to die and keep on fighting.
yeah,
That
because
not
even if all
not because of the victim status that like people in the West are going to take their side because they're victim. It's fundamental, like a sign of strength that like we'll win because we'll go to heaven in the next life, or because it's a long term battle and their kids will fight the same battle.
unless you kill all the Muslims, that there will be,
I would say Jews. Judaism is also like, I mean, even though you might hear that Judaism doesn't really have a victim status like that either. It respects, Islam is more war culture than Judaism. Judaism historically is more martyrdom culture, but like not necessarily like a sympathy for the martyr. But maybe currently with Israel and the technology and the war, it's been reversed where because Israel has such the upper hand, that Islam is respecting martyrs and Jews are respecting strength. But if historically things are, I think that Islam is more likely to respect strength, and Jews are more likely to respect martyrdom. Christianity is more likely to respect the victim.
Well, these opinions are in a way irrelevant, because we don't know. We can't say with any certainty, oh, the martyrs always won, or the because of the way public opinion is being formed by the Western media. And
It was the statement I was making earlier that my rabbi, different rabbis, is like we're Jews, we don't turn the other cheek. It's a differential.
not that Christians
differential.
ever did, until they became weak, when most Westerners ceased to believe in it.
Well, I'm saying Muslims also, like Muslims don't turn the other cheek. That's not a virtue. And so this like kind of like whining victim status is unique to Christians. Like, look, I turned the other cheek. I got beat down and I turned the other cheek. And therefore you're looked at as righteous. And, like the Judaism, Islam, that's uniquely, Christian, this turn the other cheek mentality.
Well, you could say it's the underdog.
I mean, Hinduism might also have some
rooting for the underdog thing.
That's also Christian, the rooting for the underdog, saying, I mean, there's some level of human nature to root for the underdog, but I mean, Christianity in general is the, turn the other cheek, the meek will inherit the earth. So,
or the righteous. But back to the question of hypocrisy and Christians. I mean, Christians are the worst hypocrites, because if you want to define hypocrisy, it is accusing others of the thing that you're already doing, and that I would say is a distillation of hypocrisy. And if you're caught doing that, well, you mean telling lies, and if you tell too many lies, you will cease to be believed. And if nobody believes anything you say, then it's going to be very difficult to, get your way, because currently Western governments are disbelieved. So if a Western government says one thing, the people will do the opposite. And that, I think, is the problem of governments who tell too many lies. They are like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah, but that's the specific verses in Matthew. Hypocrite, first remove the plank from your own eye, before removing the other. Don't throw stones in a glass house. Islam more has the hypocrite. I mean, there's some level also of Jesus making statements about the Pharisees as hypocrites of praying, but Islam is more the false portrayal of being a man of God. And like if I forget the Arabic word that uses that sometimes translate hypocrite, but generally as a false claim to be a man of God, as where the Christian is saying like yes to try to correct people for things that you have the fault in of yourself.
Munafikun, I think,
And then it's saying Judaism,
the Arabic word for hypocrite.
Munafikun,
I think.
In Judaism generally doesn't have too much problems with either of those. So you're saying, I mean, Islam's focusing on false portrayal of being righteous. Christianity,
well, they get cursed as well. That there's a chapter
Christianity for calling other people out for what you're guilty of yourself, and the Judaism doesn't see either one of those as exceptionally problematic. That the Judaism you could call people out for things you're guilty of yourself, and you could falsely portray yourself as righteous.
Yeah, but for Muslims, there is a chapter about hypocrites, and they are cursed by God, meaning they go to hell. So, I mean, there should be more of a discussion amongst Muslims about what it really means, because they were saying, "Oh, this is a special kind of hypocrite. It doesn't mean us." But it's quite a harsh punishment if you think, all hypocrites go to hell. But do Jews have this idea of hidden idolatry, or is it an exclusively Islamic one?
Well, I mean, the sages will refer to it in terms of character refinement. I mean, you're just talking like the law, like even you mentioned like hypocrisy, like as an affront to God, and even though some sort of special offense to God, similar to idolatry. And if you look like, well, what's so bad about idolatry? So, well, God's jealous and doesn't want anyone else served besides him, and like, or some special status for righteousness. So to portray yourself as righteous when you're not is a special affront to God. And where Judaism is not going to look at it that way. To portray yourself as righteous when you're not is not some sort of special affront. And then this Christianity where like you can only rebuke or point out other people's faults when you perfected your own faults. And like Judas like, what the hell does that have to do with it? Like I could point out your fault even if I have the exact same fault. Why the hell should I not point out your fault just because I have the same fault?
Yes. So the question, hidden idolatry is supposed to be a sin because it's classified as open idolatry and hidden idolatry, and I think it manifests itself as through hypocrisy. So if you are,
I mean, hidden idolatry, like
idolatry is
idolatry of the
basically not
mind.
following God's laws, even though for whatever reason.
Were you
But
talking hidden
pretending to.
idolatry, like having a secret idol that you bow down to, or idolatry of the mind?
Idolatry of the mind. I guess that's how you call it. What you call it is called hidden idolatry in Islam. And there is this verse saying, "Don't pray too loud, don't pray too softly. Don't pretend to be more pious than you are." But if you do, it would happen through you ignoring some Quranic principle and saying it's okay because and then it's you give some irrational and irrelevant reason about why you're not following that particular principle, and obviously Jews do the same thing too.
Well, I'm saying Judaism is not even considered that bad. It's just saying it's just a sign of poor character. And it's not sinful in and of itself, other having unrefined character.
Yes, but idolatry is a thought crime for Jews, isn't it? Because people, Jews would consider Christians to be idolaters, even if they, go to a church with no, statues, idols of Jesus, because in their minds they would be worshipping Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, look, just to differentiate, hypocrisy is just a sign of poor character. It's not sinful. And saying you have poor, it's better to have good character than poor character, and you should, strive to do character refinement. But there's nothing intrinsically wrong with hypocrisy other than it being poor character. So we're talking idolatry is one of the most egregious sins, and there's not necessarily a connection to hypocrisy. And like even an idol of the mind is, I mean, you could call
Well,
hypocrisy
okay. Since Jim is
hypocrisy
here,
meaning that you're scared of man, not God. You would call that some level of hypocrisy,
so
like
it means you don't believe in God. If you're more afraid of, your Christian overlords or whatever, then you don't really believe in God. Because if you did believe in God, you would believe that He would, right all wrongs and punish evil and reward good in this life or the afterlife. But if you're not prepared to, stand by your principles, it means that really you're an atheist, even though you claim to be, a Jew, Christian, or Muslim. And you can be detected by this dissonance with it, with what you say and what you actually do. And if it's idolatry, it's thought crime, it sends you to hell. And also for Christians, it means that even if they commit no other sin, they commit the sin of idolatry and blasphemy because they worship an executed blasphemer. And if you say, but it's idolatry, and they don't care, you cannot make a Christian care that they are idolaters. So that suggests to me that they don't really believe that God even exists to punish them for idolatry.
Yeah, okay, Jim. God bless. Good to see you. Are you drinking wine there?
Yes, I am. It's a long weekend here in Australia. It's King's birthday we are celebrating. King Charles III.
Okay, yeah, I
Hello,
don't know anything
Claire.
about
Long time
Australian
no
culture
see,
there,
no
but,
hear.
well, happy King's Day.
He's
I'm a
got
Republican.
2 birthdays.
I'm a Republican, but anyway, leave that
Yeah,
aside.
in the U.S., that just means like some, like the post office is closed, or they postpone taking off garbage, or sometimes you get the day off of work. But most of these nationalistic days, they're just government offices are closed, and that's it. No one does anything to celebrate or
Hmm.
even knows much about the history or origins. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same there. Like
Used to be the Queen's birthday, but now it's the King's birthday. But anyway.
well, it means that you don't work tomorrow. It
Yeah,
means you
it's
don't
just a
work,
public
but
holiday.
government offices are closed.
Correct. Everything is closed basically, except the clubs. But anyway, I digress. If I can sort of just ask a question to both Claire and yourself. Again, I could be wrong in my judgment or my knowledge, and I stand to be corrected. I don't mind. The situation as I see, as far as the Jewish people are at the moment, 2024, the high moral ground since 7th of October the 7th, as the Americans put it. You put the month first, then the date. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about, has exponentially decreased in popularity. And the Jewish card, as I see it, which has been played for the last 80 years, or 79 years to be precise, since 1945, of victimhood, has fortunately or unfortunately been diminished, exponentially diminished, I think. And I think that is depends which political views you take, is an existential threat to Israel and to the peace, especially with the radical Mr. Netanyahu and his radical party in Israel, which dominates. But what bothers me is apparently, according to various polls, the Jews/Israelis concur with the politics of Mr. Netanyahu and his Likud party. And I think
the
that
polling
is
very clear. And it was even saying, like, if you're talking from the West or from a Christian perspective, and you're just mentioning that Israel, thinks that it has to demonstrate strength, and you're saying, well, they're not going to win over the Christian audience by demonstrating strength, or there might be a certain element of evangelicals or prosperity gospel that will be won over by strength, and but like you as a Catholic or something, that's not going to win you over. And if you're looking at like the hypocrisy or various things we were talking about, that Jews might try to portray themselves as the good guys, as moral, even if their actions don't demonstrate that, and it becomes more and more concerning to Christians, to people, universal humanist Enlightenment values. However, there's a certain element of maybe Hindus, some Arab Muslims, evangelicals that are won over by the demonstration of strength. You're saying the trouble. You're saying that even the level of, do they care about perception, and so the perception of who the good guy or bad guy. For like elections or media or when it matters.
Aesthetics is very important, how you present yourself in a physical way, also in a propaganda way. I mean,
you're saying a moral way or through strength. You're saying that. So Israel has the impression, Netanyahu and most Israelis, that
agree with him, what he's doing in Gaza.
Hasbara in the narrative battle is just for the West, for the Christians. But the Israelis themselves, some believe their own propaganda is not necessary for them. You're saying the point is strength and victory, and you just give the Hasbara to Christians in the West because that's the message that they want to hear. But the Jews themselves, they don't need to be convinced that they're right or moral. They want to win, and they want to demonstrate strength.
Well, obviously there is strength in Israel. As I understand, they've got 200 plus nuclear rockets. I mean, I'm not denying that. But the big brother is always America, US of A. And let's face it, let's call a spade a spade. America, right or wrong, but I think it's wrong, is dominated by the Jewish lobby, AFPAC in particular. And that is the open secret, or the elephant in the room, as I said, in terms of politics, is that America, for whatever reason, and it's called money talks, bullshit walks, as they, the usual saying, is extremely. I'm not going to go into it. It's so obvious, even to every normie, every goy. I think you don't have to be educated. How much power they have. There's no other lobby. There's no Somali lobby from Minnesota in America, or Italian, or Polish, or I don't know, Russian, or whatever. Let's face it. Let's call it, as I said, spade a spade. And I think that is not conducive to both America or Israel, for that matter. That's my argument. Because I tell you what, I mean, let's talk about Gaza. I'm not now talking about, well, we have to talk about 48 and the influence of Zionism and Balfour Declaration of 1934 and various other Rothschilds. And it's not conspiracy theory, it's all in historical, factual things. The lobbying is tremendous, and it's continuing. And I think America and Israel cannot fight the whole world, we are walking to possibly walking. Again, I'm not a strategist, I'm not a military person by any stretch of imagination, just observing,
Yeah, but they're
listening.
not fighting the whole world. You're just talking like narrative battles versus military. I mean, Israel's.
Well, Israel wants a greater Israel. Look at
Yeah, but I'm
since
saying they're only
1948.
fighting. I mean, at this
Look,
point,
yeah.
Israel's only fighting Hamas. And saying
Well,
eventually they might want to fight
Well,
Iran.
stop there. David, could I ask you? Hamas is an ideology.
Yeah,
You
but
cannot, you
Israel's not
cannot.
moving towards fighting the whole world just in terms of narrative battle, politics, influence. If we talk like actually fighting, Israel, is basically just trying to contain it to Hamas and having the difficulties. And it would like America to defeat Iran for them. Even that, like, most Israelis. But you're saying, like, I mean, just if you're using the expression "fight for," to include the narrative battle, or propaganda, or political influence, financial things with the actual violence, as a catch-all one thing. But I was like, differentiate. Like, no, I mean, Israel is not trying to fight the whole world. They might be trying to influence the whole world or fight the narrative battle with the whole world. Even like Australia, because you have a system that you could use a multi-pronged process. Like, okay, you have elections, and you just need to make sure that the candidate supports Israel. So you have two things, like the candidate.
Well, you've got problems there with Anthony Albanese, our Prime Minister, who's an old boy of my school here in Sydney, Christian Brothers School, St Mary's Cathedral. He's a loony left.
Well, just go back to this hypocrisy point where you're looking like, that's hypocrisy, as opposed to like, well, you're just utilitarian. Like, the ends justifies the means. So if we, finance and personally influence the politician, so once they get in office, they support us and do our bidding, and then we use whatever narrative perception to convince the public towards election or media, even if they're mismatched.
But should that be legal?
Okay,
my question
for election.
My question to you is: should AFPAC exist? No other country has AFPAC or the influence of that organization. Is that constitutional?
That is like an abstract moral question.
It's not a moral question. It's a legal question, and we're talking about America is always about, especially the Democrats, talking about foreign interference of China, in particularly Russia. Well, stop there. Hold your horses. Let's talk about the Jewish influence, i.e., Israeli influence on American politics, internal and especially the neocons.
Yeah,
come on. Who are the neocons? David, put your hand on your heart. Who are the neocons as we speak in America, 2024? Are there Somalis? Are there Africans? Are there Guatemalans? Mind boggles. And I'm not passing judgment. I think
you are.
Talking,
they are.
I think I'm talking factual.
Yeah, but I'm saying American imperialists.
Yeah,
that's
because
what they are.
No, who are the members of? Claire, who are neocons?
They are American imperialists.
Well, American
the
with two. Yes,
Empire,
they're Americans.
They are Gentiles.
They're Americans, second, third generation with dual citizenship.
Yes, and they tend to be Poles, they tend to be Jewish, and they hate Russia for Polish reasons, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
So,
but is that conducive to American politics, politics,
America,
and Israel for that matter?
No, obviously not. It's unsustainable.
Well, that's my point.
Well,
we are heading.
Like, so what? So, you're saying if the elites use their influence to direct policy against the interest of the masses, you say, well, can they get away with it? Are they going to try? Like, yeah, I mean, saying, okay, you're pissed because, like, no one takes you seriously, and these people do the influence to change things in a way that you don't like and isn't good for you and the masses. But there's nothing.
It's not me liking or disliking. I'm just saying I'm not passing any judgment. I'm not American or whatever. I'm just observer.
Yes, you are. You're
A
saying
curious
they're all
observer.
Jewish. Come on, let's just get to the point and say, are these Jews who are neocons serving their own interests or just being the servants of the American empire?
No. My argument, they are consciously or subconsciously or not even knowing detrimental to both Jews.
You're trying to do
Yes, they
that's
are
my opinion.
righteous
you're trying to do
Jews.
two things at once, Jim. And I mean, you're if you're just saying like straight up like, well, the elites are serving their own interest at the the suffering and lack of the masses, and then we said, well, not only that, the elite aren't even serving their own interest. And it's like, well, that's another stretch. You're saying, well, no, I mean, are you so sure that the elite are not serving their own
Well,
interest?
the reason I'm saying elites are not, you can't
they're serving their own interest
you
against
can't beat the
your
whole
interest and the masses' interest.
America is so
They're
cocksure.
their own
The
interest.
reason, exactly, I'll tell you why, in my humble opinion, is you can't beat the whole world. The last one who tried to beat the whole world was called Adolf, the person I'm talking about. You can't fight half a dozen battles and come out victorious in any sort of a confrontation.
But they just
diplomatic, political, or even military.
These words too loosely because you're talking fight.
Well, look what America has done. America has the natural enemies are the Chinese and Russians. All right, sorry about that. The natural enemies are the Russians, and Chinese. America has driven two enemies together, whether you love it or hate it.
Words too loosely. So if you mean fight violence versus fight in terms of influencing politics, it makes it too complicated. You mean violence, or you mean just trying to influence politics and saying, well, you can fight influencing politics of the whole world. You can't fight the whole world violence. And so you've got like the neocons are strategic battles, and even that, like, most power players are double hedged with the likelihood that America is going to crumble. So like some of the globalists, the corporations, the power, even Israel.
Yeah, but Jim, you've read the Quran. You say you've read the Quran. You've read the Hadith, and you haven't noticed that the Quran actually regulates international relations and warfare.
No, what I'm probably not expressing myself properly. What my argument, or gist of my argument, is in terms of politics or geopolitics, is what America and Israel is doing today is picking a battle which is just simply too big for them to confront, either in military terms or in political or diplomatic terms against the whole world. That's all I'm saying. No more, no less. I mean, the most dangerous animal is when it's dying. Any animal is bound to bite you, go for your jugular, whether it's a snake, a dog, or a panther or a lion. And it's a wounded animal. America is an empire in decline. It's very dangerous. I mean, the clowns running America at the moment
in a particular way, and whinging about,
I'm not whinging. I probably sound like I'm whinging.
So
I'm just expressing my views, which I think are
Jim, you do go on a bit. You've already made your point that it doesn't make sense, not even for the elites, and it's like, we agree with you. We agree with you.
Oh, good.
So what is there? What is to be done about it? That is the next question. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I'm not even sure your point's making sense, because you're looking like a rational actor theory and saying that people are rationally acting in their best interest, and here you're saying you don't understand because it appears to you that the people are not rationally acting in their best interest. And then, so rather than try to understand how people are rationally acting in their best interest, you're accepting that, like, no, in fact, they're not acting in their own rational best interest. and seeking some alternative explanation other than people rationally acting in their own self-best interest. And so if you have a deeper understanding, you say, well, the neocons are an element in America pushing America to do something, and they might be doing it strategically that is not in America's best interest, but it's saying they're using up America, America's on the decline, and using the power of America for a certain push for a post-American world, or for globalism, internationalism, or even Israel willing to sacrifice America for this last battle. If Israel could just defeat Hamas, carry out the ethnic cleansing, genocide, even if it brings down America, but at least it's important enough to get done, and America's on the downward anyways. So you have people that are running America, you're purposely bringing down America because they want to get the last use out of America for their own purposes before it declines, and they've already planned their safe exit to the next whatever they think's next. And I mean, you could have a more nuanced understanding, but it's saying like, generally, I'll take the rational actor approach. And so if you're rejecting this, that people are not acting in their own best interest, or somehow you on the sidelines have determined that these people are just irrationally not even acting in their own best interest, you have been able to figure out what's actually in their own best interest.
Talking about interest, I think I'm talking in terms of a country which has its own borders, its own identity, its own politics, etc., rightly or wrongly, left, right, whatever you want to call it.
So character is a country's made up of people.
Well, yeah, correct. Yes.
And there's different factions, forces within the country that have different interests. There's not like one.
But just as a outsider, just looking at it, now what's this little Middle Eastern country called Israel got to do out of 200 so countries in the world with this superpower called America, which has got about 340 million? What's the nexus? Why not? Why not pick? Why not, instead of paying homage to the Wailing Wall, why not pay homage to Guatemala, or say Canada, say Zimbabwe? I don't know. Pick any country in Africa, Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, you could say
answer that question. I'm asking you a very simple, objective, and factual question. How many senators, how many presidents went to Guatemala, or I don't know, Panama, I don't know, any sort of South American country, which is in your sphere of influence? By the way,
it's a silly question because the answer is
obvious. No, it's not a silly question. There's a little speck of a country called Israel.
You could say that you don't
behind backs God.
You think that America should change the course by saying like,
no, I'm not asking. No, you are. I'm asking a pertinent, important question. There's 200 countries. There's 7 or 8 billion people in the world, and one is superpower called US of A, good old America, and there's another country called Israel. What, 8, 10 million, 9 million people? A quarter of them are Palestinians. Now, what's the nexus? What's the connection?
Well, the answer is obvious.
In terms of politics.
I mean, saying because.
Why?
Two main factors.
Please explain. I'm all ears.
I mean, there's 2 obvious answers. The historical Christian.
What historical?
Of America.
Oh, stop there. Stop there. Historical? What? Since 48?
Well, even before, from the founding of America, the biblical.
With Israel? Come on.
And then second,
come on,
because of the success.
We're talking history now. We're not talking politics. Come on, where's that connection?
There's 2 main. I mean, Jim, you're like, I mean, maybe you're drunk or something. There's 2.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
It's a certain element of Christian belief in America, and then you have the success of American Jews and the Israeli lobby that is largely.
Since when? Since when?
I mean, really, from the founding of
approximately, America. Of course. I don't want to date.
I mean, it predates America. The success and power of Jewish Americans that lobby for this predates America, and even the Christian biblical religious leanings of what makes Israel special to American Christians also predates America.
No, you can't say Christians. You've got to be more specific. What type of Christians?
Well, I mean, what element of?
Not all Christians.
Well, I mean, now it's mostly through the evangelicals, but even in the
exactly
even among the founding fathers of certain Protestant strands, you had
let's go through the Bible. Yes.
You had
evangelical, and since when evangelical in Hagi, whatever his name was, he's one of the founders.
I mean, you didn't know the answer to your own question. That like the
but my
I mean, there's a specific reason why it's Israel and it's not Zimbabwe, it's not Canada. You've had wealthy, powerful Jews that have had a coordinated influence in America, going back from before America, and you've had Christian leanings of a spiritual connection to the Jewish narrative and to Israel that also predates America. It's like, I can't believe you didn't know this.
All right. Yeah,
you can disagree with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. What you just said, I absolutely agree with that. But what I'm asking or questioning, I suppose, is the following: why should, if we call any country as being independent, sovereign country, have such an influence by another country, either influence on that country or vice versa, but that country has an influence on this country? Like New Zealand and Australia are very close, but there's no political or any other form of influence one way or the other. Great Britain is a classical example. There's 50 or whatever, 45, 50 million English. They could eat alive the Welsh, which are about 4 million, or the Northern Irish, which are about 3 million,
to go into
and about 4 million. And they're not, and they coexist.
Jim,
what I'm saying is what I'm not rambling. I think I'm saying
these answers are just obvious. They're saying like, well, because of the Christian
no one talks about that
belief, and because
the elephant in the room,
the coordinated power of the Jewish minority in America. And you might have like a minority of.
Well, can't you see that as a problem for the Jews and America?
I mean, you could argue that it's a problem. You're saying you're asking to explain the phenomenon, why such a phenomenon exists, versus say whether it's good or bad.
Well, yeah. Well,
the only thing phenomenon is somewhat obvious. I mean, for you to phrase it like it's some question or mystery.
Yeah. Well, no. Well,
even yourself knows the answer to your own question. It just seems dumb.
Well,
it's stupid
it seems to be.
That's why Andrew Wilson just booted you off his show, because it's dumb theatrics. Like, you know the answer to your own question, and you're making it like theatrics, and it's not even interesting.
Well, no. It seems to me, and I'm probably right, is money. Now, the follow-up question, which logical question is, should money, and when we talk in terms of so-called Western democracy, is that conducive or is that part of democracy? If money is the basis, if you've got a lot of money, one group has a lot of money, the other group has got no money, where's the democracy?
It's a belief system, Jim.
It's part of the representational democratic system of having elections every certain time periods, and one person representing other people that favors monetary influence. And Jews have a lot of money and power in America and wield it for so that you have almost all the senior politicians in America support Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Jim,
there's
why is that? On that point,
there's different political systems.
It's called lobby.
That influence.
Yes, do you still believe in democracy, Jim? This is an identitarian issue.
Well, no. All right, I'll tell you what I believe. The only democracy which was ever in existence, as I see, is called direct democracy, which we don't have. We've got representative democracy, so-called representative democracy.
Well, it didn't serve the Athenians well, did it? They're gone now.
Well, you only get to vote. You only get to vote like once every 2 years for a choice of two people, or you have a primary system, and therefore money becomes extremely influential because you could groom and support candidates in order to win elections, and then they become dependent and loyal to you. And that system has favored the Jews and Israel, and not just that. Then
And
there's also
corporate
a certain
America.
religious, the fact that
Hmm.
people swearing on the Bible,
Mm.
and
Now you mentioned corporate America. Yes, exactly. And it's not democracy. That's
Okay, so we
it's
very
you
still a
take it
important.
that,
democracy.
that,
You're
that you
saying it's
don't
a
agree
flawed
with the party
system. It's
system.
representational. There's problems with the system. The problems with the system tends to favor the Jewish people.
No, it tends to favour corporate America because whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So you get the
So it's
defence
not
lobby
democracy.
paying.
That's my point. If it's corporate
Okay,
America,
so
it's
take
not
it out with the
politicians. So
trash.
It's still democracy. I mean, you're just playing word
it's
games for no reasons.
no, I'm just saying, if
So
it's
take it
democracy,
out
it's
with the
by the
trash, or
people
you're
for the
still
people.
clinging
Well,
to
it's
it.
not. That's my point.
No, I mean,
And
democracy
nobody.
still means that the people make a choice for a candidate, and the reason why money has an influence is because you can use that money to influence the public, to media support different things, and then the politician remains loyal to the people who monetarily supported them. And Jews aren't
Hmm,
the only
hmm.
people with money. There's other forces that use money, but Jews tend to be good with money, have more money, and there's a strong element
There's
of
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I
Jews in
agree.
America, and they use that influence. So, like, it's obvious. Like, everyone knows why. Everyone know, and there's also the religious aspect of a certain form of Christianity in America. So, like, everyone
Hmm.
knows why. I mean, it's basically obvious why there's the connection between Israel and America, and why Jews have power in America. You say it's bad, you don't like it. They use that power in a way that goes against your interest, or what you perceive to be the interest of the masses. Um, and it's like, okay, you're
Okay,
mad.
so
You're mad,
we're
so
not
you can't take it
Democrats. None of
anymore.
us are. Do we still believe in democracy or not? Because it's an important question.
It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It's the system you operate
Okay,
under.
but I mean, would you change it if you could?
Yeah,
That's
but
the next
these are
question.
just stupid theoretical questions, because you
No,
can't.
it's not because they are important
It is
questions
a
of
dumb. You're
principle.
saying we
Hmm.
can
Because if you
change it
still
if you
want to
could.
keep this shit system, then you are part of the problem. And anyway,
Hmm. I
Washington, in his
agree.
farewell
Exactly.
speech, said, "Don't have political parties," and nobody cares. I keep pointing it out. It's read every February on his birthday in the Senate, and nobody cares that Washington warned all those years ago not to have political parties.
Yeah, I mean, so we have a broken system. You could try to change it. I mean, just these theoretical.
No,
Like,
no, you just
If
have
I
to
were
admit
God and
that we did
could do
wrong.
and had all the power to
Washington warned us not
change
to
the
have
system,
political
which you don't.
parties, and we did. We went against his advice, and this is the result.
Well, that could be.
You
I mean, that's just a historical
shuva.
analysis that may or may not be
Americans
accurate.
do shuva for going against Washington's advice.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a historical analysis that may or may not be accurate.
It is true, though. Just
Well,
look at it. Look at how.
even if your historical analysis is accurate, it doesn't change the current state of affairs.
Okay, so because nobody's going to change their mind because you're a stiff-necked people. Jews aren't the only stiff-necked people. Oh, we've used the system for so long, we're just going to continue, going the wrong way until we head off, the edge of the cliff and crash onto the rocks below. That seems to be what you're saying. It's not going to be corrected by more voting. We established that earlier, Duvet. You said that there's no choice for the American people. It's pro-Israel Trump and pro-Israel Biden. You haven't got a choice. And then you'll start World War III, and after that, your reputations will be mud.
Well, yeah, I mean, saying
Well,
that America's on the
well
decline,
put. I like that.
and it's saying like, I mean, no, I'm saying like, Jews have to constantly work at having American in favor. It takes a lot of work and constant effort from the Jewish people to do it. It's not on autopilot. And this thing from the
Hmm.
neocon or certain perspective, they're predicting the decline of America, and that's where pushing it in a certain direction. Like, as America still has power to get some of its last acts to do something that are in the perceived interest of the people, have that power to push in that way. So if you're saying the system can't be fixed, uh, the system could still be used to the benefit of certain interest while it exists. And then if you're just an average person, you're trying to look out for your own best interest, and you see things collapsing, you see power actors that are pushing things in a direction that's not in your own best interest, you have some options. You could try to work within the system as is. You could become a revolutionary, or you could, kind of become a post-apocalyptical, where you're just preparing yourself for the post-decline. Or you could, do all of the above at once. We're just trying to give some semi-accurate analysis of the facts on the ground. And I don't like these
the system is
hypothetical,
wrong,
if
and
you were God type hypotheticals. Like, you're not God, and therefore these hypotheticals, like, if I were God and could just magically make the rules.
No, you can at least point to the problem. And if you are ignored, you can say later, I told you so. But if you don't even point to the problem, how can you give a correct solution?
Well, because these problems that are bigger than us, there is no solution. And saying there's multiple problems. And you're saying, okay, you've diagnosed the problem.
So all you have to say is, hey, we shouldn't have had all these political parties. We need just one national party governing in the national interest. And we don't have to, be lobbied. We just know, we're going to decide the people who know best, the ruling class, and will be the wisest, most educated, whatever, governing the country, in the interest of the American people.
If you're, put it to the best thing you could usually do in most situations is self-improvement. So you're looking at.
You're not going to even try. It's too much.
I didn't say you shouldn't try. So you should try and do self-improvement.
Thing. You're not going to give it up. You're not even. You've seen its clay feet, but you're still going to carry on worshipping it because it's not worth questioning it. That's
the will to
that's
power.
What you seem to be saying.
Instead of saying self-improve to increase your power level.
No.
Hypothesizing about the self-interest and motives of people in power.
The problem. You won't even say what the problem is because it's too much of a taboo, right? It's too much of a taboo. You can't be seen to be questioning democracy, which is your new religion. No, your unconscious religion.
I don't vote. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying it's irrelevant. My only choice is to participate or not participate. Like the hypothetical about I were God if I had power that I don't scenarios. To me, these are a waste of time. They're counterproductive. They're a sign of poor character. It's like I don't have that power. I'm not going to fantasize about what I would do if I had that power.
Well, you still have to diagnose the problem. You have to diagnose the problem instead of just giving up. So, do you agree that Americans should not have split up the Federalist Party when it was a one-party state?
It's just the hypothetical historical analysis about
yes.
alternative
Okay, so
histories.
you're refusing to even consider.
I don't want to go through this random intellectual exercise about alternative histories now.
Question the system. That's your advice, is it, David?
No, I'm not saying I don't want to go through these alternative history examples.
Okay, I thought we were having a political discussion, so a theoretical examination of what the problem might be.
I don't do politics. Jim came on now, so you want to argue politics. I'm not a political guy. Like we were talking theology and hypocrisy, and Jim came on with. I don't know why. If you wanted to talk politics, I don't know why you came on my channel. I don't talk politics.
No, I do apologize.
Well, you were talking about Israel, isn't that politics?
Oh, we're talking about war, murder,
That's
politics 101. Come on, mate. Come on.
Politics is all inclusive, but no, I wasn't really talking much about Israeli politics.
Yeah, but it's the principle of the thing. And Jim, do you know you're still British? You know
you're looking at you're
that's a $64,000 question.
You took problem diagnosis solution.
Birthday. You had a holiday from it.
Yeah, and there's about 700 Aussies who just received the King's birthday honours.
Right, so
Various
you're
prominent
still
people.
a British Dominion.
Yeah. Well, yes. Technically, we've got a Governor General who's
Who can dismiss
subservient.
your elected Prime Minister. He can,
Well, like Gough, you're talking about Gough Whitlam, the great
well, he
75
can still
crisis.
do it.
Yeah.
He can still do it.
Technically, yeah, legally, yes. The answer is yes. As there's a precedent to that effect, as the Governor General Kerr dismissed Gough Whitlam. Yes, you're right.
And Britain answers to America. NATO countries are US vassal states, and
So says Australia.
nobody seems to know it.
Absolutely.
And we're heading to war, and there is no
That's
independent
my
thinking.
concern.
So that's why we need to question the system, which is democracy.
Life is politics.
It's idle. It's an
not
idle.
Natural science, not physics or chemistry. It's social science. It's psychology.
Science.
It's history. It's sociology. Psychology. That's life. You want to be
it's also theology.
And all that. Exactly. That's social sciences, natural science. The other side of the sciences is mathematics. Very logical.
But you didn't mention theology, because basically, if you're under the British Crown, it means that technically you are, we are both subjects of the British Crown.
Absolutely,
And the whole idea,
whether you love it or hate it, yes. And what is King Charles, successor to his mum, defender of the faith? Which faith is the Protestant faith? Yeah.
And you're not part of it because you're Catholic.
That's right.
Anyway,
I'm a rebel by nature, I suppose.
No, but the whole point of Christianity, Jim, is to defend the divine right of absolute monarchs.
Well, that's where we differ.
You guys can schedule a conversation a different time.
The church was established?
Yeah, sorry, it's David's.
It's just not interesting
channel.
To me. No offense. Like you guys.
Sorry, I appreciate
a different time.
Yeah.
You just. I don't know how we
I apologize.
Lost control of this.
Well, you put your.
I don't need your advocation for politics. Generally, I look at it as bad character. Just a sign of bad character. But like, if you guys want to talk politics, you're fine. Like, you guys can stream anytime you want. You start your own stream right now if you really want.
I apologize, David, but I enjoy your streams occasionally when I see them, and I wish you all the best. You're very diverse in engineering, and you dabble in various. Subject.
Life is short. You got to cover, even just the few topics I like and find interesting. Like, so I didn't even read. I had prepared like papers, and I was going to do an intellectual dive on. And I had, the guy from my local, Richard, came on. And we spoke forever. And I couldn't even him, who's like, kind of like a liberal, leaning Jew. Like even him, I couldn't convince him of anything. And just the, the seriousness of the situation. Is that I'm extremely worried about what I think Israel is going to do. I think that
so am I.
I mean, besides what's happened, I think that God forbid, just the small part of me trying to raise concern that like there could be hundreds of thousands of people killed in Gaza over the next few months.
Well,
and I think that's the direction Israel's moving.
Can I?
I mean, like you're talking like the power. The power play, like America, why is America supporting this? Isn't it against everybody's interest? I do think you're right on that, but I think, if you look, there's certain forces that have pushed it in this direction past the point of no return. And even though it's really in nobody's interest, God forbid, we seem to be inextricably pushed past this point of no return.
Yeah, can I interject on that very point? On that very point,
you want to switch it to politics?
No.
I have more theological reasons why I think that's the case.
No, I just want to support what you just mentioned. I think what I'm afraid of as first of all, I'm talking about now history, sleepwalking to a war, and it could be a global war. I'm talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about now Gaza, and the third one's going to be close to my place, which is called China and Taiwan. And usually it's the wars of all you need is just one spark, just to ignite the dynamite, and that's what I'm afraid of. Which I think the history is repeating itself. I'm not throwing good or bad aspersions on any country, any people, or anything. And what I'm afraid about America is Joe Biden and his administration is just mind boggles. I mean, crying out loud. The guy, then guiding. I mean, there's a. I mean, do you understand? And this is.
I don't like to focus too much on leaders. Like take a more theological.
No, he's not important. There's a whole administration behind him who's running the show. I'm fully aware of that. I mean, he doesn't know whether he's alive or dead. But that's another point. Karma.
I mean, so I fear
fear
the means justifies the means. I was mentioning like today's hostage release, where people just seem, to moralize like, yes, of course it's okay to kill 200 people to save 4 hostages, and even analyze the globalness of this, that we could be facing disaster and it could be everywhere, where people just it's okay to kill 200 people, like of course, and just the dangerous of that. And okay, whether it's Biden and that, but just saying that the like even Richard, the guy in my stream, got a local person who is liberal leaning, justifying that, or so I'm more interested in the philosophy, the theology, the psychology, and I put like the human nature, like the problem is that God is merciful and gave us free will, and the reason is because God loves us and is merciful.
So you read your City of God, St. Augustine.
Well, I'm saying the problem is that we're not repenting. So it's saying, it's not Biden's fault, or these like collectively as humanity, God loves us and is merciful and is giving us time to repent, and we're not repenting, and therefore we're heading to this disaster. And this is an important esoteric lesson. It comes from the Baal Shem Tov. I mentioned it quite a few times, and I see this extreme danger. Because it's the basis of Freud's projection. It comes like from the late 1600s, but the Baal Shem Tov said that before God judges you, God puts before you, sometimes mentally or in front of you, a case similar to your case, and how you pass judgment on that. That's how God passes judgment on you. And just a general like projection, theological. So, if you look at, say, like where you're looking at what's happening in Gaza, somehow justifying all these people being killed. And it's like, of course it's okay to kill all these people. And it's saying that appears that humanity collectively around the world all feels like that, whether you support Russia or Ukraine or Israel or Gaza or Taiwan or China, everyone seems to be like, of course it's okay to kill massive amounts of people. And it's scary, and you can't.
It's scary, all right. Yes.
Humanity to say like, stop the carnage, like a little bit of rationality, like can't we all get along? Universal brotherhood of man. When I first started streaming, like like no one even considered the universal brotherhood of man. I don't even mention that anymore, because almost everybody has accepted that there's these conflicts that have to have winners and losers. And if you're looking, like the rational actor theory, the perceived best interest. And then you get to these zero-sum battles where there has to be winners and losers. And it could be that, saying theologically, the root of this is God's mercy, who allowed us to have free will and to sin and gave us a long time to repent. But because we didn't repent, the window of opportunity is closing. And then there has to be a bust cycle, a bloodletting, in order to renew. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And, say like, well, self-improvement, you say, well, society is collapsing. The best thing that we could do, rather than necessarily focusing on what the people in power should do, is just basic self-improvement. Be a good person, be good to your neighbors, to everybody, learn skills, educate yourself, take care of your family, rather than focusing on what you would do if you would have power. That's why I'm generally opposed theologically to politics. Politics is almost always bad character because it's these hypothetical, what I would do if I had power, which is you're really like sinful thinking because you're never going to have power and it's not good to have power. So to hypothetically think about what you would do if you had power is just poor character.
The art of the possible, eh? That's politics, yeah.
Well, because you're talking about what you would do if you were in charge. So you're putting yourself in the mindset of the people in charge. You say, well, if I was in charge, maybe in order to try to.
Well, it's not. It's
like, well, I'm not in charge. I'm never going to be in charge. Doesn't mean I shouldn't take my life seriously. Try to be a good person. Actualize my free will. Speak out when I, try to stand up for justice. But just you're certainly fantasizing about power. But even thinking about power.
So no, could I on that point say this is a difference between the medieval or ancient and modern history. I consider the breaking point 1789, which is usually considered as the beginning of the French Revolution of modern history. Before that, you had stability. I'm talking about Europe in particular. See, they call it the Dark Ages. I call it the Blissful Ages. And there are various other books coming out now in terms of history where the Pope, the God Pope, and the hierarchy, clergy, etc., knew their position, whether you're a peasant, whether you're in a society. So it wasn't interesting. So a lot of this modernist historian talk about in terms of medieval as being what? The sort of in derogatory terms, because there's nothing exciting happening. That's what I'm talking about. It was
the boom bust cycles.
It was a period of stability. Each knew their station in life, and they were content whether they loved it or hated it. Since the Reformation, especially the first schism being 1054 with the Eastern and Western Christianity in Constantinople, but I'm talking about particularly with Henry VIII and followed by the French Revolution, which is rejecting when you have a secular power. So this is the problem. Mentioning on that, you mentioned theology and so forth. Our leaders, Macron, Merkel, they've got no kids, no grandkids. They don't give a flying fuck whether they live or die. See, all the American presidents, just think about it, just food for thought, David. Family. Look at Trump. Look at everyone. My wife, my kids, my grandkids, my sons, my daughters, etc. But look at Europe. Sterile Europe. So-called leaders, left or right or whatever thing is, they don't give a flying fuck. No one's getting married. No one's got anything. So what I'm saying, I'm just generalising.
Yeah, you're saying nobody's having kids because they don't believe.
No, just an example. What I'm getting to the point, and David made that thing in terms of politics. I don't dabble in, and he's absolutely right, because today's politics, in the equation of politics, there's no the transcendental. Transcendental is not part of the equation.
Okay,
when Pope Paul, when inception
of your Christianity.
I'm sorry?
Do you repent of your Christianity? Because, obviously the failure of Christianity meant it was replaced by liberal democracy, and liberal democracy is crashing and burning. So obviously something better needs to replace it. What do you think of Islam?
Well, Islam is anti-intellectual, to be honest with you.
No, it's not anti-intellectual.
Well, excuse me. Could I say? Can I argue my point?
Let's avoid this Christian Islamic debate. You guys got to schedule your own debate.
Sorry.
No, but just get you guys.
No.
100 times.
I'll talk to you, Jim. I'll talk to you right now.
All right, we'll talk. All right.
You ready to come to my stream? You ready?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
you. Sorry, David. I hijacked your bloody stream.
Debate. Like you guys can schedule that. You got do.
I apologize. I apologize.
I still want to read an article
I'll
or
send
two.
a link to you by email.
Okay, thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. Sorry, David. Look, a pleasure of talking to you, and I'll talk to Claire. But it's interesting. I mean, what you're doing, I sort of tune in when I have time, and then you come up and keep up the good work, mate. All right? I enjoy your stream.
Yeah, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Happy King's Day. Talk again, and good to see you.
Thank you very much. All right, all the
best. Your health is good and your family. And
well, here and there. I'm not best of things, but anyway, that's life. C'est la vie. Thank you. Claire, email me and I'll talk to you. All right, pleasure.
All right, I'll do that. Thank you, David, for hosting this. It's been a long night for you. Well, it's morning here.
Okay, yeah, I still want to at least read a few, finish these articles on the war updates. So I'll let you sign off, and thanks for joining.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess you could stay on if you want. I just want to read these articles. So here's in the foreword about, you just want the update. Like, I'm not a proscriptive person, and avoid repetitive conversations and debates or arguments that we've had before, or to get too off topic. And I did want to, I had other papers, more, just study, or, than repetitive arguments, or, so to say, people, what they believe, their belief about, I call like the God fantasy, what I would do if I were God, or, trying to understand the hypothesizing about the God's eye perspective. So, I mean, it's a little bit fun here and there. That's why I do a ramble, but let me finish these. So here's from the forward. European students are calling on their colleges to divest from Israel. In many cases, they're winning. So just a point that divestment is winning in multiple places in Europe. In the U.S., they have many provisions that protect against divestment. So, just the current state of Israel. So here was another survey that came out this week from Unheard, where majority of young Britons think Israel should not exist. And just like the rational actor theory, people doing with the best predictive processing, and the state of Israel should not exist. 54% of 18 to 24 in England, 35% of 25 to 34, 65 and plus only 7%. And who do you blame for the war in Gaza? The Israeli government. 50% of 18 to 24, only 25% blame Hamas. In the 25 to 34, still the highest is blaming the Israeli government. And as it gets older, more and more blame towards Hamas. So 50 to 64, 43% blame Hamas. 65 and older, 50%. So like kind of exact opposite. So there's Unheard, UK. And let me read just this one last article. I thought this was important. Some point I've been mentioning over and over again, that what's the state of Hamas? Is Israel actually making progress in destroying Hamas? And had Oswald here in the chat, so I didn't even get to cover. Hopefully next week I'll cover the stuff about tag and gifted education, this stream. So Oswald had mentioned this stream about gifted and talented education program conspiracy, where there's people like, I was a survivor of being in gifted and talented education, or talented and gifted programs, and recruiting for the government. And I had a lot of thoughts on that, but I've been streaming for over 7 hours, so you'll see we talk about this next week. I was going to read this long article on the social construction of enemies, Jews, and the representation of evil for scholarship on anti-Semitism. So hopefully I'll come back to that next week. I was also going to read a few articles on giftedness, more on giftedness. I had this one, the history of giftedness research, pretty interesting. So hopefully I'll get to that next week. And another one on contemporary models of giftedness. And both of those interesting. So I'll continue the research, but let me just put those in the chat. Here was another. I'm going to go through that also. So sorry about that. I'm just finish this up. And I appreciate Richard coming on, and we talked a long time. But also many times I would have just read a whole bunch of articles. So you didn't get to hear me read a whole bunch of articles today, but we'll get to that next week. The bulk of week in review and usual stuff. So I'm just trying to save these articles. Okay. How many terrorists does Hamas really have at this point in the war? Explainer. This is now a numbers game of interpretation. If Hamas has 9,000 to 12,000 fighters left, then it has some 12 to 15 battalions left, not just a few. Hamas may have up to 12,000 fighters left, according to the U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters. This assessment would mean that Hamas has lost around half of its strength in 8 months of war. Israel's assessment were that if Hamas had some 24 battalions at the outset of the war and that most of them were defeated, Israel also believed that around 14,000 Hamas members were killed. This would mean thousands were wounded. This is now a numbers game of interpretation. If Hamas has 9,000 to 12,000 fighters left, then it is some 12 to 15 battalions left, not just a few. Hamas fighters are now largely avoiding sustained skirmishes with Israel forces, closing in on the southernmost city of Rafah, instead relying on ambushes and improvised bombs to hit targets often behind enemy lines. When the numbers don't add up, the report claimed that Hamas also still had fighters in Rafah, but the numbers game here makes no sense. There are around between 7,000 and 8,000 Hamas fighters reportedly entrenched in Rafah, the last significant bastion of the group's resistance, according to Israel and U.S. officials. How can this be? If Hamas has so many people in Rafah, then it only has 1,000 to control the rest of Gaza. This requires skepticism. The fact that Hamas probably moved most of its fighters out of Rafah and moved back to Khan Yunis. Yahya Sinwar and Sinwar's second in command, Mohammed Def, are probably in Khan Yunis, where Sinwar is from. Hamas clearly has thousands of fighters in the central camps or areas of Gaza as well. In addition, Hamas likely has thousands of affiliates in northern Gaza. Hamas also works with other terror groups in Gaza, and they have hundreds or thousands of members. All of these groups are also recruiting and preparing for a long war of attrition. The fact that Hamas fighters approached the Israel border fence on the morning of June 6th and clashed with the IDF, killing one soldier, shows that the group is capable of still planning executing operations. The article claimed Hamas has 500 kilometers of tunnels in Gaza, but how can this be known? Some tunnels have been found, but there are probably many others that have not been found. The IDF hasn't even operated in parts of Gaza, including parts of Rafah, of Mawasi, the central camps, and parts of northern Gaza. Hamas works to gain more control. Gaza now boils down to a numbers game. Hamas is recruiting, Hamas is learning, and Hamas is preparing. Whether it's 8,000 or 12,000 fighters may not be important. It controls most of Gaza. It always returns when the IDF leaves. There's no huge breakdown in control, and no one seems to openly oppose Hamas in Gaza. It's believed that many people do oppose Hamas, but it still has a mafia-like grip on the whole of Gaza. Israel has preferred to move displaced Gazans into areas that Hamas controls, cementing its grip. Israel doesn't do what the Iraqi army did in Mosul, which is moving the people behind its line so that it could be separated from the terrorists. Therefore, a continued pool of recruits is always handed to Hamas. So far, the war has been waged for 8 months, and the result is basically keep Hamas in power. Israel leaders talk about a day-after plan, but it doesn't seem to be serious. Talk of humanitarian bubbles or handing over control to others has never panned out, and there doesn't seem to be any stomach in the region or in the U.S. and elsewhere to work towards the handover of Gaza to anyone other than Hamas. This leaves the tactics in Gaza without a strategy, whether Hamas has 8,000 or 10,000 fighters. Therefore, it doesn't matter if in the end Gaza expect Hamas to return to, and Hamas is never replaced. It can be defeated and replaced, but the political will not happen. Well, is not yet there in Israel. Every day that goes by, Hamas likely becomes strong. It may have reached some kind of nadir at some point, but now has nowhere to go but up. All it has to do is hang on to and entrench and carry out the few attacks a day in Gaza. This is how it thrived from the 1990s to 2007. It knows how to do this. So just a basic point, I was making, like, there isn't going to be a day after. Israel is not going to defeat Hamas. And the likelihood why Israel is going to move into more and more of a genocidal strategy, because this claim that they're going to defeat Hamas is less and less likely, and the only possibility of defeating Hamas will be to carry out mass casualty events of everybody in Gaza. And the narrative of Israel, God forbid. So you just cover that. I'm getting a little bit tired, losing my thought train. Here was let me see. I'm going to go over this. I'm reading this book, the International Handbook of Giftedness by Springer. It's like 1,500 pages. So a lot of these articles I'm pulling out are from this compendium, and some of it's pretty interesting. So here is this question of 8 tensions surrounding the concept of giftedness, with like a thesis and antithesis, just to think of fundamental issues and dichotomies, paradoxes of what giftedness is. And I'm going to do probably the next few weeks, maybe even months, a deep dive into giftedness. Tinkle saying giftedness is subjective. Like, yes, definitely. And we will be talking about that in depth. So here's just a nice summary table. Aptitude versus achievement. So aptitude, potential for excellence, giftedness is best evidence in performance conditions that can differentiate ability, aptitude from achievement. Antithesis, we will never know whether a person is gifted unless the person demonstrates superior mastery of skills and knowledge in authentic domains or contexts. So this question, does giftedness even exist? Can you only tell giftedness by achievement, or as opposed to some like ethereal, esoteric giftedness of potential, and you could have had potential and wasted it, versus maybe someone else achieved and didn't have much potential and somehow did. So there's tension between aptitude and achievement. Then you have the thesis, antithesis between being versus doing, becoming. Giftedness is a structural property of the person in question, because what within the person ultimately explains gifted performance and behavior. Or giftedness is a functional state of person, environment, transaction, and interaction, and thus is relative to tasks and context involved and subject to further change. Being versus becoming. That you're gifted is your current being and a status of what you might become, or giftedness is actually what you become. Domain general versus domain specific. Gifted is not confined to any domain. Single domain, because abilities can be flexible, channeled, and utilized in multiple ways, depending on environmental circumstances and motivation. Or giftedness is domain specific, because each domain has its own unique set of demands in terms of sensitivities, inclinations, and ability. Just like general intelligence, IQ is giftedness or domain specific. All important questions, qualitative versus quantitative differences. Gifted individuals are different from their average peers in kind, because the structural and functional organization of their mind is different and their developmental trajectories are unique. Or giftedness individuals differ from their average peers only in degree, because they only show relative strengths and advantages rather than absolute ones. All these are related to theory of mind, intelligences, like I'm gonna next week also we'll look at that thing on ChatGPT and AGI, automated general intelligence. But you're saying, is it qualitative, that a gifted person is just qualitatively excellent in all matters in everything they apply to, or is it a quantitative bundle of different temperaments, like reaction time, memory, processing, different things that could be more comparable to like computer processing. Expertise versus creativity. High-level expertise proficiency in a given domain should be the hallmark of giftedness and the goal of gifted education, because only this form of excellence can be scientifically verified and educationally promoted. Or creativity, creative productivity, innovation should be the hallmark of giftedness and goal of gifted education, because giftedness is not about mastery of the already known, but exploring, discovering, and inventing the unknown. Nomothetic versus ideographic. Manifestations of gifted behavior are subject to a set of universally valid laws and principles. Therefore, we can determine who are gifted and how the gifted develop by applying these universal principles. Or ideographic, manifestations of gifted behaviors are diverse and unique phenomenon and have their own underlying logic, not subject to predetermined universal principles. Therefore, the uniqueness of each manifestation needs to be closely examined. Reductionism versus emergentism. The complexity of gifted manifestations can be explained by simpler components at a more basic level of analysis. Higher level phenomenon can be causally reduced to lower level structures and processes. Or emergentism. The complexity of gifted manifestations reflect higher order organizational principles in the organism and functional regularities, and shows emergent properties that cannot be reduced to lower level individual components. And finally, excellence versus equity. Identifying and cultivating high potential for excellence in society's responsibility for the welfare of individuals as well as society at large. Rewarding excellence reflects a cultural value that is important for democracy and civilization. Singling out the gifted for special treatment and unequal access to excellence perpetuates existing societal inequality and creates a new social elite, thus violating the democratic principle of equal rights and opportunity and fair allocation of public resources. So it was a nice little chart looking at some important issues of giftedness and dichotomies of thoughts in schools. So a long week in review. Thanks to Richard for joining. The Sam Woll case coming up this week, so hopefully we'll talk about that. And I think my stream on American pragmatism is going to have to wait till the week after, because Shavuos, the Jewish holiday, Tuesday night through Thursday night. And so I'm unlikely to do that, but I have my stream on American pragmatism ready. Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, George Herbert Mead, and Richard Rorty, all important thinkers. And then over the next few weeks, we'll probably be focusing on giftedness research. Hopefully I'll remember. And next week, we'll also talk about that video, like the conspiracy theory of tag gate programs in America and the conspiracy theory. And we'll see if Oswald is in the chat. She had like this video of this guy who was like, talking about CIA recruitment, or the name slipping my mind, for like the Haight-Ashbury CIA program, but it's saying that they were using the gifted tag programs to recruit for different things. And there's some interesting things in it, but like, also this question of giftedness is like high and low birth. So like if you took mid birth or low birth and you're gifted, and then, so to say, you're educated by the elite, as opposed to like if you took high birth and, then you're educated if you have less gifts. So just a different, interesting way of looking is like, of course, the elite are recruiting from those, trying to figure out who has talent and then win those people over to talent. And you think like, well, how do the Jews exercise influence in America? So like not just having wealth and using money, but also in recruiting and grooming talent, for politicians. And, like I was mentioning, like, okay, like, winning over anti-Semites, used to bring them to synagogue and win them over. But it's saying that you need to identify talent, win them over to your side, groom them for power, and then keep them under your influence. So just having money and success doesn't lead to power. You also have to identify talent, groom them, keep them on your side, um, help them enter power, and so it's a constant process that you always have to be involved in. And all forces, like in gifted and talented education, you have like Duvid as a chess coach and say, I just want to give back. God has been good to me, and I just, without any ulterior motives other than the downfalls of human nature. And of course, I have ulterior motives because I'm human and evil inclination. But generally, God has been good to me, and I want to give back, and therefore I help out other people, and that could include trying to find people who are talented and impart wisdom upon them. Versus saying that I have some purpose to doing that. And you say, well, Hilbert in his questions, okay, there's these great riddles and paradoxes, things I've spent my whole life thinking about, and it's important for humanity to wrestle with these topics, and therefore I want to recruit and train the best minds in order that maybe one day they'll be able to solve these problems that I haven't been able to solve, or even just to to understand some of the things I've thought about, like the technology, Dutton and the reverse Flynn effect of took high birth and have wealth, and you need society to be well functioning, and therefore you have to train and groom people for governance and management and all these various factors. So you think of low birth but snuck into college being gifted. So it's like, okay, you took low birth, but you had talent that was recognized and people helped you groom your talent, and then you made it into university and you increased your status, and then maybe your children are slightly higher birth than you were, and so you increased your status in the birth of your children, and that was for whatever reason that there was a gifted educational program for you, and saying it may not have been altruistic. So the people who used their resources, so if you took low birth, your parents didn't have the resource to give you gifted education to nurture your talent. And so other people who had these excess resources invested it in you and your talent so that you could nurture your talents. And presumably there was some alternative motivation that they wanted you to use that talent that they helped nurture for their benefit. And so that's just kind of like a natural order. So, whether it's like CIA programs or government conspiracy, and like that show that Oswald put on to me, they were Christian. So you get involved in like the gifted program, and actually one of the things they mentioned, like were things about Jews, but like Christianity, that they're going to might be more likely to meet Jews, to be taught to think positively about Jews. You might be pushed away from your Christian upbringing. So these people like survivors, because they maybe came from Christian backgrounds, they were chosen for gifted programs, and the gifted programs pushed them away from their Christianity, and therefore they consider themselves survivors. Like the MK Ultra, it's very likely and possible that the MK Ultra were recruiting and doing experiments within gifted tag gate programs, or just basic business recruitment, woke social programming, taking the best minds, like Duvid, the Roper School, the goal, take the best minds and, do like Frankfurt experiments on them to make them woke and promote social justice, immigration, and saying like, like it's very important that you need to know that, these, social issues, and to be on the right side of them in order to win. You need to identify the young talent and then win them over to your way of thinking, and then help nurture those people to affect society. Although Dutton was making the point to that Andrew Gold uh, interview that actually intelligent people are more likely to uh, accept new divergent thinking. Less intelligent people are more likely to just be skeptical. So he's talking like the mutational load, or the left, the woke ideology, that actually more intelligent people are more likely to accept it. It's actually easier to fool more intelligent people than less intelligent people, because less intelligent people might just remain skeptical and say, I don't understand it, I reject it, as opposed to the more intelligent people could see from that point of view and rationalize it, and then, hence become promoters of it. Tinkle, Karl Marx. Yep. Okay. So long program today, one longer week in reviews. So good to be back. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. So pray for peace, pray for better things. Shavuos this week. Torah, get the Torah. See AFPAC. I don't know, if Keith Woods or Michael Sisko or anyone else, meets up, or if I end up going to AFPAC, I have no idea. So, we'll see what happens, or if there's any stream or mention it. So, so we'll see. We can review next week. It's unlikely I'll stream that or something, unless someone wants to stream with me on their channel. I probably do that. So God bless. Have a great week. Pray for better things. Stay strong. Always keep in the self-improvement process. So, it's hard to influence power, change society. It's hard to change yourself. So it's saying it's near impossible to change other people. It's very difficult to change ourselves. So you focus on changing ourselves, self-improvement, make yourself useful. And that's usually the best thing, in wasting time fantasizing about power, or even much more than occasional thought experiment of what I would do if I had power is at best, we'll say, a waste of time and, breeding bad character. But say, hypocrisy, okay, it's, just a sign of bad character. It's not good to have bad character. So refine the character, try to take life more seriously. So God bless. Have a great week.